So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was trapped in Forbidden Scroll and awoke unforeseen Bloodline? Movie 2. And that was all she told me, Hokage-sama, Yamanaka Inoichi stated as Sarutobi listened to him, trying to hide the horror from his face. Inoichi had just finished telling him what his daughter, Yamanaka Ino, had memories shared with him when she found the young Uzumaki male, and the Hokage was not pleased whatsoever. If anything, he was feeling sick to his stomach at the thought. I can't believe this has occurred. After all of these years, Sarutobi thought with misery as Inoichi stood there, no doubt waiting for him to speak upon what his daughter had discovered about Naruto. And, you are sure it's that champion of the Shinigami on his back? Sarutobi asked, just needing to clarify once more if that was the case. I double-checked her memories. It did say that, Inoichi replied with a nod. I see. Thank you for your report, Yamanaka-san. You are dismissed, Sarutobi told him with a wave of his hand. Inoichi nodded and made the tiger seal for the Shunshin no Jutsu, but before he could flicker away, Sarutobi suddenly said, before you go, did anyone else see or just your daughter? Inoichi paused and said, only my daughter. Why Hokage-sama? Sarutobi paused. For a moment, he was going to tell Inoichi to wipe her memory of the event, but then he decided against it. If what was happened to Kushina was happening to Naruto, there would be no point as she would only see it again. It is nothing. Thank you Inoichi, Sarutobi said. Inoichi nodded and flickered away, leaving a swirl of leaves floating lazily to the ground before vanishing upon impact. Sarutobi pressed a button on his phone and said into the speaker, Ila-chan. I am stepping out for the day. Cancel all of my meetings and reschedule them for tomorrow. Understood Hokage-sama, Ila's voice responded through the phone's intercom. Sarutobi stood up and walked to the balcony behind him and opened it, allowing the cool air to enter his office. He removed his cloak and hat and placed it on his chair, only to replace it with a black cloak that had a head attached, lifted up the hood to cover his head, walked outside and formed the tiger seal and flickered away. Moments later, Sarutobi appeared at the bottom of the Hokage monument. He glanced up to make sure he was in the shadow of his sculpted head, before he pulled out a kunai and sliced his palm, drawing blood from it before he placed his hand on the base. Seconds later, the area where he had placed his bloody palm, the wall began to ripple like a pond that had a pebble thrown into it, before a blood red appeared and then vanished into particles. Seconds later, Sarutobi walked through the stone, which still rippled before stopping, looking as if nothing had just transpired. Sarutobi was now standing in a dirt-made tunnel within the monument, and with a sigh, he began his long trek through the tunnel, until he saw a silver door at the end of it. Once again, he placed his bloody palm, still slick with blood, on a scanner beside the door. Welcome, Saruyu Utobi Hirzan, a mechanical female voice stuttered out before the door opened, to reveal a very large chamber. Within that chamber had 3 stands that sat side by side in an arc, leading to one large stand in the middle of the room, all of them having shattered glass on and around the stands, with dried up bloodstained splatter were on the walls of the floor. But Sarutobi didn't pay any of that mind. What he did focus on was the large stand in the middle of the room, and a kanji written in the steel on the stand which read Uzumaki Kushina on it. Sarutobi let out a sigh filled with regret as he stared at that name. He could still remember that night. The night where she disappeared. Konohagakure no Sato 11 years ago. Sandame Hokage Sarutobi Hirzan. Sarutobi, followed closely by Dansman, the main scientist behind this project, walked into the laboratory, due to the door being busted wide open, and was met with pure chaos. There was blood everywhere on top of the stainless steel, pulling out of the headless corpses of the scientists. But the one thing he noticed was all of the containers were broken and empty. The small fetuses growing in the 6 containers were destroyed. He then turned to look at the large container, and then his heart stopped. She was gone. No. He breathed out as he rushed to the broken container that sat in the middle of the room. How? Sarutobi breathed out before he turned his head to the green-haired scientist. How did she get taken? I don't know Hokage-sama, the scientist replied shakily, as if she was going to faint. Sarutobi realized he was smothering the room with killing intent, and reeled it back in order so she could speak. 1 minute, we were collecting samples and then an explosion happened. All of these masked men came in and started to destroy everything and slaughter all of them. I barely got away to get to Yu. I cannot believe this, Dansum said with disbelief in his voice. Only you and I know of this place, Sarutobi. How could anyone know she was in here? This cannot be happening, Sarutobi thought with an empty tone as Dansum grilled the scientist beside them. All he could do was stare at the destroyed container in front of him that read her name. All that work. All of the things I had to do to get Project Phoenix in order. The lies I had to deliver. All pointless. All of it. Sarutobi looked at the headless corpses around him and said blankly, someone told them. We had him all. The only reason I know this is because of the headless around us. They know that the Yamanaka clan can read the minds of the deceased, so they took their heads as well to keep us totally blind at who our culprits are. Sarutobi then laughed, which made Dansum look at him as if he had gone insane. Dansum. I want this place scoured for clues. Get our best trackers in here and get as many scents as they can. I want this place turned over until no clues are left. Understood, Danzum said before he rushed out of the room with the scientists staying in the room with Sarutobi. So? All of the samples we collected. They were destroyed as well. Sarutobi asked. The scientist nodded and replied, I know the successful ones we had in the containers were destroyed. As for the other samples, I will need to check. However. They were extremely thorough and I believe they may have. Sarutobi nodded, drained of all that had just occurred. All of that work. For nothing. Kanahagakure no Sato present time. Sandame Hookage Sarutobi Hirzen. The plan had been simple. When they found Kushina's heavily, barely breathing body clutching onto Naruto's sleeping form, they worked for an entire year to get her body healed. But during that time, Danzum had come up with an idea. They knew of her ninjutsu, the Kaigen, and knew of his powerful abilities, and with her being one of the last Uzumaki, Danzum suggested that they use some of her unfertilized eggs and various anonymous donors' sperm to rebuild the Uzumaki clan to gain the ninjutsu for their village. At first, Sarutobi denied the request, remembering that he wanted Naruto and his sister Taiya to be reunited with their mother once she healed and woke up. But when a few weeks passed and it was realized that she was deep in a coma, he then decided to go along with the idea. Their village was recovering from the war, and thanks to the Kikbi, they were very underpowered as a shinobi nation. Having the very powerful Uzumaki clan in their village would make them untouchable, especially with the powerful Kaigen on their side. So to his shame, Project Phoenix was a go once she was full healed. They had failed quite a few times trying to do vitro fertilization, but just when they were going to scrap the project, one succeeded. And soon, 5 more followed, but then when Kushina was stolen, the 6 fetuses, and many of the other samples were destroyed, leaving them with nothing. And now that Naruto was showing the same abilities his mother had. It just brought back the many failures he held onto for so long. And this wasn't even the worst of them. Kanahagakure no Sato Yamanaka residence. Yamanaka Ino. I cannot believe Otu-san decided I was suitable to watch you, baka. An annoyed Ino muttered to herself as she sat on the love seat in her living room, currently reading her favorite magazine. After she had brought Naruto home to her father, Inoichi had left her in charge of watching the blonde Uzumaki, while he left to inform the Hokage of what she had seen, and with her mother being gone, she was the only one there to watch him. And that had been 1 hour ago. She was halfway through her shinobi magazine when she heard Naruto groan and open his eyes before he shut them and mumbled, "This is not where I sleep." "Of course not, baka," Ino replied as she shut her magazine and sat it on the table beside her chair. "This is my place. I took you here after you passed out." "Ah." Naruto replied as he leaned up from the couch and stretched out his limbs. "Well, thanks for bringing me back here. I don't think it would have been a good thing if someone not you saw me passed out." "Why is that?" Ino asked him. Naruto gave her a small grin before he shook his head and said, "Don't worry about it." Ino let a frown appear on her face at the hesitance in Naruto's eyes that showed for a moment before it was snuffed out, replaced by the familiar easygoing look Naruto normally had. "Alright." Ino replied. "I'll let it slide for now. In the meantime, what the hell are you doing out of the hospital?" "I got better," Naruto replied with a questioning tone. "I can see that, but how? We were all told at the academy that you had suffered some really terrible wounds and were in a coma. I even went to see you with the others, and we saw how terrible you looked. For you to go from that to back to normal isn't possible," Ino explained. Naruto gave her a questioning look before he smirked and said, "I've always healed fast. You think those injuries could ever keep the might Uzumaki Naruto down?" "I think not. Glad to see you're still you in that way." Ino mumbled. "What do you mean by that?" Naruto asked her with a frown on his face. "Don't play dumb with me," Ino said with a sneer. "Remember, I saw your ass floating in a ball of chakra. With your body glowing. And your eyes. The W were." Ino drifted off when a memory of those piercing yet serene icy blue eyes appeared in her mind. "Beautiful." She whispered, unaware that she had just spoken out loud instead of within her mind. When Ino did realize this, her eyes widened in horror and said, "And not that your normal eyes aren't freaking gorgeous. I meant. More be beautiful than usual. Oh. Ino stammered out, flustered heavily over both of her mistakes, but that's when she saw Naruto. He was laughing. Not the loud, boisterous laughing she was used to. But it was more subdued. More genuine to her ears. "Stop laughing at me, you jerk," Ino said with a pout, and to her surprise, Naruto did stop, but he had this small smile on his face. "Thanks for the compliment," Naruto told her, his eyes sparkling in amusement. "Baka." Stop trying to change the subject, Ino said, her face becoming serious. "The last I saw of you was you in a coma. Now I see you floating inside a visible chakra with those eyes and the marks and the kanji on your back. It makes no sense. Not to mention, your personality seems off too." "It does?" Naruto asked her. "And here I thought I was being normal. When are you ever normal?" Ino replied. Naruto tilted his head and looked to the ceiling with squinted eyes before his lips turned upwards into a grin. "Ah, touche," Naruto said. "The last time I saw you, you were a loud-mouthed idiot running around saying you are going to be the Hokage and Dadabayo and things like that, but in talking to you, you seem so much more subdued." And add that to all that I saw, it's like day and night. What happened to you? Ino asked. Naruto stared at her for what seemed like an eternity before he shut his eyes, let out a sigh, and replied with, look, I get what you're asking but… There is a long story behind all that you saw, and I don't want to get into it right now. But why? Ino asked. Instead of answering her, Naruto responded, look. I get that you need to know because you're stuck on nosy mode, but honestly, why should I tell you? Ino blinked in surprise. She wasn't expecting to be asked that question so bluntly like that. Also, when did Naruto get so blunt? I mean… Yeah, you helped me, but this is the first time we've talked like normal people. Usually, it's you and Sakura yelling at me and putting me down, especially when Sasuke is in view. Hell, I'm even surprised you know my real name, considering you call me Baka all of the time. So tell me Ino, why should I tell you anything about what is going on in my life, when you never cared up until a mystery appeared within it? Ino opened her mouth to respond, but then she closed it, her lips turned into a frown. She called to answer. That's what I thought, Naruto told her with a sigh. You only care about what happened to me. Not about me as the person. Then again, you never did. You made that painfully clear throughout the years. You, Sakura, many others. The only ones who didn't were Hinata and her family, Iruka-sensei and Anko. All anyone else saw was the outcast prankster in orange. Naruto then stood up and said, but I've sat around enough. I have to get going. I haven't eaten at all since I got out of the hospital, Naruto replied, his stomach growling to emphasize this. But I will leave you with this. Instead of trying to get some juicy gossip out of me and what I know, why don't you try being an actual genuine friend to me? Maybe then you might get somewhere. Thanks for helping me Ino, but let's not make that a habit, Naruto said before he turned and walked out of her house, leaving Ino there to sit in her living room. Kanahagakure no Sato streets of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto. He seemed a bit harsh to her Naruto-san, Miyuki stated as Naruto shut the door behind him and walked down the road. It doesn't matter to me, Naruto responded as he slipped his hands into his pockets. I know that she helped me and I appreciate her for that, but why should I be nice to those who spend years yelling at me and hurting my feelings time and again, when all I wanted was to be friends with everyone? She needed to hear that for a damn long time, and it was only a matter of time before I exploded anyways. Naruto frowned and continued with, and yeah, I was harsh with her, but who cares other than her? Besides, I have much more on my plate than to worry about Yamanaka Ino, and to be honest, I have no time to worry about anyone else that doesn't have Mitarashi or Haika as their surname. Naruto paused mid-step as a feeling of realization hit him. This… was the first time he had ever thought like that before. Everyone looked down on him, treated him horribly, belittled him and on some occasions, outright tried to attack him. He thought that if he became the Hokage, everyone would see him less than the outcast he felt and respect him, but now, as he stood in the middle of the street, he realized that what they thought no longer mattered to him. Naruto laughed out loud, ignoring the looks of annoyance and spite on many of the villagers around him, as he continued to walk. I guess I should thank Ino for something else because I just realized something. I have changed. I don't have to be the loudmouth, proclaiming he wants to be the Hokage anymore. I don't have to seek out people that only want to belittle me to have friends or to gain respect. Because I already have the few who do care for me. Not to belittle me. Not to hurt me. But because they legitimately care about me. And they mean more to me than the respect of a world that never wanted me. It took me losing Iruka and nearly losing my life to see this. Ain't that about a bitch? Naruto shook his head as he laughed once more before he began to walk again. I may have lived but the old Uzumaki Naruto. The outcast, the prankster, the jockster was killed the same day Iruka was. It's a new day and a new Uzumaki Naruto. And it's time to show the world what I can accomplish. The Takakure no Sato underground bunker, PB Senin Orochimaru. Unbelievable. Orochimaru breathed out as he held the forbidden scroll in his hands, handed to him by his trusted apprentice, Yakushi Kabuto. It had been a week since he had sent his special shinobi out to get the scroll, with help from that bumbling fool Mizuki, and he had been waiting to see if the mission was successful. And to his excitement, it was. I must study the scroll carefully in a moment, Orochimaru stated as he rose from his chair, and donned his cage robe and hat as he said, but first, I must thank them for retrieving it. While Takakure no Sato was not an official shinobi village, he would treat it as such, and would not be anywhere without his cloak and hat. Kabuto chuckled and replied, I'll only be thanking her. Mizuki met his end by Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru smirked at this. He told me he failed his exam and yet he killed Mizuki. Shows how truly pathetic that creature was, Orochimaru stated as he began to walk to his door, with Kabuto rushing ahead to opening for him. Yes, but unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto still lives. He was very close to death however. It seems your plan was only a slight success. Kabuto said with a frown on his face. Orochimaru shrugged at this and said I was hoping she would have slayed the Uzumaki. Any remnants of that foolish yondaime only spits on my pride. Orochimaru then chuckled and said no matter. Because now there are more chances to eliminate the spawn of the Namikaze. Orochimaru and Kabuto paused and glanced down into the room beneath them, and that was when Orochimaru smirked, and it will all because of her. Sitting in an all-white room on a single steel chair, there was a woman with slender, but feminine build, fair skin sitting within it, her arms, legs and torso strapped onto the seat. Her blazing red hair cascaded around her shoulders and down to the middle of her back, causing a good contrast against the light gray and white high-neck straitjacket she wore, with the sleeves shred below her arms, and several white belts all over the upper body, with white and gray straps to cover the upper arms. She also wore white and red pants with several white belts and a sash, which hang loose on each side with a gray belt, along with a matching cross belt on her waist, and white leg guards. She also wore a different pair of short boots, and has black demonic-like gauntlets, from with a long chain on her neck, which was hanging loose on her jacket, but it was her eyes that would startle anyone that knew her. Her eyes wasn't the expressive violet eyes that have swayed many men and women to her side. Her eyes were empty, dull, lifeless. Behind her was a female scientist with green hair sliding a needle into the woman's neck, but the woman gave no reaction to needle. All she did was sit there silently, with Uzumaki Kushina as my personal killer and the forbidden scroll in my possession. The Uchiha will be mine. Konoha will fall, and the spawn of Namikaze will die for good, Orochimaru said before he let out a loud, victorious laugh. It had been 2 days since Naruto had left her home, and she couldn't get his words from her mind. He didn't yell at her, but his words were harsh and biting all the same. She actually would have preferred him to yell at her because she would have just shrugged it out, but instead, he was so blasé about it that it truly hit her in the gut. At first, she was furious at him for snapping at her, but the longer she thought about it, the sharper the truth became in her ears. But what could she do now? How could she approach Naruto after what he said? He wouldn't believe her. She came out of nowhere to admit he was right and wanted to give friendship a try. He would only believe that she was after the secrets he held. No, what she had to do was prove it to him. And what better way than to take a walk in his shoes, Ino thought as she made her way through to Naruto's apartment building. Her dad always told her that to know a person, you need to know where and how they live first, and thanks to many villagers helping her out, she had found Naruto's house, but to her horror, it was in the worst neighborhood in the entire village. How could Naruto live in this area? Ino asked herself, completely horrified at this revelation, trying to ignore several drunken shinobi stumbling past the building. It's daytime and there are drunks roaming around. How disgusting, Ino thought glumly as she walked into the building. Once Ino was inside building, a horrible smell hit her nose. Is that piss? Ino thought with a gag as she walked up the stairs of the rundown building. How Naruto could live in a building so broken down and hideous was a surprise to Ino. Ino ignored the intense smell around her as she trekked up the stairs until she came across Naruto's door. The only reason she knew it was his door was because of the sign that had his name on it. Ino lifted her hand and gave the door a knock, but to her surprise, the door cracked open. It's unlocked, Ino thought as she walked into the apartment and slowly closed the door. With a flip of the light switch by the door, Ino found herself in a very nice apartment. The apartment had light orange wallpaper with dark orange flowers imprinted on it. The couch was dark blue, the kitchen was sparkling, but the most important thing was that it had a warm atmosphere. Everything in this place reminded her of the blonde himself, but other than that, the entire place had no pictures of family or friends or anything. Despite how lovely it looked and warm it made her, she felt lonely in this place. It was like she was looking into Naruto's soul, and it scared that he may feel this way. After walking through the place, looking around and smiling faintly at the different shades of orange she found, but when she found herself in Naruto's room, a deep blush settled on her face. She had never been in a boy's room before, but not only was she in one, she was in Naruto's. The last person she truly expected. So this is where Naruto sleeps. It looks nice, Ino murmured under her breath, still blushing over the fact she was in Naruto's room. She walked towards Naruto's closet and took out one of his many orange jackets, and put one on, and felt her blush deepen when she smelled his scent on it. It smelled like a manly version of lavender, funny enough. She then took a pair of his pants and slipped it on and looked in the mirror that was hanging on his closet door, and giggled when she saw that Naruto's clothes were hanging off of her. Looks like him, it would compare to him. Ino crossed her arms and smiled a bit before taking a deep breath, ready to get down to business. It's time to see how the villagers treat Naruto. She then steeled herself before she shouted Hange. Clouds of smoke had suddenly filled the entire room after the smoke cleared, a perfect replica of Naruto stood in Ino's place, coughing and waving the smoke away. Note to self. Never henge in a small space like this ever again, Ino said in her own voice as she continued to wave the smoke away from her, but once it was completely cleared, Ino looked at herself in the mirror and nodded in approval. Man, I look just like Naruto. Even if the jacket and the pants are falling off of me a little. Now to put my plan into action. Operation Naruto is a go. But she never realized that this would turn out to be one of the most revealing and revolting days in her life. The first place she decided to go to was one of her favorite places to eat, Hazuka's salad bar, but to her horror, they charged her 3 times the amount she would normally pay for her salad. Outraged at the horrendous prices, she had stated there was no way in hell she would pay so much when she usually paid a much smaller amount. She was kicked out forcefully. The next place she decided to go to another favorite place of hers, the Urameshi Candies and Cakes Factory. She had spent countless hours eating the various sweets there, and had to have spent a ton of money, and the owners were so sweet to her, so she was sure they would be the same to her as Naruto. But the second she walked into the place, she was forcefully thrown out of it, and threatened that if she were ever to return, Anbu would be waiting for her. She had never seen the owners look so furious before her. It was honestly disheartening to Ino, but she braved on. After those two places, every other place she went was more or less the same, but the dislike from the villagers seemed to increase until she had to run away from a group of Chunin, who stated they were going to teach the demon a lesson in respect. They called Naruto a demon. Why? Ino thought to herself once she came out of her hiding spot, having avoided the Chunin chasing her. After 3 hours of dealing with this, Ino sullenly walked through the streets with her head down, to avoid the cruel and mean stares she was getting from the villagers, trying desperately to hold back the tears she felt in her eyes. She had never felt so alone in her entire life before this experiment. Everyone in the village adored the Yamanaka, so to see those who liked her act so hostile unsettled her, but knowing they treated Naruto like this really upset her. This is what he has been going through day in and day out. How in the hell did he survive this? How long did he go through this? Ino asked herself mentally. But the real question was, why did he go through this? Sure, he was a prankster, but that alone wouldn't have earned the hostile feelings the villagers were giving him. There had to be something more to it. There had to be, because she could not allow herself to believe that they would treat someone like this willingly. Ino found herself at her home, and with a slightly relieved smile, she made sure no one was around before dispelling the henge, returning her to her real self. But as she walked into the house, she was met with a stare from both her mother and her father. At first she was confused as to why they were staring at her, until she remembered that she was in Naruto's clothing. Wait, guys, before you punish me for something you think I did, let me explain. And so for the next hour and a half, she explained what she was doing in Naruto's clothing, and at first, she had stayed strong in describing how the villagers treated her, but then she began to break down. And once she was done, she was laying in her mother's arms, crying about how unfairly they treated Naruto, but then she realized something that made her cry even more. She was just like them. Making fun of him, bullying him relentlessly and making his life a living hell when he already had to deal with everything in this village. It made her feel worse than she ever felt before. He had every right to snap at her before. He was emotionally abused every single day of his life, and yet it took him this long to snap. She would have snapped after a week of this. There was no telling how long Naruto held it all in before he reached his breaking point. But the question still remained. Why was he being treated like this? Akusan Otu-san, Ino began, wiping away any stray tears that fell down her face. Why is Naruto so hated by the village? What did he do to deserve all of this? And why haven't we helped him at all? She looked as her mother and father looked at each other before they glanced at her with guilty looks on their faces. We won't lie to you, sweetheart, Inoichi said softly. We did try to help him, but we had our own little one to worry about. We didn't have time to focus on two of you. You should have made time. Ino shouted angrily. She loved her parents, but how selfish could they be in letting Naruto deal with his lonely hell alone when they knew he was suffering? Do you not understand the things I dealt with today? Neither of you. We understand, Ila replied softly. And I feel dreadful in not helping him, but we had to make a choice and we made it, and that was to focus on you. I would have been okay, Ino breathed out before she moved away from her mother, her hands rubbing at her forearms. Why does everyone hate him? And don't try to tell me it's because of his troublemaking ways. The house was quiet for a moment, but then Ila said, we are not allowed to speak about it, due to the Sandame's rule. Both Ino and Inoichi looked to Ila in alarm. They weren't allowed to speak about it due to the Sandame's law. Does Naruto know about this law? Ino asked. Her parents shook their heads, and it only made Ino more upset. Why, you mean to tell me that there was a law made about him that he doesn't even know? And this is law is why people hate him. Ino didn't even realize how angry she had become until she was shouted at her parents. I may not know of this law, but Naruto deserves to know why everyone treats him the way they do, and I'm going to tell him. Ino exclaimed as she stomped out of the house, ignoring the shouts from her parents. Naruto deserved to know the truth, and while she knew he wouldn't be pleased about this, it was his right to know and she would tell him. Not because of trying to be his friend, but because it was the right thing to do. Kanahagakure no Sato Training Field. Uzumaki Naruto, you're coming along greatly, Miyuki praised as she blocked an ice kunai with her ice naginata. Naruto growled and dashed forward and summoned 3 more ice kunai, and launched them towards her, but she twirled the weapon to deflect them before she threw it towards him. Naruto whipped his arm into the air sharply, allowing a wall of ice to form to block the weapon, causing it to wedge itself in the ice wall by the sharp end of the staff. Naruto twisted his body and pulled the naginata free, and blocked a side strike from Miyuki's own naginata, before blocking a downward swipe. Naruto pushed her staff aside and kicked her in the chest to gain some distance, before he twisted his body, and launched the naginata towards her. Miyuki turned her body to allow the naginata to pass her before grabbed the very end of it, and twisted her body swiftly, allowing the pole of the naginata to slam into Naruto's gut when he got close. But to her surprise, Naruto froze into a statue before shattering. Her eyes widened as Naruto exploded from the ground beneath her with a shout, his eyes glowing with a dangerous gleam as his ice Naginata lunged down towards her. Miyuki twisted her body and formed an ice shield, and blocked the smooth weapon of the ice-made weapon, causing it to shatter. Miyuki then dismissed the ice shield and grabbed his outstretched arm and twisted her body before slamming him to the ground. She then twisted her body and knelt down, and summoned an ice kunai and held it to Naruto's throat. "Do you surrender?" she asked him. "Yeah, I don't think I can summon any more ice," Naruto responded as he laid his head back on the ground, exhausted. "I have no idea how I even beat you back in the plains." Miyuki smiled and rose from her knelt position and held out her hand, which Naruto took thankfully. Despite her being in the shinobi world, Miyuki wasn't truly free from Naruto's soul. She was using a shadow clone that was changed into her image as her avatar, in order to train him, but the one thing that could tell her original self and her avatar apart was the whisker marks on her face. "I know how you fight, Naruto," Miyuki told him in a matter-of-fact tone in her voice. "Despite the skills you gathered during your time in the other world, you rely on trickery. Using clones as misdirection to hide your true purpose, and while that is a good trait, enemies that have fought you before are keen to this and will expect it of you next time around." "That makes sense," Naruto said. "You acclimated to my fighting skills. You'll just have to try harder," Naruto stated with a determined smile on his face. "Very good," Miyuki said proudly. "Other than that, your speed of ice summoning is quickened. It's not as fast as it was in the other world, but that place has chakra everywhere. You still have to acclimate to the vast changes in temperature. Also, I need to starting training you in my special technique." Naruto was instantly curious by this. "Special technique?" he repeated. "I thought forming anything out of ice is your special technique," he stated. Miyuki smiled and shook her head. "No. Each of the royal guard holds a different technique that enhances their ability. Mine is tied into the taijutsu style that I perfected during the time of my life." Now this surprised Naruto. He had fought and sparred with Miyuki, and not once did she ever go into a prolonged fight without her ice skills, so to know her special technique tied into her taijutsu had him very curious. "But you," Naruto started, trying to form his words, but Miyuki chuckled as she raised her hand. "I know what you are trying to say. I am a better fighter from a distance, but I do have taijutsu. Mine is just different from the average taijutsu style. It is called Hime no Ken, Fists of the Glacier." "Hime no Ken," Naruto repeated. "That is correct. Now watch closely." Miyuki took a deep breath before she shut her eyes. Pale blue chakra began to form around her body until he noticed large amounts of ice being built around her forearms, her shoulders and knuckles along with her chest. He then looked down to see ice begin to build below her knees and down her legs, and when he glanced at her face, a mask of ice formed around her mouth. When she opened her eyes, they were frost blue in color. The ice then broke away from where they had grown, revealing smooth ice armor on her body. "Hime no Ken is a defensive taijutsu. Now try and strike me," Miyuki commanded. Naruto nodded and jabbed at her direction, but the moment his hand hit her armored chest, it slipped to the side, and her elbows slammed against his neck hard. It was so quick, he didn't even get a chance to stop the strike. "Again," Miyuki commanded. Naruto growled and tried to punch her face, but his fist slid against her mask, and in turn, her knee strike to the stomach caused him to strike back. Naruto stumbled back and charged forward and delivered a flying kick to her chest, but his foot slid to the side, which allowed her right palm to collide with his face, which sent him flying backwards in the air and crash land to the ground. Now Naruto groaned out as he leaned up off the ground. "I get it, any time I hit you, my hit slid off of you, allowing you to land a clean strike." "That is correct," Miyuki said as she dismissed the armor. "This is only phase 1 and therefore, the weaker of the 3 phases. The second phase is using the ice to maneuver, because while the armor is useful, it is also heavy and doesn't allow for much flexibility. You will learn more about this tonight." Naruto then noticed Miyuki look behind him before she said, "Now, it is time for you to focus on something more pressing." Naruto looked at her in confusion as she pointed behind him, and when Naruto turned around and blinked in surprise, it was the Hokage. Naruto had been dreading this moment. Since he had woken up, he had been avoiding speaking to the Hokage. Since his adventure on the other side, there was a lot that he had found out. A lot of lies and secrets that was kept from him. Even before then, he was lied to about why everyone hated him, so he avoided the man to figure things out. But now standing here with Miyuki watching on, Naruto felt the feelings of hurt, betrayal and anger flow through his veins. "Hokage Chichi," Naruto replied as nonchalantly as possible. "I am glad to see that you are awake, Naruto-kun," the Sandaime said with a smile on his face. That smile, Naruto thought. The smile of a liar. Naruto clenched his jaw to bite back on the shout that wanted to leave his mouth, and instead said, "It's good to be amongst the living again, but I'm afraid I have an appointment to make, so I bid you good day." Naruto turned his back to the Hokage and said in a hushed tone, "Come on, Miyuki-sensei. We need to get going." Miyuki nodded and placed hands behind her back before the two began, but then with a rush of leaves, the Sandaime was before the two. "I do apologize, Naruto, but your appointment must wait." "Just a little bit," the Sandaime told him. "It really can't," Miyuki responded as she stepped before Naruto with a cold expression on her face. "And who might you be?" The Hokage asked with a look of scrutiny on his face. She's just a friend I met, Naruto said as he stepped between the two. She invited me over to dinner before her parents start work. Can we please go? Whatever we have to talk about can surely wait, right? Naruto asked with a look to the older man. The Sandaime stared at the two for a moment before he said, sure, very well, I will hold off on this talk until tomorrow. Out of respect that you are alright, but I do expect to speak to you as soon as possible. Crystal clear Hokage Chichi, Naruto said with a salute, hiding back his disgusted scowl with a wide smile. Very well. I will speak to you later, the Sandaime said before his form flickered away, leaving Naruto and Miyuki alone again. Naruto's smile morphed into a disgusted scowl as he said, that took all I had to not snap at him. Why did you hold back? Miyuki questioned curiously. Naruto was silent for a moment. Yelling at the leader of your village can lead to a lot of bullshit I don't need right now. It seems you don't know about me or the Kaigen yet. We need to keep it that way until I find my mother and sister. Once I do. Naruto balled up his fist hard enough that it drew blood. That is when I return 13 years of lies he threw in my face, Naruto growled. So, this Hokage is the leader of this village. Back in my time, during the Sengoku Jidai, we didn't have villages like this. Because of the constant wars, we were always traveling, being bought out by the highest bidder at any given time. Was it truly that bad? Naruto asked her. The average lifespan of a shinobi during that 2-century period was 30 years. My sister and I only lived to 25 respectively before we died, Miyuki responded, and while she kept her voice aloof, Naruto could hear the sadness in her voice. Do you want to talk about it? Naruto asked her softly. Miyuki shook her head. It won't do me any good now. That era is past, as have all that have lived through it. No use in mourning over it now. I suppose, but we're family, Miyuki-sensei. If you ever need to talk, Naruto drifted off but had a warm smile on his face, which Miyuki returned, albeit slowly. Yeah, I'll be the first to know, she replied softly before she said, my time is up for today. It'll be in my realm, waiting to see you again. With a smile still on her face, Miyuki's form then began to frost over, leaving a very well-made snow statue in her visage, before it blew away with the wind. Rest well, Miyuki-sensei, Naruto told her in a hushed tone before his stomach began to rumble. Boy, Naruto said as he rubbed his stomach with a chuckle. I should grab something to eat. I really need some food in my belly. Oh. Maybe I should invite Hinata-chan to lunch. Naruto quickly sprinted off in the direction of the Haika sector of the village. Kanahagakure no Sato Haika Mansion, Uzumaki Naruto. With a leap, Naruto landed on top of the brick wall that protected the privacy of the Haika clan, then leapt down on the ground. Naruto knew he was welcome to the clan since he became friends with Hinata, but he also enjoyed surprising them with his arrival on occasion. Naruto landed on the ground and walked down the trail that led to the Haika training grounds, where Hinata and KM were in the middle of an intense training session. Naruto always enjoyed watching Hinata spar with her fellow clan members. While the rest of the Haika clan were rigid in their movements, Hinata seemed to be more relaxed, as if she was dancing during her lesson. It amazed him how flexible she could truly be. Then again, anything she really did amazed him. Whenever Naruto looked or watched Hinata, he didn't see the failure that her clan saw her as. He saw her as strong kunoichi that truly wanted change within her clan. Their dream was to change the clan and unite them for the better, getting rid of the cursed seal that caused a shadow over the clan itself, and because of that dream, she was kind to the house branch members, and often helped them in many endeavors, but because of this, along with refusing to hurt Hanabi in any way, made everyone see her as pathetic. It was a shame that they couldn't see that in her at all. So you are here after all, Hisha's voice said from behind him, causing Naruto to shriek and turn around to face the Haika patriarch with a surprised look on his face. Man, must you always ghost about this place, Hiashi-san? Naruto asked with a look on his face. Hiashi chuckled and replied, despite being the leader of the clan, I do often see the guests. Even those who decide to sneak in, despite always being welcome. I like being spontaneous, Naruto said with a cheeky grin. Hiashi chuckled before he said that you do. I do apologize for scaring you. I just wanted to share my greetings with my future son-in-law. Naruto blushed and said, you sure do like seeing me flustered. Hiashi chuckled once again and stared out at Hinata and KM, and said, look at how intense their spar is. If the elders saw this side of Hinata, they wouldn't see her as they do. I agree. It sucks that they think she's weak. She only cares about the clan and wants to see you all together, Naruto replied with a frown on his face. It sucks they don't realize what they are losing. That I agree with wholeheartedly, Hiashi replied before Naruto could feel the man's gaze upon him. But well, speaking of Hinata as well, I actually wish to speak to you. Naruto looked to Hiashi in surprise. Me? Why would you want to talk to me? Well, you went through a horrible ordeal, Naruto-san. Not to mention, as your father-in-law, I must make sure you are sound of mind, Hiashi said, which made Naruto blush once more. Next to Iruka and Anko, since he became friends with Hinata, Hiashi was a constant adult presence in his life. Sure, he didn't hang out with him like Anko or Iruka did, but he was a welcoming clan leader who always helped him when he needed it, whether it be lending an ear or giving advice, and he had gained Naruto's trust. I feel conflicted, Hiashi-san, Naruto admitted. I found out so much since I woke up that I don't know what to do. Naruto paused before he looked down at the ground. With the Rikanai gone and someone dear to me betraying me to a level I've never felt, I don't know who to trust right now. Naruto then looked to Hiashi and said, I want to trust you Hiashi-san because you are right. You are going to be my father-in-law, but at the same time I don't want my trust to be betrayed again. And it won't be, Hiashi said softly. But I will not force you to trust me. Just know that when you are ready to talk, I will be there to listen. That's what fathers do. Naruto smiled at him and said thank you. You do not ever have to thank me Naruto-san, you saved my daughters from the seal. If anything, I am in your debt, Hiashi replied before he said looks like my daughter is done with training. Go to her. We shall talk later. Naruto nodded and gave a small bow to Hiashi before he ran up to Hinata, who currently was chatting with KM, and wrapped his arms around her from behind and lifted her up, which made her squeal Naruto-kun. In delight. Naruto spun her round and before he sat her on the ground and said I watched your spar with KM-san, you did great. He watched as Hinata turned around and for a moment, Naruto felt his gaze soften at the sight of the kunoichi before him. Her pale skin was slightly reddened, and her smile was white enough to show her dimples, her lavender pearl eyes seemingly radiating in happiness at the sight of him. Did my heart just skip a beat? Naruto asked himself. Did I really do okay? Hinata stammered out with a blush on her face. Of course. Naruto exclaimed. You did awesome against KM. Would I lie to my fiancé of all people? Naruto questioned with a teasing smile on his face. Hinata squeaked in surprise, her blush deepening. Fiancé you see called me Hinata managed to say before her body fell limp in Naruto's arms. Hinata-chan. Naruto said in alarm before he turned to the very amused KM and said help me. KM looked at Hinata's unconscious form before he said, it seems she'll be out for some time from that. KM then took Hinata from his arms and said I will take her to rest. But maybe next time, you should choose your words carefully lest you want this to always be the end result. Naruto nodded with a pout as KM walked away with Hinata's unconscious body, and muttered damn, I was hoping to take her out to some Ichika's ramen me and my dumb mouth. Maybe I should hold off on that until she wakes up. Naruto then groaned and rolled his left shoulder and said maybe I should just head home for now. Get a little rest then get Hinata and see if she wants to eat tonight. With a nod and a new plan, Naruto left the Haka domain to his apartment. Kanahagakure no Sado Uzumaki apartment. Uzumaki Naruto, can they hold off drinking for one fucking day? Naruto grumbled to himself as stepped over a drunk old man camped at the stairs leading up to his floor, but as he pushed his key into his doorknob, the door creaked open. Did I leave this unlocked? Naruto thought with a confused look before he shrugged and walked into his living room. Nothing looks out of place Naruto said with a raised brow. He summoned a clone to look over the living room and kitchen, and thankfully, there were no traps. Good job, Naruto said happily to the clone, who bowed with a grin before exploding into smoke. Naruto walked through the living room towards his bedroom door, but as he opened the door, he came upon a sight he was not expecting. Wearing his clothes, which was sagging on her slim body, was Yamanaka Ino, and she was currently sleeping on his bed, but he noticed that in her arms was a stuffed bear with a heart in its arms that said I'm sorry, along with a large bouquet of flowers and a heart-shaped chocolate box. Oh Ino, Naruto thought softly. His words must have really affected her more than he thought. Naruto walked to the bed and placed a hand on her shoulder and shook her awake. Ino groaned and opened her eyes with a drowsy look before turned to Naruto and murmured and Naruto. Hey Ino, Naruto replied with a small smile. Comfy. Ino stared at him blankly and for a moment, Naruto could practically see her brain working through the fog, and when she blinked, her focus was clear, but to his surprise, tears began to form in her eyes. Oh my god Naruto. Ino shouted as she dropped the stuff in her arms on the bed and launched herself to Naruto, and embraced him tightly as she began to sob, leaving Naruto looking confused. I'm so sorry for all the bullshit I've said and done. I'm such a horrible bitch. Ino wailed against his neck. What did I miss? Naruto thought to himself as he pulled himself from Ino's grasp and frowned at her tears falling down her eyes. Hey, it's okay, what happened Ino? What's wrong? Why are you apologizing to me of all people? I was hella pissed at you for speaking the truth, so I wanted to show that we see good friends. Ino sniffed and looked down to the floor. But I knew me saying it may not work, so I decided to henges you. More tears began to well up in Ino's eyes as she asked him, why do people treat so horribly Naruto? Oh Ino-chan, Naruto whispered. You shouldn't have done that Ino-chan, no one should have to do that. But you can live that Ino exclaimed indignantly. These villagers treat you horribly. Being you today showed me that these people despise you and all that you do. That they don't hesitate to call you a demon. Naruto lowered his head as he heard Ino add how long? How long have you been treated like this? For as long as I can remember Naruto responded solemnly. You look so happy all the time and yet you were suffering and I added to that. No wonder you didn't trust me I don't deserve it, Ino said sadly. Naruto slowly looked up at her and saw the most heartbreaking smile he had never seen before on her tear-streaked face. Without thinking, Naruto reached over and wiped her tears away as he replied Ino-chan call me, I don't know what to say Ak. You don't have to say anything, Ino told him. I'm sorry Naruto I'm so fucking sorry I know I've done some bad stuff in the past, but I would love to be your friend. If you let me. Naruto stayed silent for a moment. She was speaking the truth. He knew she was. Those tears, the clothes she was wearing and the fact she was even in his place, where no one but Hinata and Anko knew of, told him that she meant every word. "Like know something?" Naruto suddenly stated. "I am really fucking hungry. I've been feigning for ramen for a while. It would be very great if this tearful but cute platinum blonde friend of mine to come with me." Ino seemed confused for a moment before a large smile appeared on her face. "Idiot, I would love to have lunch with you," with a small smile on her face. Naruto smiled and stood up on his feet and held his hand out to her, saying, "Now that this talk is done, let's go get us some ramen." Ino smiled while she put her hand in Naruto's open hand, and let him lift her up off the bed, and for a moment, Naruto saw a blush on her face, when he gave her a gentle smile. "Come on, let's head out to lunch." Naruto only smiled. It had been a day since Naruto and Ino had eaten lunch at Ichikuro's, and now Naruto was sitting in his apartment alone, silently putting the flowers Ino had gotten him in vase. It was strange, having someone actually experience what he goes through on a daily basis, and he honestly didn't know how to feel. Should he feel outraged that she poses him, or should he feel flattered that she took a walk in his shoes, something no one else has ever done, just to understand him? Naruto wasn't sure, but it leaned heavily to the second one, but this posed a new problem. Ino will no doubt want to know more about him, and why he was called a demon, but he won't tell her, not quite yet. He was willing to be her friend, but he didn't want her to know all of his secrets, not now at least. He picked up the small bear and placed it on the shelf in the right-hand corner and chuckled. "I do have to admit though. Chess certainly has a unique soul," Naruto thought to himself as he chuckled again with a shake of his head. At least something was going right in this confusing life of his. Just then, the lights in his room shut off, causing him to be blanketed in completely darkness. "I don't think I missed any light payments," Naruto murmured until he felt a presence in the room alongside him. "Get on your guard. You are not alone," Miyuki told him. She was immediately proven right when Naruto heard a small chuckle in the room. "Welcome back to the living world, Uzumaki Naruto. You have been missed," an unfamiliar voice said. Immediately, Naruto swiftly grabbed a kunai from his kunai pouch that was thankfully still on his person and threw it quickly, but the mysterious figure blocked it with his wooden cane. Now Naruto-san," the figure said with a small chuckle which made Naruto's eyes narrow before the figure added no sense in attacking an ally, especially one bearing gifts. Naruto gritted his teeth and took a small breath before laughing a bit. "Ally? So far, one of the few people I trusted with my life has betrayed me. Recently, what makes you think I trust you? A mere stranger is my ally?" Naruto asked with an edge in his voice as the grandfatherly image of the Sandaime within his mind, but he immediately forced him out of his mind. "Trust is very hard to come by in this world, but trust me Naruto-san, you will want me as an ally when the time comes. Until then." The stranger tossed a small scroll to Naruto, who caught it, glanced down at it, as the man continued with, "I figured I'd give you something you would want to have." "What is this and why did you give it to me?" Naruto asked with confusion and suspicion in his voice. The man in the shadows merely chuckled lowly and said, "I have shinobi all around this village. As my eyes and ears, I have heard very promising things about you, and, considering I've seen something similar happen to another Uzumaki, I figured this is what you deserve. And as for what is within that scroll, let's just say, this is your birthright the old monkey kept from you." "What else is new?" Naruto said with a bitter laugh, but then he looked up at the shadow and said, "Thank you for giving this to me. At least there are some people that want to see me happy, I suppose, even if they are complete strangers. It is no problem, Naruto-san, learn all you can within the scroll because it will grant you more power, both physically and mentally, than anyone could achieve. I cannot wait to see what you learn from within it. Now all you have to do is write the seal open with your blood, and it shall reveal all that is within it," the man said with a small chuckle. Naruto stared at the man a few moments longer and asked, "Tell me something, who you are." "Me? I am just a hawk soaring in the wind looking for promising shinobi for my glorious purpose, and I believe I found someone who will lead them until we meet again, Uzumaki Naruto." And with those words, figures seemed to melt into the shadows, and a few seconds later, the lights came on, illuminating the entire room, leaving Naruto alone with the mysterious scroll. "I don't trust him one damn bit," Miyuki said with heat in her voice, distrust glowing in her crimson eyes. "I don't either, but this scroll, I have to see what is within it," Naruto responded with narrowed eyes. "And why should he?" If what the man said was true, this was his birthright, and he deserved to see what was within it, and when he did, his eyes widened in surprise. The scroll was a large scroll that read Uzumaki Jutsu, as well as a bundle of clothes, but what caught his gaze was a hilt. A white and gold hilt. He picked up the hilt and tilted his head in confusion. "Unbelievable," he heard Miyuki breath out within his mind. "Naruto, do you know what you hold in your hand?" "Not at all," Naruto replied as he tossed the hilt up and down. "Here. Activate your Kaigen," Miyuki ordered, a hint of urgency in her voice. Never hearing that tone in his voice before, Naruto quickly activated his Kaigen in Miyuki's mode, and immediately, he noticed that the hilt seemed to have light purple orbs floating around it. "I want you to push chakra into it," Miyuki said. Naruto nodded and focused chakra towards the hilt. Naruto could see the mist of ice flowing around the hilt until the hilt expanded, and a sharp blade made of solid ice exploded out from the empty socket of the hilt, nearly piercing the floor. Whoa. What the hell? Naruto exclaimed as he glanced at the Naginata in his hand. So I was correct, Miyuki said with a small chuckle. This, my student, is the Kyukugar, spirit hilt. It allows you to summon the personal weapons of your Kaigen spirit. This is mine. The Naginata no Kurirain, Naginata of the Ice Lion. But you can already use ice to make weapons, Naruto explained. Why do you need a special weapon? He could feel Miyuki's smirk as she said, I want you to tap the Naginata against anything. Naruto nodded and swung the palm to his left to a lamp, and to his surprise, the minute the ice blade connected against the glass of his lamp, the entire lamp froze. Whoa, Naruto said as ice mist flowed from the lamp. It froze solid. And there is quite a lot more to it than that, but we will learn that in time. It is amazing this person held such a powerful Uzumaki artifact, Miyuki said. Naruto deactivated the Kaigen with Kaigen. Break, but as he said this, the hilt shrink down to normal, the ice blade vanishing almost immediately after the hilt's change. I see, so this is directly tied into the Kaigen. That is good to note, Naruto said as he placed the hilt on his bed. He then looked at the bundle of clothes and unfurled it to reveal sleeveless black shirt and pants with gold and silver linings on it, with matching gauntlets and boots. He also saw a red shirted cape in two sides, similar to a scarf attached to a gold and silver lion pauldron. As he lifted up the shirt, he realized that it was a little heavier than expected. Were these weighted clothing? I cannot believe that the Uzumaki clan's battle clothing is here. How amazing, Miyuki said, as Naruto held the shirt in his hands. Battle clothing? Naruto questioned. Yes. The Uzumaki clan only wore this when during war. It is made of a synthetic fiber known as Kevlar that is designed to protect its wearers from any cuts, abrasions and heat. Yeah, Irukanai said that the flak jackets were made out of something similar to that, Naruto replied. But I thought they were supposed to be light. Why is this one a little heavy? Yes, these clothes are different due to a special made metal that is woven into the clothing. It's called chakra metal. It allows you to channel chakra through them. We had them in our clothing as further protection, Miyuki replied. It looks pretty damn cool, but I don't want anyone to know I know about my lineage. I'll only wear this when the time is right, Naruto said as he pushed that aside. He then looked at the scroll and said, that person said there were Uzumaki-style jutsu in here. I can't wait to crack it open and see what is inside. As Naruto held the scroll, however, he noticed that beneath it was a framed picture. He lowered the Uzumaki technique scroll and held picture up. The picture was of a fair-skinned woman with long red hair that reached down to her ankles and violet eyes, wearing a high-collared, sleeveless blouse under a long, loose-fitting dress with a wristband on her left wrist and standard shinobi sandals. Beside her to the left was another fair-skinned woman with long, straight black hair, with bangs hanging on either side of her face to roughly frame her cheeks and black eyes. She wore a simple dark purple blouse with a red plum skirt and a light yellow apron normally worn over it, but Naruto's eyes then noticed that on the woman on the left sleeve, she had what he instantly recognized as the Uchiha clan's insignia. And the two women had their arms around their shoulders with wide smiles on their faces. It was then he noticed something beside the red-haired woman's leg. There was a small girl with similar long red hair like the woman beside her, with what seemed to be violet eyes as well, wearing a pink dress with a shy smile on her face. Naruto stared at the photo for a long time until realization struck him. He had seen this woman before. Years ago, he had a dream about her. She told him that she was his mother and that she loved him. He remembered talking to Iruka that same day at Ichikuras about it. She looked just like the woman in this picture. But if that is the case, Has looking at the two females that could be his mother and his sister. Naruto felt tears prickling at his eyes as heaviness filled his chest. This is her, my mother and my sister, Naruto whispered softly as he held the picture to his chest and hugged it tightly as those tears began to flow. After 2 hours passed, Naruto had calmed down and was now staring at the picture with narrowed eyes. He now knew the face of his mother and sister, but he needed to know more about them. He then gazed at the Uchiha female that stood beside his mother. Out of all the things I would have expected, she was friends with an Uchiha. I wonder who she is, though, Naruto thought. It didn't matter, she was dead. The only Uchiha that survived the appropriately named Uchiha massacre was his jackass of a schoolmate Sasuke. But maybe he would know about this woman if he knew about her. Maybe she kept a journal of some sort that talked about his mother. It was a long shot to be sure, but he did not want to go to the Sandaime, lest he explodes and tries to fight him for hiding so much from him. Naruto took the picture and tucked it within his jacket and said, well off to the Uchiha district. Konohagakure no Sado Uchiha district. Uzumaki Naruto. Man is sure is eerie here, Naruto noted as he walked through the empty Uchiha district, his eyes darting from left to right, keeping his guard up for anything that could pop up to attack him. Did he really need to be that paranoid? No. But having fought some very tough enemies, both living and dead, tend to make anyone paranoid, even himself. He soon came across Sasuke's store. The sole reason he knew Sasuke lived in this specific place was due to pranking him 3 years back after he made Hinata cry by being a jerk. He gave a quick knock on the door and said, Yo Sasuke. It's me. I need to talk to you. After a minute passed, the door opened to reveal a very haggard-looking Sasuke. Dope, what are you doing here? Sasuke asked tiredly, his eyes half-lidded in exhaustion. Naruto took note of the various rips and tears in his clothing, as well as cuts on his bare skin, and asked what the hell happened to you. Had a Kakashi happened, Sasuke muttered tiredly. He beat me, Sakura and our other teammate, sighed to a pulp for his bell test. We were barely able to pass it. As fucked up as you look, I know you are happy to achieve being a shinobi, so congratulations on passing his test, Naruto said genuinely. Sasuke was an ass, and Naruto would never let him forget it, but Naruto knew full damn well that being a shinobi was Sasuke's dream, and he worked hard to obtain it. Naruto noticed that Sasuke wasn't prepared for Naruto's congratulations because the Uchiha only looked at him in surprise. Thanks, Sasuke said before he cleared his throat and asked, so what are you doing here? Naruto took out the photograph and held it out to Sasuke as he asked, do you know who this woman is? Sasuke took the frame and glanced at the picture before his eyes widened in shock at it. I'll take that as yes. Naruto questioned with a grin. I've never seen the red-haired woman and child before, but the woman's just my mother, Sasuke answered before he looked to Naruto and asked, where did you get this? The red-haired woman and girl are my mother and my sister, Naruto responded softly. I was given this picture by someone today who knew I was looking for information about them. I was hoping that your mother, I believe you said, would have kept a journal or something. I don't think she did, but I can look around and see, Sasuke said as he handed Naruto the picture back. Thanks. I would appreciate it. Well, I'll let you get some rest, man. Congress again. If you find anything, stop by my place, Naruto said with a friendly smile on his face. Sasuke nodded and said will do. Naruto turned to walk away when he heard Sasuke shout oi. Naruto turned around to look at Sasuke curiously. If you can you take a copy of that picture and give it to me? I don't have any pictures of my mom anymore due to my own rage at what happened to my clan, Sasuke admitted softly. Of course, you are helping me out. Why won't I help you in return? Equivalent exchange after all, Naruto said with a thumbs up before he walked away, not seeing the grateful expression on Sasuke's face before he shut the door. Naruto was walking out of the distract before Mika's voice suddenly shouted behind you. But before he could act, he felt a jolt of pain in the back of his neck before everything went black. Konohagakure no Sato unknown force, Uzumaki Naruto. Ugh, where am I? The groggy Naruto asked himself as he forced his body off of the bumpy ground beneath him, before his eyes gazed upon the area around him. The last thing he remembered was talking to Sasuke before pain, and now he was in this forest. With a grunt, Naruto stood upon his 2 feet and looked around. This forest was nothing like the forest he had fought Mizuki in. It looked a lot more mysterious, but very dangerous. The entire feeling that was coursing through his veins was that he should never be in this forest alone. Welcome to the forest of death, a male's voice stammered out before starting to cough. Naruto turned around to see pale-skinned, sickly-looking brown-haired man who was dressed in more traditional Konoha shinobi attire, but with a weird kind of headband that covered the entire top of his head, but had the Hyade in the middle of it. I am Jekken Hyade. By the orders of the Hokage, I am to be your instructor to see if you are worthy of being a genin, Hyade said before he entered a brief coughing spell. A genin, so I still have a chance to become a shinobi? Naruto asked. A 66% chance, Hyade replied through his coughing. Once the coughing fit ended, Hyade took a breath and said originally, the Hokage wasn't going to test you, but thanks to Anko-san, he changed his mind and asked me to do your test, and that is what led you here. Alright, so hug Anko really hard, got it, Naruto said with a grin on his face. And this is where your test will take place. This is the forest of death. There are things in here that will try to kill you. They may be small like a bee or as large as a tiger, maybe even larger. I've also placed different traps inside the entire forest to make things more fun. It varies from poison to explosives. You have 3 days to hunt me down and to retrieve this. Hyade then took a scroll and held it out in front of him. If you are able to take this from me, you pass the test and will become a genin for Konohagakure no Sato. Is that all understood? Hyade asked before coughing again. And if I fail? Naruto asked. As I said, this test has a 66% fail rate. Per orders of the Hokage, this is your final chance to become a shinobi. If you fail against me, you will never be able to become a shinobi again, Hyade said. Naruto suddenly felt his stomach drop. If he failed this test, he won't even return to the academy, he would just be done as a shinobi for good. He lost Ruka just trying to become a genin. There is no chance he would lose this chance to actually become one. He called fail now after he lost so damn much. Urukanai died because I wanted more than anything to become a genin, Naruto said with a serious expression on his face. And now that I have a chance to become one, I don't care what sick test you put me through. I will pass it, no matter what the cost. Not just for my sake, but for Urukanai's as well. Naruto yelled in declaration before pointing at the shinobi. Hyade smirked at his fellow genin then at the kid before coughing slightly, and said good, Naruto. Let's hope you can keep your word, before he formed a few seals and disappeared in a flurry of leaves. I survived the other world, I can survive the forest, Naruto told himself with a determined grin as he began to set out. He only had 3 days to pass this test and Hyade's test as well, so he had to get a head start. He started to run as fast as he could only to step on a tripwire. When the tripwire was pulled, 2 huge spiked logs began to swing down towards the blonde at a fast pace. Naruto saw the large logs and quickly rolled out of the way to dodge the logs, only to nearly fall into a pit filled with poisonous snakes. Naruto stood up and jumped over the pit, nearly falling inside of it, but he managed to get himself up on the ground, and seconds after he did, the 2 logs collided where he was standing a few moments earlier. Holy shit. Naruto frowned as he said this. Pei did warn him of all these traps, but he figured they were all on the ground, so that means that he would have to travel by treetop. Naruto climbed up the tree, and when he reached the top, he only gasped in shock, then glared in anger. All along the tree branches were shurikens embedded in them, and if that wasn't enough, he saw some odd but faint purple stuff on it which he knew had to be some type of poison. Why did he think that was poison on those embedded shuriken? Because he did not put it past Hade at this point. Naruto climbed back down towards the ground, and when he landed on another tripwire. Naruto then knew as he dodged multiple man-made spears that shot from under the tree's branches that he had a long 3 days ahead of him. Konohagakure no Sato, Force of Death Day 2, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto sprang up from the river and shouted with joy. After hours of trying with no avail, he had finally caught 2 trout in the river in the forest. He made his way back onto land and grabbed a medium-length stick and impaled the 2 trout with it, then put it over a burning tree that was caught in one of Anko's explosive traps. He sat down on the log in front of it and waited for his fish to finish cooking, turning it around every few minutes to make sure it was done thoroughly. Naruto had made a lot of progress since he began a day ago. He managed to avoid being burned, skewered, drowned and poisoned, and at one point, one of those traps that had been set out really was going to do all those things to him, had he not made it out. He once read Always Go Straight on a fortune cookie once, and despite not understanding or reading the rest of it, he decided to keep going straight because it'd lead him out of this damned place. Naruto's ears perked up when he heard a twig snapping in a bush near his orange jacket. Naruto turned around and began to pull off of his back, and slowly walked to the bush, only to see a small wounded kid limping out of the bush at a quick pace. "Oh no," Naruto said as he walked towards the small orange-red furred kid. What Naruto had failed to notice was a large tiger coming his way, and when he did notice, it was already too late. The tiger lunged at the blonde, but luckily, Naruto was able to block the clawed hand of the tiger with a kunai, but in the process of blocking it, he fell to the ground, while trying to keep the raging tiger from trying to maul him. Naruto and the tiger growled at each other, before Naruto placed both of his feet on the tiger's stomach, and used all of his strength to push it off of him. The tiger flew back and landed on its side before getting back up, baring its fangs at Naruto, who was at that point looking down at his black shirt, and frowned when he noticed the tiger had clawed through it. Luckily, the wound the tiger gave Naruto was already healing to his surprise, but the pain remained for a long time before fading away, telling him that he could heal quickly, but the pain from the wound would linger on. "Well, that was a good hit, but I'm not finished just yet," Naruto told the beast with a grin as he and the tiger circled each other. Naruto pulled out his other kunai and twirled them both once, while the tiger bared its fangs once more before they lunged at each other. The fight between the human and animal was fierce, with Naruto taking multiple deep scratches to his side, shoulder and his inner left thigh, but while he could heal, the tiger could not, which was slowing down the animal's speed. After keeping up the intense duel for 10 minutes, the large tiger decided in a last-ditch effort to tackle Naruto, but slid under its lunging form, and turned around and stabbed his weapon forward, stabbing the tiger straight through its head, instantly ending the battle. Pulling out his kunai, Naruto fell to his knees victoriously, dropping them to the ground only to fall forwards to pant heavily, but as he did this, his eyes caught the small kid hobbling to him. The kid sat down beside his head and whined before he licked his cheek. Naruto smiled and raised his hand and petted the kid's head and said, "You're welcome, little guy." The kid yipped and plopped down on his side, which allowed Naruto to pet his stomach softly. Naruto could feel the relief and happiness from the small kitsune, which was very strange to Naruto. Could it be that the Kikbi no Kitsune within him was allowing him to feel what this little kitsune felt? Naruto shrugged at this and mumbled, "I've been through stranger things," before he noticed the feeling of hunger from the small kid. "Sit tight you, I'll get you some food." Naruto then rose up from the ground, and took walk towards where his fish were, and pulled one off of the medium-length stick, and walked to the kid, and mushed it enough for the kid to eat. As the kid ate, Naruto pulled out some medical wrap and wrapped it around the kid's wounded leg as quickly as possible, as he mumbled, "This way, you can heal and be strong enough to walk around." Naruto then stood up and made his way to his own fish and downed it before he walked back to the kid and knelt down in front of it to pet the top of his head, and said, "You take it easy." Naruto then stood and began to walk past, but he felt something tugging at his leg. When he looked down, he saw the kid with a bit of his pant leg in his mouth. "What's up, little one?" Naruto questioned. The kid whined and released the pant leg. Naruto could feel sadness and fear coming from the little animal, and said, "You don't like to be by yourself?" Naruto nodded in understanding before he lifted the kid up, and said, "Very well, you're coming with me then." The kid yipped happily and licked Naruto's cheek, which made him laugh. Konohagakure no Sato, Forest of Death Day 3, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto and his new partner spent pretty much remainder of the second day escaping traps, and making their way out of the now appropriately named Forest of Death, and Naruto was exhausted. He looked like he had been in a battle with a Kikbi and lost. His black shirt was long gone, leaving his slightly scarred chest bare. He was missing his blue sandals, and the left pant leg of his orange pants were ripped up from the knee down, while his right pants leg had multiple rips and tears in it. His jacket was wrapped around his waist in order to keep the small kid in it, and his kunai were still strapped on his back. During the second day, Naruto had managed to find clues of where Hade was located, and after following them for a day and a half, Naruto found himself in the middle of a random opening. He should be here, Naruto growled out tiredly. After a few minutes of checking around for the man, Naruto removed the small kit from out of his jacket, and fell to the ground with a thud. He hadn't had a wink of sleep in 2 days now, and it was taking its toll. The kid yelped and stood up on its hind legs and laid his paws on Naruto's head. Naruto could feel the feeling of fear coming off of the kid, but was just too tired to comfort it. Until it bit Naruto's ear. Naruto leaned up and held his ear, a tear in his eyes. Geez, Iru, that really hurt. Naruto yelled while he gave the kid he now called Iruka Iru for short a look of pain. The kid didn't have a name, and Naruto felt that Iruka would be a perfect name for him, in honor of his departed sensei, and luckily for him, the kid liked it just as much as he did. Naruto felt Iru becoming sad and quickly tried to cheer the small kid up by petting the little one softly and smiled when he felt the warmth of comfort flow over the fox, but then, he heard a noise in the trees. Naruto instructed Iru to wait in the bushes while he pulled out a pair of kunai. Geez Naruto, don't you look like hell, a voice wheezed out as Naruto turned around to see Hade standing there before beginning to hack and cough loudly, making Naruto start to gag lightly. Well, you found me and we are in the third day, Hade said with a small cough. Naruto watched as he placed the scroll on his belt and said, so my goal is to take the scroll from you, right? Naruto asked, just to go over the requirements to passing Hade's test. Hade shook his head before pointing his sword at Naruto, coughing slightly. Your goal is to not only take this scroll from me, but to draw blood from me as well, by any means necessary. If you can do those two things, you pass, but if I draw blood from you and you have the scroll, you will fail. If you drew blood from me but you didn't take the scroll, you fail, and I don't need to say what happens if you don't take the scroll or draw blood. Do you understand those terms? Hade asked before Naruto nodded without a second thought. Hade then took out a timer and set it to 60 minutes. You have 1 hour to do both of these things, understood? Hade asked again before Naruto nodded again. He just hoped Iru didn't come out of those bushes until after all of this is over. Konohagakure no Sato, Forest of Death Day 3, Uzumaki Naruto vs Chicken Hade. Hade jumped and landed soundlessly on the ground before stepping into a Kenjutsu stance. Naruto smirked as he twirled his kunai once while he circled his sensei, thinking that this would be easy. All he had to do was strike when his sensei began to cough. Naruto had the plan all worked out until his sensei put his katana down and popped a pill in his mouth. What is that? Naruto asked before Hade suddenly began to hack violently. The shinobi fell on his knees and began to cough more violently before looking up at Naruto. I'll be fine Naruto, this is just to make sure my coughing doesn't get in the way of this test, Hade rasped out before continuing to cough. Naruto suddenly felt nervous as Hade's coughing and hacking began to slowly. When Hade stood up, everything about him changed. No longer did he have those bags under his eyes or did he no longer cough. His eyes were like a viper ready to strike without second thought. Naruto suddenly knew this was going to be a lot harder than he expected. Naruto thought he would be able to catch him while he was coughing, but now that Hade took that pill, he looked stronger than ever. Naruto had to decide what he should go for first. Blood or the scroll. Naruto figured that making his instructor draw blood would be easier than capturing the scroll, so he decided to go after the hardest thing first. But before he could spring into action, Hade spoke. Before we start, I must tell you something, Hade said before Naruto stared at him, ready to attack at any second. I will not hold back Naruto, so come at me with the intent to kill, Hade finished, his voice clear since taking that pill. Naruto nodded and replied, then let's not waste time. Kaigen. Awaken. Naruto shouted, his vibrant blue eyes becoming dull. Kaigen? Hade questioned just as Naruto charged at the man, throwing one of his kunai at him before jumping in the air, and slashed him at a downward angle. Hade deflected the kunai and sidestepped Naruto's attack, and aimed a kick at the back of his head, only for Naruto to duck under it, and attempt to sweep the Chunin off of his feet. Hade backflipped to avoid the attempted sweep, and continued to backflip away before landing on his feet, skidding slightly to a stop, as he threw 3 kunai at a rapid pace towards the blonde, who created a shadow clone who he pulled in front of him to take the hit. The clone dispersed in a plume of smoke, and Naruto saw his chance. Naruto made 3 shadow clone and hinged them into 3 kunai, and ran from behind the dispersed clone smoke, and threw them while he ran towards Hade, purposely missing his sensei, and began to slash repeatedly at him. Hade deflected the attacks before moving to the side fluidly and ducking another one of Naruto's slashes, before sweeping his leg under Naruto's, making the boy fall on his back. Naruto quickly rolled backwards and flipped himself onto his hands before vaulting himself in the air, making 3 hand seals before shouting Kage Bushin no Jutsu. 30 shadow clones appeared in the air along Naruto, and his clones pulled out their kunai, and when they landed on the ground, the army of blondes took off running at Hade, screaming as they came closer to him. Hade was mildly impressed. 30 shadow clones was no child's play to pull off, but the blonde did it and don't even look winded in this least. The leading clone jumped in the air and tried to attack Hade with its kunai, but Hade moved to the side and quickly dispelled the clone with his katana. He then twirled his katana and deflected an intended strike of the clone's kunai, and took off the Bushin's head, before grabbing a kunai from out his pouch, used it to block a Bushin's kunai from cutting him, and used his katana to deflect 2 more clones from striking him. Hei quickly used his katana to cut off both of the Bushin's heads, before he forcefully pushed the clone's kunai out of its hands and into the air, before stabbing the clone in its throat with his kunai, before quickly pulling it out and throwing it at a running clone, hitting it in its forehead. Without watching that clone die, Hade moved to the side to avoid and ducked an oncoming attack, only to find himself rolling to the side, nearly being impaled by a kunai. Hade continued to roll until he rolled himself onto his knees and used his katana to block 4 kunai, then took out kunai, and in one clean swipe, he cut them both in the stomach, dispelling them. Hade noticed 4 clones running up behind him. He quickly stood up and ran towards them with his katana in his right hand and a kunai in his left. Hade jumped over one clone who decided to tackle him, and in one motion, he ducked and rolled under a clone, which tried to tackle him, and stabbed 2 clones in the chest with his katana and his kunai. Hade pulled out the katana and the kunai, and twirled his body around, and decapitated the 2 clones he had evaded a few moments earlier with his katana. Hade then took out an exploding tag and put it on his kunai, and threw into one clan that had 5 clones around him, and before they knew it, the tag exploded, killing the clones in one fell swoop, and also killing 5 more clones, when a tree that was blown in half from the exploding tag fell on them. Naruto watched in shock as he watched the Chunin decimated 22 of his clones in less than 2 minutes, with no problem at all, but Naruto suddenly remembered something and grinned. He knew how he was going to capture the scroll. He then ordered the rest of his clones and told them the plan. The duplicates nodded before jumping off the tree and onto the ground, only to stop. So, was going first? One of the clones asked as the other 7 shrugged their shoulders in unison. I know him, not the clone near the tree said as he crossed his arms like a spoiled brat, ignoring his mother, because she won't give him any ice cream after dinner. Well, I saw how all my brothers died out there, and him not going. The clone crouching on his feet, said with a lot of resentment towards Hade. The clones suddenly started arguing between themselves about who was going to fight first. Naruto and Hade couldn't believe what was going on. What kind of stunt was this? Hey, you guys are supposed to be fighting Hade, not fighting each other. Naruto yelled only to receive the bird from his clones. Hade sighed. He didn't know Naruto long, but he knew he was the only one who would argue with himself. Hade rolled his eyes with a smirk before he charged at the arguing blondes. Get on guard, Naruto shouted before one of the clones was stabbed in the chest by the Chunin. He then turned his body and grabbed his katana, and in one fluid motion, he swings the katana out of the clone, and cuts 2 clones straight through the middle. You bastard! The 5 exclaimed in unison as they began to use their kunai to slice him in 2. Hade parried their blows and managed to kill 2 of them, before his sword was knocked out of his hands and far behind him. Hade scowled and dodged the 3 Bushin's blades while walking backwards, trying to get to his katana. The clones in the original Naruto smirked. Hade called fight without his blade. Hade kicked one of the clones and used his chest as a springboard, but before he could reach his katana, the kunai Naruto had threw earlier exploded into smoke before a clone ran out and jumped in the air before tackling the Chunin in midair, sending the 2 rolling to the ground. The 2 rolled on the ground until the skid to a stop. The clone noticed the scroll on Hade's belt and reached for it, only to be dispelled by Hade's kunai in his back. Hade stood up shakily before seeing the clones charging at him at a fast pace. Hade grabbed his katana and parried their blows again, but this time, Hade had more trouble doing so. The Pel's effect is fading faster than I thought, Hade thought to himself calmly as he moved to the side to avoid a fatal hit. He knew at this point that he had to finish this and fast before he lost. Hade ducked under slash and rolled behind the 3 clones and slashed upwards, cutting all 3 of the clones and dispelling them. Naruto looked at Hade and grinned when he heard a soft cough escape his throat. He is growing weaker. I believe it is time to complete our objective, Naruto heard Miyuki say in his mind before nodding in agreement. Right, Naruto said softly as he closed his eyes. It's time to see how strong I truly am. Naruto then opened his eyes and softly whispered. Jekum-san, it is time to get very serious. Kaigen. Awaken Miyuki. Naruto's eyes then changed color to icy blue. A silver-white snowflake that glowed faintly appeared within them. Hei could feel a burst of cold air suddenly envelop the area around him. When did it get so cold? He muttered before he looked to Naruto. Through the icy mist, he could see Naruto's eyes glowing behind them until they vanished. Where did he? Naruto had suddenly appeared before him, and roundhouse kicked Hade hard in the face, sending the Chunin to the ground back first, causing him to skid lightly before coming to a stop. Heiei looked up at the genin in shock as a calm expression was on his face. Heiei was surprised. He knew Naruto was fast due to his girlfriend's constant stories of the orange blur running from her and her co-workers, but that was an obscene show of speed. Heiei flipped to his feet and held his katana in front of his body. "You caught me off guard, impressive. But it will not happen again," Heiei said while biting back a cough, still trying to give the illusion that the pill is still in effect. Naruto nodded almost serenely and replied, "I will be sure to not, Jekum-san." Heiei merely smirked at the boy's words. "This kid may be more challenging than I first expected." The wind blew over the area the two warriors stood in, their gazes locked in an internal battle of who will start this battle off first. "After you, Jekum-san," Naruto said with gently, a small smile on his face. It is strange to see how calm he was. Just moments before he had boundless energy. It's as if he changed into another person, Heiei thought to himself. Heiei dashed forward, aimed a roundhouse kick at Naruto, but Blanc summoned an ice pillar to block the kick. What the hell? A Heimton user. Heiei gasped out. Naruto turned his head and gave Heiei a calm smile, and said to him so much more, before he raised his hand, causing the another pillar to shoot past Heiei's extended leg and slam into the man's chin, which sent Heiei flying backwards in the air. Heiei managed to recover and skidded on the ground on his feet, before he gasped in shock as Naruto closed his hand, causing the pillar of ice to shatter into crystals. With a snap of his fingers, the ice shard shot towards Heiei at breakneck speeds. Heiei gripped his hilt and began to swing his sword with precise precision, slicing through each shard that came his way before he leapt into the air, and used his chakra to dash towards Naruto. Naruto slammed his foot on the ground, and 3 pillars of ice shot out from the ground at an angle towards Heiei. Heiei barely managed to block the 3 pillars with his sword, but the impact still sent him flying backwards. Naruto leapt onto the pillar and dashed up it as he summoned an ice trident in his right hand, and with a leap, he twisted his body and launched it towards Heiei, who swung his sword downward and smacked the trident away. But when Heiei did that, he lifted his head up only to get punched in the face, which sent him soaring down to the ground, but again, Heiei managed to recover and landed in a crouched position. Naruto landed on the ground and swung his ice-made trident at the shinobi, but Heiei ducked the oncoming strike from Naruto's weapon, then moved to the side, before he could be skewered by Naruto's ice-made spear. Fast. Heiei thought to himself as he continued to block Naruto's advancing shots before being able to hit Naruto with a rib-bruising kick, only to see Naruto bend his body sideways to avoid the kick. Seeing another chance, Heiei shifted his position and kicked Naruto in his stomach, sending the genin flying back and rolling onto the ground. Naruto quickly got back on his feet and threw a kunai with a smirk on his face, as he watched Heiei deflected into the air. "It is done, Bushin Bakuha," the Uzumaki shouted before the kunai changed back into Naruto's clone and glowed brightly. Heiei could only make a few seal before the clone exploded above him. Naruto smirked as the clone went off, knowing Heiei could have been able to dodge it in time, but his smirk soon changed into shock as he saw Heiei in a nearly invisible white orb that seemed to glow with chakra. "Gaze up on my personal jutsu, Naruto Tsuki Shai Rudo, Moon Shield." Naruto was stunned by this development, before he closed his eyes and chuckled before he held out his hands, and summoned several ice pillars to soar towards Heiei. Heiei smirked before he spun out of his orb and shouted Tsuki Shai Rudo. "Fumakir. Moon Shield. Take off." Heiei then hit his katana on the shield and sent it flying towards Naruto's pillars. The pillars crumbled against the might of the powerful jutsu, and continued to fly towards Naruto, but the blonde moved to the side at the very last second, and dodged the orb, only for it to bounce off of a tree, and head back towards Naruto. Naruto turned his and looked surprised, and just as the orb was going to hit him, Heiei shouted Tsuki Shai Rudo Kiraike Moon Shield. Detonate. The orb suddenly exploded in a flash of light, blinding the Kenjutsu user, and bathed the entire area in light. When the light faded away, Heiei found Naruto unconscious with smoke rising from off of his unconscious body. Heiei walked slowly towards the unconscious blonde, but when he got towards him, he looked on in shock as he watched Naruto began to rise shakily from the ground. A soft laughter escaped the blonde genin as he stared at the sky, confusing Heiei immensely. "Looks like you lost your scroll," Naruto's dual voice announced with an arrogant tone in his voice, as Heiei looked at him with a confused look in his eyes. But then he looked down at his waist, and still noticed his scroll was missing from his belt. Naruto grinned softly before he was dispelled, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. Heiei was shocked when he saw Naruto just disappear in a plume of smoke before chuckling to himself. "Impressive. You switched with the clone at the last second." "Interesting," Heiei said in a slight raspy tone. "Of course," Naruto replied calmly. "Now please, let us continue." "I must see how strong I've become," Naruto told him as he held out his right hand and formed an ice katana, which he wrapped his hand around the hilt and dashed forward. Naruto swung his blade at Heiei when he got close enough, but Heiei quickly blocked the katana with his own, nearly being pushed back. Heiei was able to push Naruto back, only to quickly go on the defensive, as Naruto closed the distance and began relentlessly attacking him, and much to Heiei's shock, he had trouble blocking a few of them. Interesting, his abilities are similar to the Nidain bloodline. Heiei thought as moved to the side to avoid a strike, but ducked to avoid a strike from behind him. He then twisted his body in an angle, allowing Naruto fly over him before rolling on the ground and jumped back to his feet, blocking the swing of the blonde's ice katana. Hayate swept his feet under the blonde's feet, effectively tripping him onto the ground, but the original rolled out of the way to avoid the stab of his katana. Naruto flipped back on his feet only to bend backwards to avoid Hayate's katana cutting him in two. Hayate quickly spun around and axe-kicked Naruto in his chest, sending Naruto back onto the ground. Naruto quickly rolled to the side and continued rolling, until he rolled himself back onto his feet and deflected two kunai with his katana, only to duck the swipe of Hayate's blade and counter, but slashing his blade up, but growled in annoyance when Hayate used a kunai to block it. Naruto and his sensei eyes caught each other's for a split moment before Naruto swept Hayate off of his feet and leapt up into the air and pointed his katana down towards Hayate, who quickly switched himself with a chuck of wood, just as Naruto's blade pierced, then split it in half. Naruto yanked his blade free and twirled it around in his hand while standing up. Please surrender. I do not wish to wound you, Jekum-san. Just then, Hayate's figure flickered in front of Naruto with his katana held high in the air, making Naruto raise his to defend with his sword, but then Hayate flickered out again, only to appear fully behind him, preparing to ream him through. Turning around as quickly as possible, Naruto blocked the strike with his sword and rammed his fist against Hayate's face, sending the Jnin stumbling backwards where he used the sword to make an ice pillar, which slammed into Hayate's stomach and sent him backwards towards several trees, but Hayate changed into a wooden block. Naruto quickly summoned an ice shield and blocked a strike of Hayate's sword. A staring contest ensued between the two combatants, but Naruto caused an ice-made fist to slam against Hayate's face, which made the Hayate stumble backwards, but he pulled out several kunai and threw them towards Naruto. Naruto used his ice shield to deflect them all, but then he created 10 clones and ordered them to attack, which made them charge towards the Jnin at high speed, but as they charged the first 10 threw down smoke bombs towards Hayate to hinder his vision. As the cloud of black smoke billowed around the shinobi, Naruto summoned 3 more clones, and have them hide as discarded kunai behind him near a tree. Once the smoke cleared around Hayate, the shinobi saw his 10 clones charging towards him, all of them wearing a frozen look of serene peace on their faces, despite the fact they had several ice-made weapons in their hands. Hayate placed his katana at his side and dug his feet into the ground, and narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Well then Naruto, you forced my hand." Hayate let a small smirk on his face as his katana began to glow bright white, while the area around him faded into a deep black simultaneously. Mikazuki Yebe, Crescent Moonblade. With those words, Hayate gripped his hilt tightly before swinging his blade in an arch, making a bright silvery white wave of chakra towards Naruto and his clones, who were not expecting it, and was quickly dispelled the 10 of them. Seeing this attack coming, Naruto summoned an ice wall to block it, but to his surprise, the attack destroyed the ice wall, and continued to fly towards him. Naruto quickly summoned an ice shield to block the wave of energy. He dug his feet into the ground, trying to keep himself grounded, but soon, he found his feet skidding across the ground, before he found himself soaring high into the air. Hayate watched as the wave of white chakra flew into the air before it disappeared with a small twinkle of light was seen in the bright blue sky. Hayate let a grin form on his face for a moment before turning around to block the blade of Naruto's ice spear. "I should have known you would get out of that one, Naruto." Naruto nodded with a kind smile, and broke apart their clash as he murmured, "You keep underestimating Jekum-sen. That will lead to your defeat." With the spin of the ice-made spear, Naruto began to thrust it forward rapidly, which caused Hayate to block each lunge with his own katana, matching the frantic pace. Faking a downward stab, Naruto stepped on Hayate's foot as hard as he could to distract the Jnin long enough to ram the end of his spear into Hayate's face, and when that proved successful, Naruto then twisted his body, and slammed the butt of the spear against Hayate's stomach, and made it extend, which caused Hayate to fly backwards into a tree. Naruto dismissed the ice spear and summoned 3 clones and said go. The 3 clones charged towards Hayate, who lit up and quickly made a few signs, and said Tsuki Shairu without warning. The discarded kunai around Hayate exploded into ice, which crossed in front of Hayate's body, pinning him to a tree, while the third trapped his left arm. Naruto saw that the clones were closer to Hayate than they were to him, so with another few hand seals, Naruto snapped his fingers, and said Bushin Bakuha, as he summoned an ice wall to shield him. Seeing the clones begin to glow brightly, Hayate's eyes whitened in horror as he summoned as much chakra as he could in his free right arm, and made his moon shield, before he smacked it forward with a shout of Tsuki Shairudo. Kurika. The minute the two techniques collided, a large explosion rocked the area, causing the entire forest to shake. When the smoke cleared, there was a gigantic crater between Hayate and the ice wall that had shielded Naruto from the blast. The ice wall melted away to reveal Naruto, looking no worse for wear as he gazed upon the crater, and gave a small chuckle, as he made a trail of ice to walk across the crater until he was on the other side. He walked towards the dozens of downed trees, and saw Hayate's arms sticking out of the rubble of wooden remains of several trees. Summoning 2 clones, the pair dug up Hayate's form and as well as his katana, and held him up. Naruto grabbed the katana and held it to Hayate's cheek. Hayate's eyes fluttered open to reveal Naruto before him with his own katana, and chuckled mirthlessly. "You are a tough challenge to be able to outbattle me. Before you took that pill, I thought I had this in the bag." I thought it would be so simply to defeat you, because all you had to do to lose was cough, and I will have been able to capitalize on that. But after you took that pill, I was quickly at a disadvantage, and I had to change that by revealing one of my trump cards earlier, Naruto admitted humbly. But I have to be strong to keep my promises, and battling you told me exactly how strong I have become, so thank you, Jekum-san, Naruto said as he cut a small wound on the man's cheek, just enough to draw blood. Just as the alarm he set began to ring. Heiid already knew about Naruto's unpredictability, but to use that during battle and just on the fly was simply amazing to the Chunin. At that moment, Heiid could tell that this kid was going to be one amazing shinobi. Uzumaki Naruto, you have officially passed the test. You are hereby an official genin of Konohagakure no Sato, Heiid said with shut eyes and a smile on his face. Naruto smiled thankfully, and gave respectful bow and said thank you, Jekum-san. Konohagakure no Sato Hokage Tower. Sandame Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsurutobi's eyes were filled in shock as he looked at the crystal ball, his skin as pale as snow. That just couldn't be possible. Before, Naruto couldn't even form a basic clone, but now, he had defeated one of his skilled Kenjutsu Chunin in a hard-fought battle. There was no doubt about it now. He had the bloodline his mother had. He had to do something about this. Congratulations Uzumaki Naruto for successfully completing your test to become a shinobi. You are now seen as a genin of Konohagakure no Sato. May you serve with pride. Naruto stood in front of the Hokage with a small grin on his face, with Heiid standing behind him. The minute he had passed the test, Heiid had taken him back to the tower with the small kit that Naruto had rescued from the tiger in his arms. Naruto was glad that he managed to become a shinobi, but his anger at the man he saw as his grandfather was overwhelming. He had been able to hold it in during their first meeting, but now that he was in front of him, it was starting to build up. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Naruto said, forcing the venom out of his response. Levanko-sen's still out on her mission until next week. I will have Heiid as your temporary sensei until she returns, and not only that, I am giving you your very first mission with him. A mission? So soon? Heiid asked. Yes. You two are to accompany Team Guy protect Yuki Fujika's during the production of her latest film, the Hokage explained. Who are after her? Heiid questioned. That we do not know, but whoever it is, we must keep her protected at all costs, the Hokage replied. Where is she now? Naruto asked. She is actually within the village now. She's keeping a low profile however, so she doesn't want to be bothered, the Hokage said. She will meet with you and Team Guy tomorrow morning. Is that all then? Naruto asked. There's one pressing matter, the Hokage replied before he glanced at the sleeping kid in Naruto's arms. The kid in your arms, you know how the village feels about foxes, Naruto. Yeah, too bad for them, Naruto instantly responded, which made the Hokage frown. This little kid was going to die against a really out-of-place tiger in the forest. He has no one but me. I'm ready and willing to protect him through any harm that comes to him. If the villagers don't like it, they can bite me. Naruto, the Hokage said with a warning tone. You don't know my parents, you let the villagers bully me, and my apartment would be a shithole had Iruka-sensei, and I not have fixed it up. The least you can do is let me keep him, Naruto said with narrowed eyes. Unless you want for us to argue today, I suggest you let me keep him. The Hokage and Naruto stared at each other before the elder sighed and said very well, but whatever happens will be upon you. No one else. I can accept that, Naruto replied. Anything else? The Hokage reached into his desk and pulled out a haidai, and said in his will, Iruka gifted you his headband. I figured you would want to have it as your headband as well. The Hokage then tossed the haidai to Naruto, who caught it with his other hand, and looked down at it with fondness. It even had the small N in the corner that he had etched into it when he first took it from Iruka. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Naruto said genuinely before he turned around and waved to his superiors with a see you later. He showed some restraint in yelling at him, but I have a feeling you are going to blow up at him sooner rather than later, Miyuki said. I know, but the sooner I can stave it off the better. Besides, at least he honored Iruka-sensei's will and gave me his hideout in the meantime. I have a free day. Up for some training? Naruto asked. You went through a lot in that last battle, and I'm not quite replenished yet to continue. Let's just have you relax before we go on this mission. Besides, I'm sure we'll have many chances to train during it, Miyuki replied. Damn, since Sonata-chan is still training for her mission, I can't visit her either, Naruto said with a grumble. Why not talk to Ino? She was very genuine when she told you all that she had been through while pretending to be you, Miyuki suggested, which caused Naruto to pause mid-step. Miyuki did have a very good point. He did promise to be friends with Ino after her brazen attempt at taking his identity, and since she made the first step, he might as well make the second one. Good idea, sensei. Let's go see Ino-san. Naruto replied before he made his way to the flower shop that he knew she would be. Konohagakure no Sato Yamanaka Flower Shop. Uzumaki Naruto. When Naruto walked into the shop, he noticed that Ino was behind the counter reading a magazine, and didn't even bother to look up from it when the door rang. Welcome to Yamanaka Flower Shop, Ino said with a bored tone. Hey Ino-san, Naruto said with a wave. Oh, Naruto-kun. Ino exclaimed, the magazine laid forgotten as she looked at Naruto excitedly. You were gone for a good while. It was then Ino noticed the small sleeping kid in Naruto's arms, and let out a small squeal of excitement. She quickly ran over to Naruto and scooped the small kid out of his arms and held it in hers, which caused the small kid to yip sleepily before it snuggled into her arms to sleep again. Oh, that little fox is so adorable. Does it have a name? What gender is it? Ino asked him. A name? Naruto asked before he glanced at the small fox, and suddenly, a sad smile appeared on his face. Iruki, that's his name after Irukanai. Ino looked to Naruto and frowned as well. That's a wonderful name. I'm sure Iruka-sensei would love to have met him. I'd like to think so, Naruto replied before shaking away the brief melancholy and said, so, notice anything different about me? Ino stared at him long and hard before she said, you look more beat up than usual. Oh geez, I didn't on yet, Naruto said before he pulled out his hide-ite and wrapped it around his forehead, then tied it with a grin. Yara Shinobi, Ino exclaimed. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. Thanks. That's why I was gone for the last few days. Gaining this bad boy, Naruto replied as he thumbed the hide-ite. It sucks though because I have mission tomorrow. Really? So soon? Ino asked. Yeah. I'm supposed to protect Yuki Fujika's with Team Guy, Naruto said. Ino gasped. Yuki Fujika's white yard guarding her. Yeah, Naruto said with a confused tone. I know she's an actress, but I've never really heard of her before. Never heard of ya, I've never heard of Kanheim. Have you been living under a rock? Ino exclaimed. I'm not big into movies, Naruto responded defensively. Video games are more my thing. Well now that won't do. I'm coming over to your place tonight with my videos up so we can go through all her movies, so by your mission tomorrow, y'all be super starstruck. Ino exclaimed before she gave him a rather happy smile, which made Naruto blink in surprise. Has seen Ino's nosy face, her cocky face and her grinning face, but this was the first time he really saw her smile, and it made his heart skip a beat. Well sure, Naruto said, his face heating up slightly before he added it like that. I'll even make sure I have some good food waiting for your arrival. Heh, score one for me, Ino said before her face suddenly turned bright red. I'll see you tonight. I'll see you tonight, Naruto replied before he looked to the kid and said, I also need to get little Iruki back. Ino looked down at the kid in her arms, and from the look on her face, Naruto saw how reluctant she was to return Iruki, so with a laugh, he said, bring him back with you. Naruto then smiled as he walked towards the door. Wait a second. Ino suddenly shouted. Naruto looked at her and asked, what's up? Ino looked at the blonde in front of her, and with a small smile, she said, thanks for taking up my offer, Naruto. I appreciate it. Naruto scratched the back of his neck with a small blush on his face. Ah, it's no problem, Ino. Besides, we're friends. Ino beamed at him before she wrapped him up in a hug, before she walked back to her counter, her face slightly red, similar to Naruto's own face. See you later, Naruto said. Ino giggled and said, until tonight. What's going on for tonight? Inoichi's voice rang out from the stairs beside the counter. I'm staying over Naruto-kun's place so we can watch the Kanheim movie trilogy, Ino explained with a tiny blush. Has going to be on a mission with her, and he has no idea who she is, so I gotta turn him to my religion. Inoichi looked at her with an unsure expression on his face, before he noticed the pleading look on his daughter's face. Oh, how could I say no to that face? Inoichi said, which made Ino smile happily. I was coming down to let you know that you can close up show early too. Inoichi barely got the words out when Ino cheered happily. Yes. Thank you, Daddy. Ino shouted as she carefully scooped up Iruki, and said I'll be back to grab my stuff, but I'm hanging out with Naruto-kun for the rest of the day. Have fun, sweetie, Inoichi said before Naruto heard Inoichi's voice in his head. If you do anything perverted with my daughter, I will know. No worries about that, Inoichi-san, Naruto replied with a small grin. Inoichi smiled and gave a nod as Ino bumped her hip against Naruto's and said, come on, Naruto-kun. Let's head to my place so we can grab my stuff. But as the pair walked outside, the two heard a shout of Naruto. Coming from their left. Naruto and Ino turned their heads to see Sasuke coming towards him with something in his hand. Yo Sasuke, what's up? Naruto asked before he took the frantic look on Sasuke's face into account and said, you look frantic as all hell. Is everything okay, Sasuke-kun? Ino asked curiously. Sasuke looked at Ino and then Naruto with a confused look before he shook his head quickly and said to Naruto, I found the journal. I had to dig deep for it, but I found it, but there is some shit in here that I don't think anyone should know. Naruto and Ino looked at each other with a frown before Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, I was just about to go home and prepare for a visit, but we can hash this out there. Follow me. Kanahagakure no Sado, Naruto's residence. Uzumaki Naruto. 5 minutes after the two walked into Naruto's home, Naruto waited until Ino shut the door behind her before he asked, so what's got you so amped up, man? So a lot of shit is in this journal that I cannot begin to explain, Sasuke said as he paced Naruto's living room. So why come to me then? Would your sensei be a better bet? Naruto asked. No, I can't trust anyone in the village, right? Not with this, and by the time I tell you what I found, I doubt you could either, Sasuke responded. Now Naruto was nervous. In the many years he knew him, Sasuke had never lost his composure before, so to see him so frazzled out of his mind, made Naruto fear what as in that small, unassuming notebook. Well, sit down, man. Is whatever in that journal that serious, Sasuke-kun? Ino asked. More than anyone would ever know, Sasuke said before he looked to Naruto and asked, do you trust her to be here? This is some serious shit. I do, Naruto said. If it was my choice, it'd have Hinata-chan here as well. Sasuke looked a bit unsure, but he nodded and said, alright, well, after you left, I went digging around for the journal, and this morning, I found it after going under my mother's bed. ... What was in it that made you so frazzled? Naruto asked. Sasuke looked at the two with a grave look as he said, my clan was going to perform a coup on Konoha. I rushed over here as fast as I could, Hinata said as she sat down beside Ino with an exhausted sigh. Thanks, I did not want to continue this until you got here, Naruto said before he looked at Sasuke. Thanks for waiting for her to get here. I would be lying if I said I did it just for her to know, Sasuke admitted. I needed to gather my thoughts while we waited here. Though for you to know that jutsu is amazing. Yeah, cage bushins rock my socks, Naruto responded with a grin. Alright, now that you are here Hinata, we can begin, Ino said. Hinata nodded, but Naruto caught the expression on Hinata's face as she glanced to Ino, but it was gone as quickly as it arrived. Right, so let's begin, Sasuke said. So before Naruto stopped me to get you, I was telling him that my clan, the Uchiha clan, was planning a coup on Konoha. Hinata gasped at this. My father planned it all, and mother documented it in her journal. Everything. How the Uchiha felt wronged by the village. From the start of my father's intricate plans to potentially the night of the massacre, it's all in here, Sasuke told them. How can that be? Your clan was always loyal to Konoha, Ino told him. One of the most revered clans in all of Konoha, along with the Hike clan, Akamichi clan and our clan. Hell, maybe even more so. I thought so too until I read this, Sasuke said before he looked to Naruto and asked, before we continue, I need to know something, Naruto. Sure. What do you need to know? Naruto asked. Sasuke didn't answer vocally, but Sasuke instead walked to Naruto and opened to a page that was bookmarked. Naruto looked into the page and felt his eyes widen in shock. Sasuke's mother had mentioned the kickbee and its sealing into his body. I just need to know. Is it true? Sasuke asked. Yeah, Naruto replied. Found out the night Mizuki and Iruka died, I had no idea myself. Sasuke stared for a moment, as if searching for any deception before he nodded. Well, that or not, you're still a dope. I won't see you differently. Jackass, Naruto replied dryly, which made Sasuke grin. Both Hinata and Ino looked between the two in confusion before Ino asked, so are you guys going to let me in on what was in the diary? Naruto looked to Ino and said, I'll tell you later. I promise. Ino nodded, but Naruto knew she was curious. So, the Hokage and the rest of the council suspected that the Uchiha were responsible for the kickbee attack, due to Might and Jutsu's ability to control the beast, Sasuke said. Whoa, that's some news, Ino said with surprise. News to me too, Sasuke retorted. How did they come to that realization? Hinata questioned. No idea honestly. Nothing in my family's scrolls said anything about that ability at all, so how they came upon that discovery confuses me, Sasuke admitted. Because of this thought, they distrusted my clan and made our district to keep us all in one place to make it easier to keep tabs on us. How cruel, Hinata murmured. I will tell you now. My father was the clan leader, and he was very easy to anger, so thanks to the mistrust and isolation from the very home he and our clan protected was a betrayal to him, Sasuke stated. And that was when he started to plan the coup, Naruto stated as he crossed his arms. Sasuke nodded and said, now this is where your mother comes in. Naruto's back straightened out and he narrowed his eyes at the Uchiha. Apparently, our moms were best friends, Sasuke began. Since they were our age. They were even on the same team with the Hike clan leader. Hike Hiashi. He was on my mother's team, Naruto thought. He never shared that information to me. Your mother knew my father. Hinata murmured in surprise. How strange, but it makes sense why he looked after you when Iruka called now. Yeah. We'll need to talk to him later about this, Naruto said before he nodded to Sasuke to continue. When my clan started to plan the coup, they inserted some of our clan members into Konoha's command structure. As spy, Sasuke then grew quiet for a moment and gazed into the diary, then looked to Naruto again. When my mom got word that your mom had died, she had become depressed. They were friends for so long that she mentions that it felt like half of her soul died with her that night. But one of the Uchiha spies overheard something about a Project Phoenix, and mentioned your mother's name. It was in that moment that my mom began to suspect something was amiss, Sasuke said. Project Phoenix, Naruto murmured. My mom didn't agree with my father's plan, but after hearing that, she said she agreed to it. To find out what happened to your mom, Sasuke said. And to add into that, it also mentions your father in here. My father. It says who it is. Naruto asked, his voice rising in anticipation. Yeah, Sasuke replied. It's amazing how we didn't see it really. Well, who is he, Sasuke-kun? Ino asked. Sasuke tossed Naruto the diary while he told Ino, I'll tell you in a moment. Naruto looked at the diary and read out, Konoha is hiding something about Kushina. I know it. Kushina is too tough to die. I need to find out what happened to her, and make sure little Tei and Naruto are safe. Not just for her, but for Minato's as well. Minato, that was my father's name, Naruto whispered before his eyes widened in shock. That couldn't be possible. No? He wouldn't believe it. There was no way that his father was that Minato. That can't be, Hinata said, unknowingly voicing Naruto's thoughts. The yondaime can't be his father. The yondaime wasn't even married. There was no record of this. Sasuke nodded. Well, it doesn't say it on that page. My mother had his full name in her diary, several times, especially the day he became the Hokage and his wedding to Naruto's mom. My mother was even there when Kushina returned to Konoha with your sister, and was supposed to be her godmother and eventually yours. Holy shit, Naruto-kun. Your father was the yonda. Wait, did you say daughter? Does that mean you have a sister, Naruto-kun? Holy shit. Ino exclaimed. Naruto could only remain silent, his eyes locked on the name of his father. Naruto couldn't figure out how to feel about this discovery. For years, all he wanted was to know who his parents were, but the Hokage lied to him and said he didn't know. But now he was proven even more of a liar than before, but Naruto couldn't be angry. All he could do was laugh at this reveal, which startled the three shinobi. No, Naruto said through his laughter. My life has never been easy, but this takes the fucking cake. The Hokage always told me my parents died in the attack, and that he didn't know who they were, but fuck me I guess because that was a lie. The trio remained silent as Naruto started another bout of laughter. Oh man, Naruto finished as his laughter faded into a small chuckle. Well, that's 2 mysteries in my life that is solved. But now we are left with a few unanswered questions. That we do, Sasuke said. What is Project Phoenix and what happened to your mother and sister? Not only that, Naruto said. There are some secrets about your clan that we don't know either. Yes, Sasuke added softly. But admittedly, I am nervous. Finding out they were planning a coup on Konoha is very troubling. I haven't gone through the entire journal yet. You didn't? Naruto asked. I found out about your mom, your dad and the coup and ran here straight away to find you, Sasuke explained. But this thing is barely halfway through. There is so much more in here, I just wonder what secrets it holds. I guess we'll find out, Hinata said. We? Both Naruto and Sasuke repeated. Think about it, you two. Your mother is somewhere out there and Konoha actively lied to you about her death and Chess involved in this Project Phoenix, and isn't it somewhat convenient that your clan was planning a coup and your brother killed them? Hinata asked. What are you trying to say, Hinata? Sasuke asked. I think there is more to your clan's massacre than what we know, Hinata summarized. I agree with that line of thinking, Ino said with a nod. We need to investigate this, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun. But to think our village may be hiding something like this is heavy. Naruto turned away and stared outside at the village before he said, there are some secrets this village has that involves my family, and your clan Sasuke. We need to keep quiet and investigate it, and bring the truth to light. Sasuke smirked and asked, so we're teaming up then? Naturally, Naruto replied. But this stays within our circle. We will keep everything hush-hush until we get enough evidence to reveal everything. Naruto uncrossed his arms and stared at his hand and clenched it hard enough to draw blood, the image of the Sandaime laughing and smiling at his younger self appearing in his mind. And when it does, I will make them pay for what they have done. I would certainly hope so, a voice rang out. The 4 genin immediately jumped and stood beside Naruto, kunai at the ready. Relax, relax. I mean no harm, the voice said before the corner of the wall shimmered, and there stood a hooded figure. Like I said, I agree with you 4. Who are you? Sasuke asked. And why are you in my house spying on me? Naruto exclaimed. I am hurt, Naruto-san. Did my scroll prove useful to you? The hooded figure replied. Naruto frowned and said it did. However, that doesn't give you the right to spy on me and my friends. I will make sure this is my last visit then. I came to advise you to look at this, the figure said before he tossed a scroll to Naruto, who caught it. This will hold the answers you seek about your mother, the figure said. And young Uchiha in that scroll will also show you what you seek. But these scrolls are time sealed. They will unlock in a few days. When they do, read them and learn. Naruto and Sasuke stared at one another, then nodded. I know you all are distrustful of Konoha, but I am here as a sign of good faith. I shall leave your home for now on Naruto-san. Be well, all of you, and with those words, the figure disappeared in an explosion of black feathers. Okay, I don't know about you guys, but that was hella creepy, Ino noted. Agreed, Naruto replied. Alright, so I was planning on sleeping here, but let's not. Right, we can all go over to my place to sleep over, Ino suggested. Sasuke shook his head and said, I have a mission out of the village tomorrow with my team, so I need to rest for that. Naruto nodded and said alright. When the time seals are unlocked, don't open it. I want to be there with you when it does. That goes for you as well, Sasuke said before he nodded at them and quickly left the apartment, leaving the 3 alone. Well, the invitation is open to you too, Ino said with a smile. They'd be happy to join. However, I also have a mission outside the village as well, Hinata said regretfully. Oh, Hinata-chan. We barely hung out today, Naruto said with a small whine. I know, Naruto-kun, but we'll have the rest of our lives to hang out, Hinata said before she reached to Naruto, and gave him a tight hug and whispered, you are my fiance after all. Naruto felt his face heat up at the whisper, and once he pulled back, he saw a hint of playfulness in Hinata's eyes. I'll see you when I return, Hinata stated before she gave Ino a brief look of distrust, but it disappeared behind her polite visage. I shall see you both later, Hinata said before she left the apartment as well, leaving Ino and Naruto alone. Well, off to your house then. Naruto suggested with a grin. Let's go. Ino cheered before the two walked off. And no Iruka-sensei. Ino's eyes opened up briefly as she felt trembling beneath her body. She opened her eyes and found herself lying beside Naruto, her head resting against his chest. She blinked in surprise and let a small blush appear on her face. After their meeting last night about the dark history of Uchiha clan, Naruto and Ino returned to her house, where they watched the more recent Fukanheim movie on DVD. Naruto had to admit, the movie was pretty damn nice, and the actress was very beautiful, but before she could see the ending to the movie, she and Naruto had fallen asleep. I guess during that time we snuggled up, Ino thought to herself before she moved her head off his chest, but when she looked at his face, she was surprised to see tears falling from his eyes. I am so Iruka-sen, Naruto mumbled out sadly as he continued to sleep. Past dreaming about Iruka-sensei o Naruto-kun, Ino thought to herself as she wiped his tears with her hand before resting her hand on his right cheek. She saw his face, what was previously twisted into sorrow, and began to morph into a small smile, the tears slowing down to a stop. Ino smiled in relief and removed her hand and turned her head to see the time, which read 6 a.m. and immediately panicked. Naruto had a mission today. Ino turned back to Naruto and began to shake him up. Naruto-kun. Wake up, Ino said as she continued to shake him. I don't want to, Naruto mumbled sleepily. Naruto-kun. You need to get up. Ino's voice screamed out. Naruto's eyes snapped open in alarm and asked, what's wrong, Ino-chan? Your mission. It's already 6 in the morning, Ino said. Naruto turned his head and looked at the clock before his eyes bugged out. Oh hell. He yawned out as stretched out his limbs. Ino then watched as he leaned back on his shoulders and flipped up to his feet, only to see Ino's blank face staring back at him. That was a little extra, Ino noted with a grin. Hey, we have super awesome agility. Might as well use it, Naruto said before he picked up his bundle of his fresh clothes and rushed to the bathroom to get ready. Meanwhile, Ino switched off her TV and began to straighten up her room before she came across Naruto's hide resting beside hers. Just as she was about to pick it up, Naruto rushed out the bathroom, now dressed in his regular attire, and began to slip on his orange jacket while he said, I can't believe I slept in late. I bet Hayate-san is looking for me at this very moment. I doubt it. It's your first mission. I don't think they're going to hold you being late against you. Asuma-sensei didn't when both Shikamaru and I were late for our first assignment, Ino said with a supportive grin. Awesome, Naruto said as he sat his now covered feet and set him ready to go. But wait, before you go, Ino rushed over to her desk and pulled out a picture of herself and held it to Naruto. Can you get her autograph for me? I will love you forever if you do, Ino said with a smile on her face. Naruto took the picture from Ino's hand and observed it. It was an image of an 8-year-old Ino and Sakura standing in front of a cutout of younger Yuki Fujika's, both of them with bright smiles on their faces. How cute. Sure, I can grab one for you, Naruto replied with a smile. Oh thank you, thank you, thank you. Ino exclaimed as hugged Naruto tightly, which made him laugh softly. Anytime. Now I have to head out. I'll see you in a few days, weeks whenever I get back, Naruto stated before he looked to the small kid curled up on Ino's bed and asked mind watching him until I return. Duh, Ino responded with a smile. I love little Iruka-kun. Great. I owe you one, Naruto said before both he and Ino glanced at the clock. Now get out of here, Ino told him. Alright. I'm out of here, Naruto said with a grin before he left the room, leaving Ino alone. She shook her head with a smile and murmured baka, before she smacked her forehead in annoyance when her eyes gazed upon Naruto's hide. Ino quickly grabbed Naruto's hide and ran down the stairs as she shouted, hold up Naruto-kun. She managed to catch Naruto at her front door, hopping on one foot as he slipped his right sandal on. You forgot your hide, Ino told him as she watched him slip on his right sandal, then start to work on his left one. Thanks, I knew I was forgetting something, Naruto said as he hopped on his right foot to get the other sandal on. Just as he put it on, Naruto grabbed the hide for Ino and began to tie it, but he kept fumbling with it, being unable to tie it. Damn butterfingers, Naruto muttered in annoyance. Naruto-kun. Stop and give it to me, Ino said after another minute passed with her watching him fumbling around with a roll of her eyes. Naruto stopped and handed her the headband, and she placed the headband against his forehead and reached to the back of his head to tie it. There, Ino said as she finished. See? All you needed was a bit of patience. Ino found her voice dying down, as she found herself staring into Naruto's eyes. Surprisingly, Ino had forgotten how beautiful Naruto's eyes was up close like this. It reminded her of the ocean her parents had taken her to when she was little. Her arms rested on his shoulders, their eyes locked on one another's. Ino-chan? Naruto questioned. His voice was inquisitive, but it was so soft, she could barely hear it. I have to go, Naruto told her, his face turning red. Alright, Ino said as she pulled away from him, her face just as red as his. Have a good mission and come back safely, Naruto-kun, Ino told him. She watched as Naruto smiled before he left her home, leaving her standing by the front door, her heart pounding in her chest. What was that? Wow, Ino's mother said suddenly, causing Ino to flinch in surprise and turn to her. I didn't expect such an intimate moment to happen when I came down this morning, her mother said with amusement, which caused Ino blush to deepen. Mom. Kanahagakure no Sato front gate. Uzumaki Naruto. Man, that was some crazy tension back there, Naruto thought as he leapt from roof to roof as quickly as possible to get the front gate of the village. I wonder why that was. Perhaps she is attracted to you, Miyuki replied, which nearly caused Naruto to miss a step. Ino-chan attracted to me? No way, Naruto replied. Then how could you explain her gazing into her eyes the way she did? Miyuki questioned. I could see the affection in her eyes in those moments. No way. Besides, I'm Hinata-chan's fiancé. It won't feel right for me to think that way about Ino-chan, Naruto replied instantly. He won't lie to himself. Ino was very cute, but he was loyal to Hinata and cared about her deeply, and he didn't want to betray her trust. Whatever happened back there, he would need to ignore, but his mind thought back to Ino's platinum blue eyes looking up at him, and he felt his cheeks heat up slightly. Seeing the village's gate in the distance, Naruto quickened his pace until he heard, Yosh. Your flames of youth are burning brightly, my wonderful student. Coming from behind him on the street. Naruto turned around and looked down and noticed two green blurs charging forward at full speed. Thank you Guy-sensei. I shall continue to honor you with my fierce determination. A younger voice shouted out, in reply to the first one. Naruto watched as these two blurs zipped past him and towards the gate, where a few seconds later, he heard a crash, and saw the gate tremble. With a mighty leap, Naruto slammed into the ground in front of the gate, and noticed there was a large hole on the right side of the gate, and in front of the hole was a shinobi that looked his age with shiny black hair in the style of a bowl cut, green spandex with orange leg warmers, and red-clothed hideite that was wrapped around his waist, arm wraps and large bushy eyebrows. Naruto grinned and said, Hey bushy brow. Rock Lee turned around and said Naruto-kun. What's going on? The two shared a brief high five. Naruto met Lee a few weeks before the stolen scroll incident, when Neji brought his team to the Hyuga mansion, and the two became fast friends. When did you get back to town? Naruto asked the green-wearing shinobi. We came back yesterday, but the Hokage immediately gave us this rather youthful mission, Lee responded with a grin. When he told us you'd be with us, I was surprised. When did you become a shinobi? Happened while you were gone, Naruto said with a sad grin. But if it was up to me, I wish I could have done it differently. Lee opened his mouth, but Naruto swiftly changed the subject and asked, so, where is Gai-san? I am right here. Gee's booming voice shouted from above them. We may want to move, Lee said cheerfully. Naruto took Lee's advice, and the two dashed backwards. Seconds later, Gee's body slammed in the spot the two had stood in previously. Ha. Quick as always Naruto-kun, Lee-kun. Gai said happily. Thanks Gai-san, Naruto said with a smile. Where is Tenten and Iji? Des finally caught up, Tenten's voice rang out, prompting Naruto to turn and face her. Tenten was wearing white sleeveless, high-collared kippa dress with red trimmings and a pink flame pattern on the left, tied with a murunobi. Underneath, she has fishnet leg stockings and black high-heeled boots. Tied around her left bicep was her hideite and a pair of black scrolls around her wrists like bangles, and has two scrolls the color of green and light gray strapped on her lower back. War Naruto whispered. You look great Tenten, Naruto commented after giving a long whistle with a thumbs up. Thanks, Tenten said with a grin. I wanted to look my best during this mission. Man, I should have changed clothes. Cold gone in a suit or something, Naruto said with a grumble. No sense in doing that with that ugly mug, Neji's aloof voice rang out, causing Naruto's face to become blank. Neji wore a beige-colored shirt, dark brown shorts, blue shinobi sandals, and wrapped bandages around his right arm, chest, and right leg. He tied his hair back in a loose ponytail tied a few inches above the end. He wore a black forehead protector, under which a smaller headband with two straps that framed the sides of his face. Hot meat kettle, Naruto replied with a snort. A blind woman could see how ugly you are. Oh please, I've seen blind women run from you the moment you turned the corner, Neji retorted. Oh yeah, Naruto responded before the two exchanged fist bumps. I see you're a shinobi now. Good, I was wondering how long it would take for you to rise above your clown status, Neji commented on Naruto's hideite. Good job. I was a little worried that Hinata-sama and I would continue to surpass you. Nah, then I won't be able to keep my promise to you, Naruto responded. That day is coming. I hope you won't let me down, Neji told him, his voice becoming softer. Won't dream of it, Naruto replied with a grin. Promise? What promise? Tenten asked curiously as she stood next to Neji. Naruto bit back a smirk when he noticed Neji's posture straighten up slightly. Well, explain later, Neji said. In the meantime, Gai-sensei, where is our escort? Also, where is Hate-san? Naruto asked. The esteemed actress Fujikazuki decided to take her and her crew ahead to another village late last night, so Hate moved on ahead and informed me to follow the following morning, Gai explained. Well then, let's get a move on. Can't have our escort beat us to their destination, Naruto said excitedly. Yosh. Truly your burning spirit shines bright on this morning, Naruto-kun. Gai exclaimed before the group dashed out of the village and towards a brand new adventure. At Takakure no Sato Otakiji's office, Hibi Sen and Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, I have some news, Kabuto said with a bow towards his master. Speak Kabuto, Orochimaru replied as he sat on his throne. Orochimaru-sama, there has been word from an inside source that Uzumaki Naruto has left the village with Mito-gai and his team on a mission, Kabuto said. Interesting, Orochimaru said with a chuckle. Do you know what the mission is for? Yes, he is protecting Fujika's Yuki to her trek to the Yuki no Kuni, Kabuto said. Orochimaru smirked. Ah yes, I believe one of our allies, Kazuhana-dan, is currently reigning there. It would be rude to not assist him against those meddlesome Konoha shinobi, don't you think? Orochimaru questioned the silver-haired youth. Of course. Who would you like me to send? Kabuto asked. What is the name of that girl we had recently acquired? Orochimaru asked his loyal second-in-command. Ah, the Shinton user, her name is Gurren, Kabuto replied. Have you finished analyzing her? Orochimaru asked. Yes, she is very fast, and her skills in Shinton are amazing, Kabuto answered. But when he met with silence from his master, Kabuto continued with it does take some time for her to recover from using her skills. Right now, I place her at High Chunin to Low Chunin, Orochimaru said with a chuckle. Because you are now able to give Gurren her first mission in killing Uzumaki Naruto and anyone that crosses her path. So you never saw Yuki Fujika's movie until yesterday? Tenten asked while Naruto sat beside her. The group of Konoha shinobi had made it to the village where their escort, the famed Yuki Fujika's, should be, but they were a little surprised at how large it was. There was so much area to cover to find her that the squad had to split up, with Tenten and Naruto covering the east, Niji and Lee covering the west and Guy focusing on the north. Currently, Naruto and Tenten were sitting on the roof of a large bank overlooking the main road. Naruto was glad to be teaming with Tenten. He had actually met her before Niji introduced them a few weeks before the scroll incident. Anko and Iruka had gone into her father's weapons shop, and the two of them hit it off pretty well, and was ecstatic to know later on that she was on Edge's team. But despite the pair being pretty friendly, he never got a good chance to talk to her due to her always training to keep up with the Haiku prodigy and the hyperactive youthful beast, but he knew enough that he wanted to know more about her. Nope, Ino-chan decided that since I was taking this mission, I should get to know more about her, Naruto replied with a chuckle, leaving his lips. Ino-chan eh? Tenten said with a teasing smirk. Why yeah, Naruto said with a stammer, not liking the glint in Tenten's eyes. Look at my Naruto chibi. Making more friends. I am so proud, Tenten said as she wiped fake tears from her eyes, which made his eyebrow twitch in annoyance. The week before Team Guy had left the village, Naruto had visited Team Gay's training area when he was hit by one of Tenten's kunai, and when he went to the hospital, he had to get a tetanus shot. Needless to say, Naruto freaked out like a child, much to Tenten's amusement, and since then, she had been calling him that. It also didn't help that he was shorter than her with some baby fat on his cheeks. I am not a chibi. I grew some. Naruto exclaimed, but Tenten smirked and ruffled his hair, which made Naruto grumble. You must really like this girl for her to get away with treating you like a child, Miyuki said. Well, despite everything I've gone through, I am still a new shinobi, and I have to stay humble, and who better than Tenten to keep me that way? Naruto replied with a smile on his face. Tenten's eyes then narrowed as she gave Naruto a frown. Wait, you ran cheating on Hinata-chan, are you? Tenten asked as she raised her hand to clobber him, but Naruto quickly waved his hands back and forth with a panic look. No. I would never do th. Wait, how did you know about the engagement? Naruto asked, his panic changing into a blank expression. Niji-kun told me about it, Tenten said. That blabbermouth. Wait, Niji-kun? Naruto said with a grown grin. So does that mean you two are together? Naruto asked. I mean, no woman in her right mind would call that stick in the mud, Niji-kun, so it must be so, right? We're not like that, Tenten said with a sigh. Admittedly, I did have a crush on him and funny enough, he had one for me too. Really? Naruto asked with surprise. Oh yeah. Near the end of our mission, we talked about it and entertained it and even had a kiss, but the minute we did, it felt weird as hell and not how I imagined it. It was like kissing my brother. Oh, you hate to see that happen, Naruto grumbled with a sigh. But your friendship is still going, so that's good. Yeah, but who knows, maybe that will change one day, or maybe I'll find the one that gives me those fireworks I thought would happen, Tenten said good-naturedly. But for now, I have to focus on getting stronger. Can't be the top Kunoichi if I keep fawning over boys, no. TCH, Goodpo. Naruto paused when he noticed a woman with long black hair with bangs that swept on each side of her face, and she wore a green blouse over a pink jacket with brown gloves riding on a white horse at top speed. Behind her, several heavily armored men were also on horseback, seemingly chasing after the lone woman. Never mind that. We got something. Tenten exclaimed. Then let's see what's going on. Naruto said before he leapt off the roof, with Tenten following behind him. Jumping from roof to roof, the two Konoha shinobi watched as the woman on horseback sped through the roads, nearly bulldozing over a few people spectating the chase. The pair watched as the woman's horse skidded into a left turn, but another armored man suddenly appeared in front of her, and tossed a large net towards her, while three more armored men came from behind her. The pair leapt off the roof and straight to the ground, with Tenten shredding the net with several shuriken and Naruto, summoning several clones to collide it with the armored goons, sending them all to the ground. Naruto and Tenten landed on the ground but when Naruto looked at the woman, he instantly recognized her as the one and only Yuki Fujika's. He wasn't dumb enough to ignore the obvious beauty she had, but there was something in her violet blue eyes. This called indifference to everything around her. It sort of reminded him of himself back before Iruka. The woman glanced at him briefly before she turned around and rode off as fast as she could. Go after her, Naruto, I got this, Tenten said. Naruto turned around and gave her a thumbs up before he chased after her. Naruto ran as fast as he could, but the horse was surprisingly quick, leaving him trailing dust until the point he was in the middle of the city, standing beside a hot spring building, looking around for her. Man, that's quite the horsepower that thing had, Naruto joked with a smirk on his face. That pun is horrendous, Miyuki said with a frown. Everyone's a critic, Naruto replied before he heard a small giggle coming from above him. Naruto looked up and saw a tall and well-built man with fair skin with a wart on the left side of his nose and waist-length spiky white hair that ties back into a ponytail, with two shoulder-length bangs framing his face. The man green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that is visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wore handguards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side, and he had a large scroll on his back, and had a horned hide with the kanji for where latched into the front tied on his forehead. Naruto instantly knew who this man was, and didn't waste any time in shouting holy shit, you're the Gama-senin, Jiraiya. The man heard this and looked down to Naruto, and for a moment, a surprised look appeared in the man's eyes which made Naruto curious. Was the man surprised that he saw him or was he surprised because of him? You kid, you're from Konoha, aren't you? The man asked curiously. That's right, Naruto said with an unsure look on his face. I'm on a mission here though. Speaking of which, you see a woman with long black hair riding a white horse around here. Yeah, she went that way, the man said as he pointed to the left road, leading out of the village. Sweet. Thanks, old man, Naruto said, but before he could run off, the man leapt from the tree and landed in front of him. Hold it, the man said, causing Naruto to step back. What is your name? My name? It's Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto replied before he said sorry I got a mission so I have to run. Catch you later, Naruto said before he ran off, leaving Jiraiya in the middle of the field, but he did notice that there was a curious grin on the man's face as he passed. Normally, Naruto would have prodded him for questions, but he cold let his target get away. He ran out of the village and finally found his target, sitting in front of lake while her horse drank water. Naruto walked to her and said, boy, your horse is pretty fast. I lost you there for a while. The woman looked at him with those indifferent eyes, which nearly halted Naruto's step, but he kept walking until he stood beside her. Uzumaki Naruto. One of the shinobi supposed to guard you. You heard it all? Naruto asked as he placed his hands into his pockets. The woman continued to stare at him before turning away to look out at the lake in front of them. So mind if I sit here? As he tapped the spot beside her. The woman shrugged. Naruto sat down beside her as he said thanks. My legs are throbbing from trying to keep up. That horse has a lot of horsepower behind it. Ugh, Miyuki groaned. The tough crowd, Naruto joked. The two sat in silence for a moment before Naruto said, look, I'm sure you get a lot of questions for being Fukunheim, so without warning, the woman stood up, which caused Naruto to instantly summon 6 clones with 2 on top of her horse and the other 4 in front of her, causing her to pause. Relax, Naruto told her. I've only seen 1 movie of yours, and while it's good, I'm not going to annoy you about it. The woman looked at him curiously. Like I was saying, I'm sure you get a ton of fangirls and boys going after you because of you play, so if I was you, I'd take this chance to relax before everyone starts bombarding you with autographs, and things like that which I'm pretty sure is going to annoy you more. What do you say? Naruto suggested. The woman gave him one hard look before she sat beside him and resumed looking out at the lake. Alright, he heard her say. Her voice was so soft that he was pretty sure the wind was playing tricks on him at first, but he offered her a small grin and remained silent. What's your angle? The woman asked. Mine? Naruto asked. Yes, anyone that can sit there and pretend they care must have some sort of angle, the woman explained, her voice empty and detached. So what is your angle? I have no angle, Naruto explained. Like I said before, I'm here on a mission to protect you. Let's say I did come here and acted like an absolute fanboy, blinded by your brilliance as an actor, you would only run, and that could make things difficult for the mission in the long run, and as a good friend of mine says, it's far too troublesome. I want to keep this simple. No drama, no mess. That's a simple mission. I see, she murmured against her arms. So you don't think him worth the hassle of protecting? I didn't say that, Naruto replied with a sigh. I wouldn't be on this mission if I didn't think you weren't worth the hassle. Whatever is going on in your life to the point you need shinobi protection must be very dangerous, and I don't know about you, but death is not pretty, believe me. If I can keep you away from a sooner date with a shinigami, it would only make me happy. The woman looked at him and for a moment, Naruto saw some flicker of emotion in her eyes. You care about my life even though you just met me? She asked him. When you lose someone you care for, life becomes precious, and if I can help it extend it, even by a single day, I will, Naruto replied softly. The blonde shinobi then looked at her and said, "You may not care, but I've had a pretty rough time of it lately, and I'm pretty sure you have too, judging by your eyes." "My eyes?" she asked curiously. "Yeah, they say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and your eyes show this cold indifference to everything and everyone around you. I also saw some sadness in them," Naruto explained as he watched a fish leap out the water and splash back into it. "The last time I saw that, well, I knew that person went through some hell." Naruto then chuckled and added, "So let's make a deal. Let me protect you without any stress or strife that will make things difficult between us, and in turn, I will make sure you walk out of this mission unharmed and safe to go back to your life at any cost. What do you say?" "Naruto, something is coming," Miyuki suddenly shouted. Naruto suddenly grabbed the woman and leapt backwards as she shrieked. Seconds later, a large crystal exploded from the ground where they were sitting, killing his clones, as well as heavily wounding the horse. Naruto skidded backwards, but another crystal exploded from the ground, which caused Naruto to leap backwards again. He was barely able to sit the woman down before a crystal pillar slammed into his side, sending him soaring into the lake. Naruto managed to recover and slammed into the waist-deep water, and rose out of it soaking wet, only to see 4 pillars of crystal trapping his escort. "Damn it!" Naruto exclaimed. "Uzumaki Naruto!" A voice screamed from his left. Naruto turned around to see a fair-skinned female with red lipstick, dark eyes and light blue hair, which was kept in a spiky ponytail with long strands of hair framing her face. And her outfit consisted of a green dress with a long left sleeve and a short right one, a red turtleneck which is a white fluffy collar and brown gloves. Under her dress, she was wearing a one-piece red suit, and finally, she was wearing calf-length brown sandal boots. But what she had around her right arm was what Naruto was concerned about. Wrapped around her right elbow until it engulfed her entire bottom right arm was a pink crystal that shaped itself into a thick sword. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto exclaimed. "My name is Gurren, the special assassin for Odo." "Now enough talk. Die, Uzumaki Naruto," the female shouted as she leapt down from the tree she was standing on and towards Naruto, with her crystal-covered arm cocked back, her dark eyes gleaming with madness and determination. "Kaigen, awaken," Naruto shouted, his vibrant blue eyes becoming dull gray as he pulled out a kunai. The moment she came close, however, Naruto dove under the water and switched himself with a rock, needing to put a lot of distance between him and the mad Odo Kunoichi, and he was successful in doing so. Naruto rose from the water a few feet away from her and said, "Look, Gurren Wizard. I don't know how you know my name or why you want to kill me, but I don't want to fight you." Gurren snorted and brushed the hair away from her eyes and replied, "But I want to fight you. Orochimaru-sama ordered your death and gave this important mission to me. You must die for my lord's sake." "Orochimaru, the Hibi Sennin wants me dead," Naruto exclaimed. Gurren dashed through the water towards Naruto, and swung her crystallized arm towards the blonde shinobi, but the shinobi quickly switched himself out with a fish that had jumped out from the river, causing it to be split in half. Gurren blinked in surprise, but was even more surprised when a foot collided with her cheek, sending her flying into the water. Naruto dashed over to the kunoichi and landed a strong right hook on her cheek, but she returned it with a hard knee to his left side. Naruto stumbled backwards and ducked, then leapt over 2 quick swipes that were aimed at his head and feet respectively, before he aimed a kick to her chest, and used it as a springboard to launch him into the air. "Kage Bushin no Jutsu," Naruto shouted, summoning 10 clones by his side in the air. Naruto quickly said, "Link up," before he grabbed the leg of the clone above him, causing all of the other clones to follow suit. Gurren narrowed her eyes and leapt towards Naruto to strike him down. Naruto used all of his power to turn his body and pull the chain of clones to the direction needed, and once he did, he used the chain to smack Gurren down to the water hard. Naruto smirked and swung his body again to throw the remaining clones at the kunoichi, who was now coming up from the water, and quickly shouted, "Bushin Bakuha." Waves of water came shooting up from the amount of explosions that rocked the river below, and for a moment, the free-falling Naruto believed he had won the battle. But when a large crimson-colored crystal dragon came flying towards him from the wave of water, Naruto quickly realized that this battle was far from over. "Fuck. Kage Bushin no Jutsu." Another clone appeared near him, and the clone wasted no time in kicking Naruto away, before the dragon crashed into the poor clone, destroying it instantly. Naruto slammed into the water below, but quickly rose out of the water, only to avoid the stab of Gurren's crystallized arm. Gurren lunged her arm towards Naruto at rapid speed, with Naruto using his kunai to block and push the arm away from him repeatedly, before he leapt up and hit her in the face. Gurren stumbled backwards, stomped on the ground, sending 2 crystal pillars exploding from the ground, and slamming against Naruto, which sent him into the air, only for him to recover and flip over the pillars, and landed on them to skid down. "Kage Bushin no Jutsu," Naruto shouted, summoning 5 clones that quickly flew down to Gurren, and began to fight her, while Naruto splashed down a little bit away from the battle. She was very quick with not only her movements, but with her arms as well. No matter what angle she was attacked, she was able to strike immediately, and if she called to attack or defend, she simply maneuvered the clone where she needed in order to defeat it. No move seemed wasted with her. But there had to be a weakness, everyone had one, and she was no different. After the third of the 5 clones were defeated, Naruto quickly launched himself forward while pulling out 2 kunai, and swung both down at the back of the kunoichi, but Gurren quickly turned and blocked both blades, with her left crystal-covered forearm. "It's about time I got the real deal," Gurren said with a cruel smile as she thrust her right crystal-covered arm towards Naruto, but the genin quickly pulled the right kunai up, and blocked the attempted stab to his face, and quickly dashed back. Gurren charged after him and attempted to stab his chest, but Naruto kicked her right arm to the water below, and aimed a knee to her face, but she blocked the knee with her left arm, and pushed it away, in order to sweep his feet from underneath him. Naruto fell underneath the water and saw the crystallized arm stabbing through the water towards his head, but Naruto quickly switched himself out with a large rock that was underneath the water. Naruto rose from the water and threw his right kunai at Gurren, who flung her arm up to deflect it, but Naruto quickly appeared before her, and slammed his knee in the middle of her face, sending her flying backwards away from the river, and slamming back first into a tree. Naruto caught the airborne kunai and said, "Come on." Gurren rushed to him and he quickly found himself blocking her crystallized arms with his 2 kunai. Naruto's right foot slammed into stomach painfully, causing her to slide back against the water, but she quickly leapt forward and tried to stab his head. Naruto summoned a clone and pushed it towards her arm, causing its head to be impaled upon her, but this gave Naruto time to leap up and dropkick her in the face, causing her head to whip back. Naruto landed on the water and swept his leg against her feet, causing her to fall into the water like he had done earlier, and aimed his blade downwards to take her life. But then deja vu struck when his blade skewered a rock instead of her head. Naruto saw Gurren in the reflection of the water to his left behind him, and smirked and flung his blade, with the rock attached to it, and slammed it against Gurren's bare arm, making the rock shatter upon impact, and his blade to catch her left forearm, which was left uncovered by the crystal. Naruto quickly followed up by twisting his body and kicking her square in the face, sending her falling backwards into the water. Naruto quickly summoned 3 clones, where he quickly grabbed them and launched them towards where Gurren had fallen, and shouted "Bushin Bakuha," before he dashed back far enough to not be caught in the large explosion and the wave of water that was created due to it. "There's no way she could have survived that," Naruto said to himself with a small sigh. He truly did not want to fight her. He just wanted to continue his mission, and yet he was forced a life-or-death battle. But as the water began to rain back down to the river, Naruto received a shock. Standing in a large crimson crystal dome was Gurren, who was smirking. "No fucking warily," Naruto asked himself in horror. "Why did this shit always happen to him? What do I really have to do to put you down?" Naruto exclaimed, clearly upset that this battle has to continue. He saw Gurren smirk within the crystal before she replied with "You are certainly not holding back. If not for my Shindan Kurenai no Kijutsu, crystal style. Crimson fruit to shield me, I would have perished, but now that I know you won't hold back, I won't either, and because of that, you're going to die here." Naruto narrowed his eyes and gripped his other kunai, but without warning, Gurren scowled and said, "Looks like you have backup." Naruto turned around to see Team Guy running through the water. "We'll have to continue this battle later, but it's not over yet." Gurren smirked and exploded into shimmering smoke, and when the smoke cleared, she was gone. Naruto narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Orochimaru, why would you want me dead? Are you alright, Koyuki-san?" Naruto asked after walking back to the dirt road to the actress. "I'm fine. It's not like she was after me much. She seemed more interested in you," Koyuki noted with a stare at his direction. "I am pretty interesting," Naruto quipped with a small grin. Once again, he saw a flicker of emotion in her eyes before they cooled over. "I suppose so," Koyuki muttered before she looked ahead and sighed. "Great, here they come." Naruto turned his head and saw Team Guy drawn closer, and after another minute, Guy skidded to a stop and asked Koyuki-san, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine," Koyuki said with a dry tone. "See? No injuries or anything. Very good. Very, very good. Asama-san was worried something may have happened to you when you ran off," Guy replied with a grin on his face. "But looks like he had nothing to worry about due to Naruto-kun being with you." "Yes, Shinobi boy found me, so you see I'm fine," Koyuki said as she motioned to Naruto. "You guys are late though. Shinobi boy just fought off some chick with crystals and shit. Did pretty decent despite the surprise. I have a name, you know," Naruto said dryly. "I've already forgotten it unfortunately," Koyuki said with a careless shrug. Naruto paused. He had never felt so insulted in all his life. He may have a love-hate thing with Konoha, but at least they called him by his name sometimes. However, he shrugged it off and replied, "Very well, actress-chan." Naruto noticed another flicker of emotion was in her eyes, which caused a small grin to appear on his face. "Whatever," Koyuki said dryly as she walked to her horse and stepped onto his back. "I'm pretty exhausted. I'm heading to the hotel to rest." Before anyone could reply, Koyuki's white horse sped past the group, nearly knocking Naruto on his ass, but as she passed, Naruto could have sworn he saw a smirk on her face. "Damn it," Naruto grumbled out. "There goes any semblance of a peaceful mission with her. Oh well, live and learn. Now on to important affairs. We noticed on the way to you that you were in battle. What happened, Naruto-kun?" Guy questioned curiously. "Well, I was trying to get Koyuki to see that we were." Her name was Gurren and she was sent by Orochimaru, Naruto said. He watched as Guy and his team's faces became pale before Guy asked what else was said. He was after me specifically, but I don't know why, Naruto said with a frown on his face. After you? Niji said in amazement. What sort of luck do you have to have the Hibi sending after you? Bad luck it sounds like, Tenten followed up, much to Naruto's chagrin. Lee snorted at this and said be nice Tenten-chan. This must be stressful for Naruto-kun to have the Hibi sending after him. I'm more stressed about keeping actress Chan out of danger, more than whatever that freak has in store, Naruto replied before he let out a large yawn. Tired? Guy asked. Very. She was very tough, Naruto replied. Why don't you go to the hotel and get some rest yourself? Guy suggested. What about you guys? Naruto questioned. We will be searching the area for this shinobi Orochimaru sent and neutralize her, Guy said. Whoa. Don't do that. I want to fight her again, Naruto said, and from the looks of surprise on Team Gay's face, he knew they weren't expecting that. Good, gotta keep my moniker intact, Naruto thought with an inward smirk. Munkier? Miyuki questioned. The number one, unpredictable, hyperactive knuckle-headed prankster though in this case, I'm a shinobi, not a prankster, Naruto replied cheekily. You want us to keep her alive just so you can fight her again? Are you insane? Niji exclaimed, but Naruto merely smirked, which made Niji groan out and answer with of course you are. How youthful. Wanting us to spare the enemy in order for you to face them down. Rock Lee exclaimed. Of course my blonde-haired compatriot. We shall spare this Gurin and make sure you fight her in honorable combat. Guy shouted. Did you just say combat with a K? Now go rest Naruto-kun. We shall find this rapscallion. Guy said, interrupting Naruto before shooting him off. Hey, are you sure? I can stay if you want, Naruto said, but Guy continued to shoot him. Nonsense. Go rest Naruto-kun. Tenten-chan, you accompany him as well, Guy commanded. Tenten pouted and said, but I wanted to find this crystal user. I know, but if Orochimaru is truly after him, we should have someone be with him at all times. Not to mention, we can't have Koyuki-san alone out there, Guy explained. We will be back with her without this mysterious crystal user. You just stick by him. Yes, Guy-sensei, Tenten said before she looked to Naruto and nodded before the two ran off. Kanahagakure no Sato, Uchiha Sasuke. What do you mean the mission was cancelled? Sakura exclaimed, which made Sasuke and his teammate, Sei, wince at the volume. Team 7 had gone to the Hokage's office to get their mission only for Kakashi to inform them that the mission had been cancelled. I know, Kakashi said with an apologetic shrug. They decided to go to Suna for that mission. It happens. But we were supposed to guard the daimyo. That would have been a great mission, Sakura said with a small whine. While Sasuke was disappointed about the loss of his mission, he was somewhat glad as well. It would give him more time to think about the previous day's events. He found out his clan was going to perform a coup on Konoha, and that his mother was best friends with Naruto's mother, and the reason she betrayed their village. It was strange to know that his mother was Naruto's godmother and vice versa. It made him annoyed, but at the same time, there was some sort of happiness to this knowledge. But then he thought about the scroll that was given to him by that mysterious man. What was in it and what kind of knowledge did it hold about his clan? Would it be good to find out? He didn't know, but the thought of it terrified him. Well, that is a disappointment, but that's fine I suppose, Sasuke said before he looked to Kakashi and said once a mission becomes available, please let me know. Without waiting for a reply, Sasuke began to walk out of the door, but Kakashi said hold up their partner. We do have another mission. One that might interest you in particular. Sasuke paused and looked back at Kakashi curiously. We are going to the abandoned city known as Soraku. It was discovered that the Uchiha clan stored munitions there that the Hokage wants to acquire. Figured this would be the perfect mission to send us on. Downside is, there are a group of black marketeers there that we must deal with. Soraku, eh? Very well. When do we leave? Sasuke asked him. It's a pretty long trip there, so in a week, Kakashi answered. Sasuke nodded and said very well. We leave in a week. Sasuke didn't know why, but the minute he said this, he got a very strange feeling in his chest. Like something was going to change once this mission was done. He shook that feeling off and walked away without another word spared. Village Hotel, Uzumaki Naruto. Man, I am beat, Naruto said as he tossed off his jacket and plopped down onto his bed in exhaustion. He was so glad that he was in a bed now after that tough fight with Gurin. She was fairly tough, but he knew she was holding back. I hope I get to fight her again, but for now, I'm enjoying the fuck out of this bed. Naruto shouted happily as he seemingly melted further into the comfortable mattress. It was absolutely mind-blowing that this bed was so much more comfortable than the one at his own home. If I could steal this bed, I would, Naruto murmured with a small moan of comfort. You look very comfortable, a voice said. Naruto jumped in alarm and leapt onto his bed, only to see Jiraiya perching on his open window. Hey kid, Jiraiya said with a small wave. Geez old man. Ever hear of knocking? Naruto shrieked with panic as he leapt onto his feet on the bed. You know, I usually get odd looks when I appear. Never a shriek, the older man replied while slipping his hands into his pockets, looking amused at the twitch Naruto just developed in his right eye. Well, if you didn't appear behind someone like some damn ghost, maybe I would have shrieked. Naruto exclaimed while taking a step forward to the older man, who began to snicker with a glint in his eyes. So you don't like ghosts? Jiraiya questioned. Naruto frowned and crossed his arms, shuddering lightly, making Jiraiya smirk and say, and here I thought one of the last Kaiken users, who essentially teams up with spirits, won't be afraid of ghosts. Naruto stilled immediately and stared at the older man in shock. Well, it was no secret, a lot of the older shinobi didn't know he had these eyes, so for Jiraiya to automatically know he had his clan's jutsu certainly surprised him, but Jiraiya wasn't done. How do you know about that? Naruto asked. Jiraiya's mirthful face melted away into a serious one as he said, I have been waiting years to finally be able to see you, Naruto, and now that I have, it's amazing at how identical you look to both of them. Both of you? What are you talking about? Naruto asked with a nervous tone in his voice. You see, Uzumaki Naruto, normally I would be here peeping for my latest book, Icha Icha Paradise, which I take that just as seriously as my shinobi career, Jiraiya boasted with a grin. Naruto's eyes twitched at the name of that infamous book, but Jiraiya continued before he could interrupt. But when my spy network was able to find out that you would be on this mission, I dropped all notion of research to get to you. The reason I know of your jutsu is because I knew your parents. Why you knew them? Naruto asked with a stunned tone in his voice. I was their sensei, Jiraiya confirmed with a grin on his face. Also, I made a promise to them that if anything were to happen, I would take care of you, and every time I've tried to honor that promise, I was blocked at every turn. I was even banned me from entering the village for a few years. But why? Why would they do that? Naruto asked. A foolish notion that he has, Jiraiya said softly with a shake of his head. But enough about that. I have finally found why. Without warning, the door slammed open and there was Koyuki, her cheeks a bright red with a panicked Tenten behind her. Koyuki-san, this is your room. Tenten exclaimed as the actor stumbled into the room towards Naruto. Cute blonde boy, get out of my room, Koyuki said with a drunken carefree laugh. But this is my— did you call me cute? Naruto asked. Get out of my room, Koyuki exclaimed. Shush drunk, Jiraiya said. How do you know? Also, Jiraiya-sama, Tenten exclaimed. Hello, it is I, the great Jiraiya said boisterously before he said, and it is simple. I've been around the Hokage and Tsunade enough to know when people are drunk. But not drinkingly, Koyuki babbled as she swayed from side to side. I am perfectly sober. Right, it in the Hokage, Naruto said dryly as he took her hand and began to tug her forward. Let's just get you in bed so you can sleep it off. Koyuki snorted, then giggled as she laid down and said, okay, cute blonde boy, stay. Everyone out. I'm sorry, what? Both Naruto and Tenten asked in unison. Get out or you fired. Koyuki yelled as she swung her arms wildly, nearly catching Naruto in the face with her uncontrolled limb, but he caught it and gently sat it down. What the hell happened? Naruto asked Tenten curiously. Well, after we separated, I went down to go watch her, and she was getting super drunk, and this is after she yelled at the children. They should want my autograph, Koyuki interrupted before letting out a drunken giggle. And anyways, so I told her that tons of children look up to her, and that yelling at those children was a shitty thing, and long story short, she said that she shouldn't be anyone's role model. The acting business is full of liars and fakes, and that she was quitting the film, and then got this level of drunk. Gave me wild goose chase around the village on her house, and then when I managed to get her and bring her to the hotel, she assumed this was her room, and here we are. Tenten finished as Koyuki's had slumped down, falling asleep. We were separated for 10 minutes, Naruto said dryly. Yeah, but how about telling me why Jiraiya-sama of all people is in your room, Tenten exclaimed, which jolted Koyuki awake with a startled shriek, which caused her arms to wrap around Naruto tightly. Oh boy, Naruto said with a blush, his head pressed against her chest. Out it out, Koyuki chanted angrily. Okay, I'm going. You can deal her now, Naruto chibi, Tenten said with a sour frown on her face as she walked through the doors. Naruto turned to Jiraiya and asked a little help over here. Jiraiya smirked and said, have fun, kiddo. I'll see you in the morning. Why Naruto couldn't get the word out fast enough because Jiraiya leapt out the window, leaving Naruto alone with the unconscious actress. This is going to be a long night, Miyuki said with a sigh. Yeah, Naruto murmured with a sigh. So much for sleep. Ino? Are you paying attention? Ino's platinum blue eyes gazed at her Sarutobi Asuma's form as he stood above her, a stern look on his face. She and her team had been running team exercises, but she had been distracted. Ever since Naruto had left for his mission, she couldn't take her mind off of him. That little moment they had at her home kept replaying through her head, and it scared her greatly. Why was this moment trapped in her mind? I'm sorry, Asuma-sensei, I'm just not feeling well lately. She said softly as she sat down and placed her knees on her chest and wrapping her arms around them. Asuma looked down at his student and asked her, alright Ino, what's been bothering you lately? Ino looked up at the clear blue sky, and let a small sigh leave her lips, before saying, I've just been worried about a friend of mine that's been on a mission. Ino then paused for a moment to gather her thoughts, before she continued with, I just feel that something is going to happen to him, and it's bugging me non-stop. Asuma patted her head softly as he stood up, completely understanding what she was going through. I know exactly how you feel, Ino. You see, someone I really care about is on a mission that was bumped up from a C rank to an A rank mission, and while I worry about her and her team, I have to have faith in her to come home safely, and you have to have faith that Naruto will come home safe and sound. Understood. Ino nodded softly, but then her eyes widened. How did you know I was talking about Naruto? Ino asked her sensei, who was now walking away from her. Asuma turned his head around to gaze at her, and with a smirk, he said simple, "Has all I've been talking about for the last few days. Now, let's get back to training." And with that, Asuma left a blushing Ino sitting at the training ground, embarrassed that her sensei saw through her so easily. He is right though, Naruto will come home safe and sound and he'll be the first one at the gate to welcome him home, Ino said as she nodded to herself. "I'll be fine," she then whispered, but she couldn't help but look at the sky above her. "Come back safely, Naruto," she thought with her hands clasped before she stood up and ran after her team. Village Hotel. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto didn't know what happened. One minute, he was sleeping soundly on the bed in Koyuki's vice-like grip, and next thing he knew, he was on the ground with his legs in the air with Koyuki shrieking in horror. "That's a poor way of waking up," Naruto groaned out before he rolled off of his shoulders and onto his feet, with a deadpan stare towards Koyuki. "What are you doing in my room?" Koyuki shrieked in anger. Naruto didn't respond. Instead he grabbed a receipt off the table beside the bed and held it to her. She glared at him and responded with, "And what is that supposed to prove?" "How about read it?" Naruto replied with a dry tone. Koyuki snatched the receipt from his hand and read it before he face dropped as Naruto said, "You busted into my room drunk, and then kicked out everyone except me, where you held me in a death grip until 5 minutes ago," Naruto explained. I see, sorry kid," Koyuki murmured. "Why did you kick me out?" "Because you fell asleep immediately," Naruto responded with a shrug. "Besides, I'm here to guard you, remember? This would have been the best option in case an assassin was looking for you, you know." Koyuki nodded and said, "Very well. It's settled, I'll be staying with you from now on then." "I'm sorry, what?" Naruto asked quickly. "Did I stutter, shinobi boy?" Koyuki asked with a raised eyebrow. "Why you didn't, but why?" Naruto asked her before he added actors-chan. There was a flicker of emotion in Koyuki's eyes, but it was there long enough for him to make it out. She was amused. He grinned. "You told me yesterday that you wanted to protect me without any stress or strife, right?" "I'm just making sure I do my due diligence to our agreement, shinobi boy," Koyuki responded. "Now, if you don't mind, I'm starving and I need a drink." "Hop to it." "Hop to what?" Naruto asked. "You want a stress-free mission, right?" "That means my stomach is stressed from lack of food and drink." "You are not asking me to be your maid, are you?" Naruto asked with a quirk of his eyebrow. Koyuki's emotionless face suddenly turned into a grin which made Naruto admit to himself, she was very attractive when showing emotion, even smugness. "They'll give you a kiss if you do," she told him. "You don't have to do that," Naruto said, but the blush he felt on his face said otherwise. "Oh please, shinobi boy, you look mighty comfortable in my death grip as you called it." "And that blush is telling me different," Koyuki smirked as she lifted her right foot and toyed with the zipper on his jacket. "So would you please, my shinobi boy?" she asked him softly. Naruto's face was as red as a tomato, but he quickly stamped down his blush and said, "You know, manipulating me won't work no matter how attractive you look. A simple please will do. That's all I have to say." Koyuki asked him with a hint of confusion and surprise on her face. "Yeah," Naruto replied with a kind smile. "Has anyone ever asked you to do something without doing anything in return?" "No, never," Koyuki asked. "Well, that's not right," Naruto frowned. "Nothing is right when it comes to the movie industry, kid," Koyuki replied softly. "They'll stick to the shinobi business then," Naruto said with a wink, which caused a faint smile to appear on Koyuki's lips. "It must be nice having the choice," Koyuki said bitterly. "I never wanted to be a movie star. I had other dreams and aspirations, but I was railroaded into it by my agent." Naruto felt a frown appear on his face, but he decided to leave it be for now. "Well, since you asked nicely, what would you like me to get for you?" "Hello, Naruto-san," Niji said as Naruto walked down the stairs into the main lobby area of the hotel. "Is Koyuki-san up yet?" Niji asked with a teasing smile on his face. Naruto paused and said, "I don't like that smile, Niji." A cheeky smirk appeared on Neji's face as he replied, "I'm surprised you weren't smiling, considering you were sleeping with a world-famous actress." Naruto's face heated up and said, "It wasn't like that. She was drunk and barged into my room and stayed there. Tenten can vouch." "I'm sure," Niji responded with a chuckle. "But still. Must have been nice to be with someone like her. Even if it was just sleeping together." Naruto glared as he walked to the bartender bar and said, "Can I get it 2 slices of bacon and egg with?" Naruto pulled out a piece of paper and added along with a glass of orange juice, "and 2 slices of French toast please." "She has you getting breakfast for her?" Niji asked with surprise. "You sure you didn't sleep with her?" "I don't think she's interested in someone as young as I am," Naruto replied cheekily. "Tell that to Tenten," Niji said, which prompted Naruto to look at him with a raised eyebrow. "She didn't tell you?" Niji asked with a smirk. "Yeah, during her drunken state, she referred to you as cute blonde boy, and how in awe she was of you during your fight with that shinobi." "Well, I could have never guessed," Naruto replied softly. "I'm not special. You know this." "True," Niji said with a smirk. "But counterpoint. If you weren't, I wouldn't be speaking to you as if we were equals." "True," Naruto replied. "And if you weren't, I wouldn't kept my word after all this time," Niji added quietly, which made Naruto snort. I hate you, Naruto told him. Nijin turned around and said I hate you too. The two shared a grin before Naruto sat at beside the Hokage and asked where are the others. Ai-sensei went to speak to Koiku's manager and has Tenten and Lee scoping the village for your mysterious challenger. I was sent here to meet with you. Little did I know you were sleeping our mission, Niji replied as he sipped on his orange juice. A mischievous smirk appeared on Naruto's face as he said, as nice as it was, I like sleeping with Hinata-chan far better. Niji spit out the orange juice immediately and coughed wildly with a shocked expression, while Naruto laughed and said, that is what you get for trying to embarrass me. Without warning, a familiar shriek was heard from upstairs, followed by a man's angered shout seconds later. That was Koyuki. Naruto exclaimed. We need to go. Niji exclaimed. Naruto quickly summoned a clone and said bring up the food when done, before he and Niji quickly rushed up the stairs with Niji close behind. The two got onto the floor of Naruto's room, only to see Koyuki running towards them with two masked assailants behind her. Naruto leapt onto the left wall as Koyuki ran beneath him, and kneed the first assailant in the face, while Niji struck the second assailant in the chest with his palm, before ripping the black cloth off, revealing a strange armor beneath it. Naruto landed on the ground and blocked two jabs from the first assailant, and kicked them in the chest, which made them skid back on the heels of their feet. Step aside, Shinobi, the first assailant said, his baritone voice rumbling against the halls of the hallway. We require the princess. Princess? She plays a princess but isn't one, Naruto said. That shows how much you know about your target, the other assailant, a female, said as she pulled out a kunai. But that's all y'all get to find out. She screamed before she lunged forward and lunged her kunai at Neji's head. Neji smacked the kunai away and aimed two strikes at her neck, but she leaned back to avoid the strikes. The man ran forward and swung his arms to hit Naruto, but Naruto ducked each strike, causing the man to create two holes in the wall from his blows. Naruto leapt up and kneed the man in the neck, which caused the man to lean back from the blow, but he whipped forward and landed a headbutt to Naruto's head, which made Naruto stagger backwards, only to catch the man's left hand, and then his right. Why is his left hand so much colder and harder than his right? Naruto thought to himself before he repeatedly kicked the man in the left knee, sending the man to the ground on one knee, before he leapt up and drop-kicked the man in the face, sending him on his back. Naruto rolled onto his feet while the man did the same, but the minute the man rose to his knee, he lunged his left arm forward and from the black cloth, a metal hand exploded from the cloth as he shouted, "Come here, brat." Naruto leapt over the arm, which crashed into the wooden frame behind him, and ran on the silver string, before leapt over the man's head, while simultaneously grabbing his neck and landed on his feet, and with a mighty yell, Naruto launched the man over his shoulder and down the hole. Meanwhile, Niji twirled a kunai and blocked two stabs from his opponent's kunai, before he blocked her low kick with his right leg, before striking her twice in the chest, as she punched his chest at the same time, which caused the both of them to stagger backwards. "You're pretty strong," Niji said with a grin. "Unfortunately, these eyes see your weakness. You aren't so bad yourself," the woman said before she pulled her mask off, revealing her pale skin, green eyes and pink spiky hair styled in pigtails with small circular dark pink eyebrows. "Kakyoku Fubuki, Ice Mistress of Yukigakure no Sato, and I will be your killer today." "Hakinichi, prodigy of the Haika clan and the victor of our bout," Niji responded with a growing smirk. "Then Haika, fight me and prove your dominance," Fubuki challenged. Niji licked his lips and said, "Very well. Byakugan. Boy. Niji. You gonna fight her or flirt with her?" Naruto yelled out before the man assailant charged forward and tried to tackle Naruto with his shoulder, but Naruto shielded himself from the bash, and skidded backwards with gritted teeth. It was then he heard rapid footsteps running down the hall behind him, before a foot belonging to Jiraiya slammed into the man's face, which sent the male soaring backwards before crashing to the ground hard. "Needed help, Gaki?" Jiraiya asked. "Nah, I'm going easy on him," Naruto replied with a smirk. "Jiraiya?" Fubuki growled with astonishment before she flickered backwards and skidded by her partner's side and said, "We will finish this battle." She gave a pointed look to Niji, who looked slightly disappointed, before she threw down 5 smoke bombs, covering the entire hall with white smoke. And when the smoke faded, the pair was gone, and the room that was beside them had the doors wide open. The three ran to the door and saw the window leading outside was wide open. "Damn, they got away," Naruto frowned. "I'm pretty sure we'll get them again," Niji said calmly before he glanced at Jiraiya and said, "Good morning, Jiraiya-sama." "Morning, kiddo," Jiraiya said cheerfully. "You two were lucky I was nearby. No sense in destroying this building. Koyuki is safe and has gotten her breakfast surprisingly. Kai told me to pass on that we will be getting on a boat to our next destination." "I'm sorry, we?" Naruto asked. "That's right. I am taking Hei's place and accompanying you on this mission," Jiraiya said with a wide grin on his face as he walked away. "Now come on, let's get ready. We have a boat to get to." "What?" Naruto and Niji exclaimed in surprise. "I feel so sick," Naruto grumbled as he sat beside an equally seasickly, both of their faces tinted green as the boat rocked side to side. "Why did we have to get on a boat? I am usually a youthful shinobi, but this is putting my youthfulness to the test," Lee replied as he wrapped his arms around his stomach. But at least I am not alone in this plight. Whether that is good or not, I shall let you know. Naruto grinned sickly and nodded in agreement. It was then Naruto eyed Koyuki, who was currently getting makeup put on her face. He then saw her glance his way and for a second, he noticed a hint of concern on her face. He merely gave her a thumbs up, which made her reply with a subtle nod, before she looked away to begin her scene. It seems Koyuki Haim has taken a shine to you, Naruto-kun, Lee said. It seems so, Naruto replied. No idea why truthfully, but she has. Yes. Tenten-chan mentioned it last night, Lee said. Damn it Tenten, Naruto thought to himself before he said out loud, yeah, Nichi gave me the blow-by-blow of what Tenten said. Hopefully it will continue so this mission can remain easygoing. I do hope so as well, Lee said with a grin on his face, before his face took a deeper shade of green, and he rushed away with a quick sorry Naruto-kun. Naruto watched Lee run off and let a sympathetic smile appear on his face. That boy sure can run, a man with short gray hair with a beard and mustache, a small black eyes that sat behind a pair of small glasses, said as he smiled at the blonde shinobi. Has seasick. Not like him doing much better, Naruto said. Quite, the man replied. I don't think we had the pleasure of meeting quite yet. Imasama Sandik, Yuki Fujikawa's manager. Uzumaki Naruto Shinobi, Naruto replied. Lights are set, boss. One of the film crew said. We have speed, another added. Camera is rolling, the cameraman shouted. Alright folks. I want to get this one in the first take. The director said through his red cone. Yosh. The crew yelled. Scene 23, cut 6, take 1 and action. The producer shouted. Naruto watched as Koyuki slowly lifted her head up and began to turn, and for a moment, he felt his heart stop. As Sheswo Naruto whispered in awe. Shishimaru. Stay with me. Koyuki exclaimed as she gripped onto the actor's orange cloth. I am sorry I have failed you, princess, forgive me, I beg you, the man wheezed out weakly. How can you even say that? Koyuki asked, her voice rising in desperation. Without you at our side, we never would have found the courage to make it this far. I only wish I had seen be beyond the rainbow with you, princess, the man said before he exhaled his final breath, his body growing still. Shishimaru. Koyuki wailed. Naruto said. It's like him looking at an entirely different person. I agree, Shus really damn good, Jiraiya said suddenly, which caused Naruto to jump and turn his head sharply to the left, where he saw the man crouched on the chair beside him. Damn you, old man. You scared me. Naruto exclaimed with a scowl. I'm pretty good at that, Jiraiya said with a grin. Sandik chuckled and replied, that's Yuki for you. When the camera rolls, that's when she comes alive. There isn't another actor or actress that could match her brilliance. Sandik then glanced at Naruto and said, but lately, I have been noticing a flicker of something outside of the cameras. Have you? Naruto asked. Yes, lately, she has been herself. It's very faint, but something is awakening her true self. I hope to see more of it, Sandik said softly. Hold on a second guys, Koyuki suddenly said, which caused the crew to groan. What now? The director whined. Sandik, can you bring me my drop so I can cry? Koyuki asked. Though she has a long way to go for now, Sandik whispered before he ran forward with a coming. Are you ready? The director asked with a hint of annoyance. They're spilling over. Come on, let's do this. Koyuki replied. She sure has a long way to go, Gaki, Jiraiya said with a chuckle. Yeah, Naruto replied, but as Sandik rushed away and Koyuki leaned forward, the eye drops falling down her face, their eyes locked. Naruto gave her a thumbs up, and Koyuki gave him a tiny smile before the director said, for Pete's sake. Start with a close-up on her face. Right, boss? Scene 23, cut 6, take 2 and action. The producer shouted. Shishimaru. Koyuki wailed while Jiraiya chuckled and motioned for Naruto to follow him. Naruto nodded and together, the two walked to the other side of the boat. That Yuki is sure a looker, Jiraiya said to Naruto. She's cute, Naruto admitted. She seems to like you. That little smile gave it away, Jiraiya stated. And so why did you decide to boot Hayate-san and come with me? Naruto asked quickly. Nice diversion, but it'll be nice, Jiraiya stated as he ruffled Naruto's head. Well, remember what I mentioned to you about your parents? Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded. Why would I not then? Jiraiya replied. Since you are out here in the shinobi world, that old man in the cage's seat can't block me from seeing you this time. Naruto frowned. I had a feeling the Hokage was the reason you weren't able to see me. Yeah, I tried as hard as humanly possible to get you of Konoha. From adoption to taking you on as my apprentice, and at one point, I even tried to kidnap you using one of my toads, but every single time, I was blocked by the Hokage, Jiraiya explained. That last one by the way caused me to be banned from Konoha for 6 years. But why would he do that? Naruto questioned. That I don't know. He doesn't let anyone in his head. I am very frustrated by it, admittedly. I love Konoha, but the things some of my spies in the village have told me about your upbringing have enraged me, Jiraiya admitted with a scowl on his face. If it wasn't for Iruka, there is no telling what could have happened. Naruto stayed silent for a moment. But just in case you don't believe any of this, Jiraiya pulled out a rather old-looking scroll and held it out to Naruto, who took it and opened it up. It was a note from the Hokage to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I do understand your concerns about what you have heard about Naruto's upbringing and be aware, I am taking precautions in fixing this situation, but as I've stated before, Naruto is important to this village and those within it, so I am denying your request of adoption and apprenticeship. The ban on your presence in Konoha for attempted kidnapping of Uzumaki Naruto is still in effect until 3 years from today's date. Once that time passes, you will be permitted to enter Konoha once again. However, any actions to kidnap Uzumaki Naruto will result in a permanent ban. Until our next correspondence, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto finished reading it and shut his eyes, a feeling of betrayal stabbing into his heart. This is unfair, Naruto muttered softly. Naruto, I mentioned before that I was your parents' teacher, but I essentially a father to your father and was asked to be your godfather, which I accepted wholeheartedly, and I just wanted to tell you that I am so sorry for failing. I should have tried harder, Jiraiya said. Naruto looked up to see a remorseful expression on Jiraiya's face, and felt his anger increasing at the man he used to call Jai-san. It's not your fault, Naruto told him softly. You did everything you could. If the Hokage refuses you, you have to abide by that. As hard as that is to say, Naruto took deep breath. That being said, it pisses me off that he hid this from me. It just makes me wonder what else he is hiding from me. Jiraiya frowned. What else do you know? The Sennin asked. I know that my mother is alive somewhere, Naruto said. I don't know anything other than that. But the minute Naruto said this, he noticed this stunned expression on the older man's face, before it took on a look of fury. But as quick as it came, it disappeared. I see, Jiraiya murmured. But that is all you know. That and that I have a sister named Taiya, Naruto answered before he sighed. You're the first person I told that to. I didn't even tell the Hokage, Naruto admitted. Good thing I didn't, he probably would have lied. How did you find out? Jiraiya asked. The Shinigami, Naruto replied. I see, well I had no idea about your mother. I do have information on your sister, Jiraiya said. You do, Naruto exclaimed. What do you know about her? That the people that adopted her were slain and that she now resides in Atagakur no Sato under my old teammate Orochimaru. But I have someone watching over her, Jiraiya explained. Fuck, you have to take me there, Naruto said with an urgent tone. Once the mission ends, take me there. I wish I could. I truly do, but I can't. If either of us showed our face there for any reason, things could get bad, Jiraiya said. However, I do have some intel from my spy that she will be coming to Konoha for the Chunin exam in 3 months. Chunin exam? Naruto asked. Yes. They have one every year, I believe. This year they will be in Konoha if I have my schedule right, Jiraiya said. Right around the time I will be able to come back into the village. It would be perfect to bring you two together then. Alright, that's 3 months from now. Alright, I just have to wait that long, and then I can convince her to stay, Naruto said with a hopeful smile on his face. I just hope I can find my mom before then, Naruto said softly. I will put all my resources into finding her, Jiraiya said. I promise. Thanks, Naruto said. It was now nightfall on the boat, and Naruto was sitting beside Lee and Guy in deep meditation. Despite popular belief, the two green-wearing shinobi were able to calm things down. One way was to meditate before going to sleep. Naruto didn't want to join them, but Miyuki stated, the mind is a dangerous weapon of itself. Meditation is like a whetting stone. It allows the mind keep its edge for any situation. And when she put it like that, Naruto had to join in. But as Naruto meditated, he felt the world around him begin to darken until it was pitch dark. Then he heard a drip of liquid hit stone. Then another and then another. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and found himself in front of a gilded jail cell, and there he saw a shadow of a man sitting on the ground with his legs slightly spread, his head bowed and his hands sitting limp against his legs. He had seen this man before when he went to wake up Miyuki. You shouldn't be here, the man said softly, his voice deep but soft, almost broken. Why? Naruto asked. This is the cage of the damned, only I belong here, the figure said. Why do you think that? Naruto asked. The man gave a mournful chuckle and said, go forget about me, otherwise you will fall to the curse that I spread. Before Naruto could question it further, a burst of crimson chakra flew from the cell and collided into Naruto, which snapped him back into the real world, just as Tenten's voice said, Yo Naruto Chibi. Naruto opened his eyes to stare at her chocolate brown ones. Guess who wants you? She sang with a teasing smile. Well, I better go see what she needs, Naruto said as he stood up and stretched. Thanks for the session, you two. I'll see you later. Have fun, Naruto-kun, Lee said sincerely. Thanks, Rock, Naruto said. Did you just call him Rock instead of Lee, Naruto Chibi? Tenten asked. What? I kinda like that name for him, Naruto said with a grin as the two began to walk. So, why did she have you tell me she wanted me? Naruto asked. Well, we all do take turns watching her. It just happened to be mine. Be warned though, she's drunk again, Tenten said. Oh goody, Naruto replied. The two stopped at a door that led to the inside of the ship, and Tenten opened it, only for a hooded figure to speed walk forward and bump into Naruto. Whoa, calm down there, Naruto said with a chuckle. Sorry, the hooded figure said before they walked past. Naruto didn't know why, but that figure sounded very familiar to him. He shrugged and followed Tenten down into the ship. Past the bathrooms and cafeteria, Tenten led Naruto through the interior of the ship, until the pair stood in front of a medium-sized gilded door, and the minute Tenten knocked on it. Naruto barely managed to see Tenten mouth good luck before she disappeared behind the open door, as drunk Koyuki opened the door and blocked Tenten's sight. "Here you are. I had to get that panda girl to fetch us," the drunk actor said before she pulled him by the jacket into her room and shut the door. "I'm ready for sleep," Koyuki slurred as she stumbled to her bed and fell into it. Naruto shut the door behind and said, "Good. You need to rest anyways to rest your body from the chokehold you downed. Join me so sleep I can go," Koyuki said as she wiggled under the covers and removed her robe, before her head popped up at the end on her pillows. Do you think this is a good idea?" Naruto asked nervously. "Nonsense. I knows what's doing Zamai," Koyuki replied with a goofy grin before she lifted the covers, so he could her body, now wearing a simple silky blue nightgown. "Nose, here you go," she said as she patted the spot on the bed. "I'll fire you if you don't join." Naruto sighed and said, "Very well." Koyuki said as Naruto laid on the bed, and immediately, Koyuki's head laid down on his chest with a pleasant hum. "My daddy used to snuggles with me, no one snuggles with me anymore except you," she murmured. "Your dad?" Naruto asked. "MHM. He was the bestest, but then fire and hotness, then alone's you helped me sleeps him sleepy now nighty night," Koyuki said before she shut her eyes and fell asleep. Naruto sighed, and for the next 2 hours, he stayed up, but not due to lack of sleep, but with the thought of Koyuki's father. "Yuki, it is time to my." Naruto woke up to see Sandok's surprised face staring at him from the corner. "Morning, Sandok-san," Naruto whispered before he looked down to see Koyuki sleeping soundly, her arms wrapped around his body as she lightly nuzzled his chest. "For some reason she can't sleep without me," Naruto grumbled out. "I'll wake up her. You get out of here." Sandok looked conflicted before he frowned and left the room, closing the door behind him. Naruto looked down at Koyuki's sleeping face and began to shake her. "Wake up," Naruto urged gently. Koyuki clenched her eyes and muttered, "Shinobi boy. Why are you in my bed?" "Well, someone decided to force me into last night," Naruto replied. "I trust me to know we didn't do anything," Koyuki said with a yawn before she pulled away from him and stretched. "Hey, why can't you sleep without me?" Naruto asked. Koyuki paused and glanced at him. "What makes you think I can't? I was along before you came butting into my life." "You said it yesterday," Naruto said. "Who knows, I stopped trying to understand my drunk self a long time ago. I just go with the flow," Koyuki said before slipped out of bed and walked towards the closet. She paused as she reached the closet doors and said, "Shinobi boy. You can go now." "Oh? Right," Naruto exclaimed as he climbed out of bed and rushed to the bedroom door. But before he could touch the doorknob, Koyuki asked, "You haven't told anyone, have you?" "No," Naruto drawled out. "Why? It's not like anyone would believe me. I'm a nobody after all." "I'd like to keep that way," Koyuki replied. "Secret is safe with me," Naruto said before he walked out of the room. Naruto was in the middle of chatting with Jiraiya and Guy, when the trio heard the director shout out, "This is it. We're changing everything." Naruto, Guy and Jiraiya turned their head to the director in confusion, only for them both to turn around to see a large ice and snow island in front of the boat. "What in the world? Where did that come from?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya shrugged. What?" the man beside the director asked. "Here, in this place. You moron. Look. We're standing on the perfect spot to shoot. It's practically begging us to film here." The director shouted in excitement to his stunned-looking cameraman. "Cherish this moment, for the movie gods are smiling down upon us. Everyone, get ready to embark." "Interesting. Well, you better get going," Jiraiya said before he let out a yawn. "I'm going to catch some sleep," Jiraiya said. Yeah, see you when we get back on board," Naruto replied, but with a smile on his face, which the Gama-Senin returned with a grin of his own. Snowy Island. Uzumaki Naruto. "Man, I cannot believe we are actually watching a movie being directed in front of us," Tenten said with excitement as the Konoha shinobi stood together in a group. "I know," Lee added. "I wish I could be in a movie one day. Or even have my own TV show." "Really?" Naruto asked. "Here we go," Niji muttered to Tenten, who giggled and elbowed his side. "Of course. It would be a very youthful program. I even have a name for it. Rock Lee's Springtime of Youth. On it, I would train people into jutsu and tell them that they can do anything with the power of hard work. I've been thinking about it for years." Lee exclaimed with a grin. "Oh? I like it, Rock," Naruto replied. "Can I be a guest star when I become Hokage?" "I would be insulted if you didn't," Lee replied. "We geniuses of hard work have to stick together, you know. You really know how to make a guy's day, Rock." "Then in your immortal words, let's use the power of youth to bring our dreams to life," Naruto exclaimed. Lee blinked before a large smile appeared on his face. "Naruto-kun, your exuberance is surely infectious," Lee shouted before he held out his right hand. Naruto grinned and clasped Lee's hand with his own, which caused the image of a river appeared behind the duo, as the sun began to set behind them, two dolphins leaping from the water. "Did they just become best friends?" Tenten asked Niji. "Okami help us," Niji replied. "It's so beautiful," Guy said as waterfalls of tears fell from his face. "Where did that image come from?" one of the film workers asked to their partner in the distance. Naruto and Lee smiled at one another, but it was then he saw Koyuki looking his way, and there was a faint smile on her face. Naruto gave her a wink and smiled as well. Koyuki then turned away from him. "I'm getting chilly, I'm going to go buy the heat lantern," Naruto said before he made his way towards Koyuki. "Have fun, Naruto." Neji and Tenten taunted, which caused to flip them off, causing them both to laugh. Naruto stood beside the kneeling Koyuki and asked his seat taken. Koyuki looked at him and let out a short laugh and said, "Take a seat, shinobi boy." Naruto knelt beside the actress and held his hands out towards the heating lantern, and said, "Nice and warm." "You look like you were having fun over there, shinobi boy," Koyuki said as she rubbed her hands together. "Me and Lee came to an understanding," Naruto said with a grin. "Thank you by the way," Koyuki said softly. "You got me food and saved my life, I don't know to repay you." "Well, technically, your manager is paying us to protect you," Naruto said with a good-natured grin. "But even if you wasn't, I couldn't sit by and let you get hurt like that." Koyuki turned to Naruto and said, "I don't understand you." "Oh? What do you mean?" Naruto said. "Your attitude towards me. Even from the start, you were relaxed with me. I sure haven't been making it easy on you, and yet you keep smiling at me. Joking with me, why?" Koyuki questioned. Naruto grew quiet for a moment before he answered with, "When I first met you, your eyes were cold and indifferent, but deep down, I could see loneliness within them." He saw Koyuki's eyes widen at this, but continued on with, "You won't believe this, but I've seen these eyes so many times in my life, even from myself." Naruto let a gentle smile appear on his face. "But then someone saved me from it. He was a brave man named Yumino Iruka. He saw my loneliness through my actions, and made a better guy." "What happened to him?" Koyuki asked. Naruto looked down and bit back the tears that wanted to fill his eyes, and said, "He died, sacrificing himself for me." Naruto shut his eyes and took a breath before he opened his eyes to look at her, and said, "I decided that if I could, I would save people the same way he saved me. Pay it forward, so to speak. Save someone else from drowning in their despair. Alright people, we're going to roll. Stand by." A voice said a few feet away from them. "That's your cue, actress-chan. You should get to it," Naruto said as he began to stand up, but as she then grabbed his hand. Naruto looked at her with confusion, and then quickly realized she looked as confused as he did. "Sorry, shinobi boy," she whispered softly. "No harm done," Naruto said with a smile. "Knock them dead out there." Koyuki nodded, although her gaze was distant. Naruto rushed back to his group as the filming crew began to continue their shoot. "Okay, scene 36, take 32. And action." The producer shouted as he clapped the clapperboard together. "Ha ha ha ha, so we meet again, princess." The old man actor exclaimed from the top of a hill. "Well done." Naruto saw the distant look on Koyuki's face instantly vanish as a look of contempt appeared on her face, and for a moment, he felt his heart clench at the sight. Her manager was right, she really could act. "It's you, Mu," Koyuki exclaimed as she withdrew her blade, but the male actor beside her reached back to stop her from any more movement. "Princess, stay back," the man said. "Well, take care of him for you," the other man added with a frown. "Wow, they're really good," Tenten whispered to Naruto, who nodded in agreement. "Did you honestly believe these meager fools would be a match for me, princess?" The older actor shouted before an explosion rocked the icy plateau behind him. Is that part of the scene?" the man asked, his rough voice changing into a posh and polite one. "Team Guy." Guy shouted. Neji, Tenten, Lee and Naruto quickly flickered before the three movie stars, with Naruto in between the men and right in front of Koyuki. "What's going on?" Koyuki whispered. "Nothing we can't handle," Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes. "There's a large amount of chakra in that mountain there." "Be on your guard, Naruto," Miyuki's voice said with a firm tone. "Understood, Miyuki-sensei," Naruto replied before he said, "Awaken, Kaigen." When the smoke faded, a man with lavender-purple hair which was tied in a ponytail and along with a long, thin strand of purple hair hanging over the right side of his face, two small diagonal purple marks below both of his teal, pupilless eyes with small thick purple eyebrows. And he wore a Hapiri-style forehead protector that framed his face and some strange armor on his body. "Welcome, friends, to the land of snow," the man said with a confident smirk on his face. Just then, a snow mound to the west began to move, and a familiar pink-haired Kunoichi rose from beneath it, wearing chakra armor like the man's. "Princess Koyuki. I hope you are still carrying the hex crystal." "The land of snow," Koyuki murmured shakily as Naruto turned to her. "Koyuki, what's wrong?" Naruto asked. Finally, a snow mound to the east began to move, and the last familiar image was seen, wearing armor similar to his two partners. "If so, we'll just rip it off of you," the man exclaimed. "Yosh. Time for battle." Guy shouted as he leapt in the air and landed before his team in a crouch. "Team Guy, you three protect our client by any means necessary." "Understood," the team chorused. "The rest of you, get back to the ship," Naruto ordered as he looked to the crew behind him. "When I heard Konoha shinobi were arriving, I was hoping Hada Kakashi would be amongst you," the man said with a sneer on his face. "He may not be here, but his eternal rival, Madoka Ai, is here in his stead." Guy shouted with a toothy grin. "The green beast of Konoha. Top Taijutsu master, yes. Killing you will send a message to him," the man said with a smirk on his face. "Very well, Ramgon Adder will be your executioner." Fubuki miser, I leave the princess to you. The man shouted before he leapt down. I smirked and dashed towards the mountain his opponent was on. The two shinobi leapt down from the hills they were on and flew towards the pair. Miser leapt down and pulled out a snowboard and hopped on it before dashing towards the group. Naruto-kun. Koyuki-sama trusts you. I'll fight this guy. Lee shouted before he dashed forward towards the man. Tenten, with me, Niji said as they dashed forward towards the oncoming Fubuki. Naruto turned around and saw Koyuki standing stock still, her eyes wide and trembling. Koyuki, are you alright? Naruto asked, but then he saw a black cloaked figure running towards them at top speed, and it was then he saw something sparkle beneath the cloak. Shit. Naruto said he dashed forward and pushed Koyuki to the left, just as the figure removed an arm, revealing it to be encased with crystal, before she lunged it forward and stabbed Naruto in the shoulder. Koyuki landed on the ground as Naruto gritted in pain. I knew you would block the killing blow, a familiar voice said. The hood of the cloak whipped back and revealed Guren's smirking face. You, Naruto hissed out. We ran done not for a long shot, Uzumaki, Guren smirked. With a yell, Naruto leapt up and kicked Guren in the chest, which removed the crystallized arm from his shoulder at the same time. The two shinobi landed on the ground, then each one flipped to their feet, and Guren immediately swung her weaponized at Naruto's face, which caught him on the cheek and sent his head whipping right, causing a deep gash on his cheek. Naruto immediately turned around and decked her in the jaw, which caused her to roll to the left, before she leapt to her feet and lunged her arm forward to stab his head, just as Naruto stood up. Naruto stumbled backwards to avoid his head being skewered and pulled out a kunai and ran forward and jabbed the kunai at her head twice, but Guren blocked it with her weaponized arm, before he dropped the kunai to his left hand, and stabbed into her stomach twice, before she kicked him in the chest. Naruto skidded backwards on the balls of his feet, as Guren leapt into the air with her crystal-covered arm, and swung it down, which Naruto blocked the strike with his kunai. He then turned to Koyuki and shouted, "Get the hell out of here." Koyuki blinked and said, I go? Naruto exclaimed before he turned back to Guren and pushed her backwards, gaining some distance. Guren touched her stomach and let out a gentle laugh which caused Naruto to stare at her, as if she lost more of her mind. You drew blood from me, Uzumaki, Naruto, Guren said. That sounds ominous, Naruto stated with a strange smirk. It should, Guren said as her smirk grew. Not many have done that, but if you had known what that would cause, you would have avoided it. Shinton. Katsueki sh2. Crystal style. Blood shard. Guren suddenly slung the blood she drew from her wound towards Naruto's direction, and the 7 drops of blood that had left her arm had been changed into shards of crystal, which were traveling at high speeds. Naruto managed to deflect 6 of the shards successfully, but the last one pierced his right side, causing a small amount of pain in those areas, but it was nothing for him to worry about. Guren smirked and charged forward and swung her arm towards Naruto, who blocked the crystallized limb with the kunai, then cocked his right arm cocked back to strike her, but just as he was going to throw the punch, that small pain in his side skyrocketed into severe agony. But Naruto still landed the punch, which caused Guren to skip against the ground, before she corrected herself and skidded against the snow. Naruto fell into one knee and held his side in agony. God damn it, this hurts. What the fuck is going on? Naruto screamed within his head as he rose to his feet before he growled out in pain. Ingenious, Miyuki said with an impressed tone. That attack that went inside of your body seems the purpose of this attack is to shred you from the inside. Explain please, Naruto thought. The shard of crystal is growing, and if the excess shards are breaking off and going up your bloodstream, Miyuki explained. I don't know the location, but I will try to freeze them in place to halt the shards to keep the damage to the affect areas, but I cannot be used until I successfully freeze it, Miyuki said. I'm very grateful for not encountering Shinton users during the Sengoku Jidai, if they knew jutsu like this. Naruto felt a cool feeling wash through his body and to the wound in his side, and gritted his teeth. Thanks, Miyuki, Naruto thought as he forced himself to stand despite the immense pain in his side, but he found himself buckling from the pain and falling down to one knee again. Naruto shut his eyes and once again forced himself up to his feet and panted heavily, while Guren stood strong across from him. Impressive, Guren noted. Most people die immediately from being hit by that attack no matter. Your invite to the afterlife has already been punched by the Shinigami. All that matters is whether I kill you with my hands or if the progression of my attack does it for me. Guren then held up her right hand, with all of her fingers spread, and said, I will give this fight 5 minutes, 5 more minutes, until either I or my attack does you in for good. So prepare because either way, you're dead. Naruto smirked, albeit in pain, and merely brought up his left arm and flipped her off. I've already met the Shinigami, and I don't intend to again, Naruto taunted before he shouted Kage Bushin no Jutsu. 10 clones popped into existence beside him, and with the point of his kunai, he shouted go. The clones nodded and launched themselves towards Guren, who instantly shouted Shinton. Kurenek SMSH2, Crystal Style. Crimson Crystal Shard. She slammed her right palm into the ground, and 10 elongated crystal spikes shot up from the ground and stabbed through the clones. But Naruto smirked and shouted Bushin Bikuha. Not this time. Shinton. CH plus Sai Kurenai no Kajutsu, Crystal Style. Tiny Crimson Fruit. Just as the clones began to glow, the spikes that pierced them formed around them to form individual crystal orbs before they exploded within them, cracking the crystal, but keeping them intact. Gurren smirked and shouted Shimdan. Bakisai Kurenai Yori, crystal style. Exploding crimson spear. The balls of crystal pressed together and began to morph into 2 large spears and launched themselves at Naruto. Fuck. Naruto exclaimed as he leapt backwards from 2 of the spears, only for them to explode into tiny crystal shards, which then sliced Naruto's right side, his left shoulder, his left cheek and left thigh, but he managed to swap himself out with the camera before the rest of the shards could take him out. Naruto appeared in the place of the camera on one knee and held his sight, as the pain increased briefly before it cooled down again, as Gurren faced him, and with a smirk, she licked his blood from the tip of her crystal-covered arm. If she wasn't so driven to kill him, Naruto would have found that hot. You can't beat me with that tired old shtick, Gurren said with a smirk. You're going to have to try something new. She then held up 4 fingers and said, but don't forget you have only 4 minutes now. Naruto didn't respond at first due to the pain beginning to rise before it suddenly vanished. Miyuki, did you do it? Naruto asked. I didn't at all, but the crystal's chakra is being sapped out, and it's now deactivated. It seems fate is on our side. I am ready to assist, Miyuki's voice said calmly. I don't think it was fate, but I have a feeling I know who it was, Naruto thought gratefully before he let out a chuckle and stood up, his eyes hidden by his hair. You really want me dead, eh? Naruto questioned. I didn't do all of this to have you, child, now did I? Gurren questioned with a taunting tone. With his head still bowed, Naruto replied, you did pretty good to get me on the ropes. Unfortunately, I've already won. Gurren looked at the blonde in confusion. Won? Take a look at your situation, dimwit. Yeah, I've only managed this wound in my stomach. I've got you on the ropes. It was then she noticed something. There was a smile on Naruto's face. The Shinhan is truly impressive, and on any other shinobi, you could have killed them sooner. Unfortunately, we are in my domain, Naruto said before he muttered Kaigen. Awaken Miyuki. He then raised his eyes to reveal his ninjutsu, the silver-white snowflake glowing brightly as the area around them became colder than previously thought. Gurren laughed at this and shouted, you think putting a little glow in your eyes is going to make him? She was cruelly interrupted as Naruto appeared before her with a trail of uprooted ice behind him, with his arm cocked back and a calm face. Gurren barely managed to lift her covered forearm over her face, before Naruto's ice-made gauntlet slammed into it, sending her high into the air. Naruto slammed his foot on the ground, and a pillar of ice exploded from beneath him, and rocketed him towards the airborne Gurren, as an ice-made blade appeared in his right hand. Gurren managed to recover and shouted Shimdan. Sushward, crystal style. Crystal dragon. With a thrust of her hands, a large violet dragon made of crystal shot towards Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto dismissed the sword with disappointment and off the pillar, where it then turned into a large ice dragon, and collided with Gurren's dragon, which caused an explosion of ice and crystal. Naruto landed on the ground with a crouch, as 3 more ice-made dragons exploded from the ground, and headed towards the still airborne Gurren. His eyes widened in shock before she shouted Shimdan. Kurenai no Kijutsu. The crystal orb formed around her body just as the 3 dragons slammed into them, which caused them to splinter and break off, and as Naruto turned around, the orb slammed into the ground, and then shattered to reveal the angered Gurren charging towards him. Naruto chuckled faintly as he said Kage Bushin no Jutsu. 3 clones appeared and charged towards Gurren as he said Haimba no Ken. Phase 1, Naruto murmured calmly. Pale blue chakra formed along his arms, legs and chest along with a mask, as an icy mist began to flow from his body. Gurren leapt over the first clone and blocked 2 ice spears with her forearm, but then she was brutally kicked in the side by the 3rd Naruto, which caused her to skid to the left-right into a right hook from the 2nd clone, before an ice pillar slammed into her gut, sending her into the air. The 3 dashed up the pillar after her, but Gurren flipped off the top of the pillar, and ran down the pillar, and stabbed one of the clones in the stomach, only for it to glow a bright icy blue, and with a kick to his chest, she soared up to avoid the large explosion that destroyed half a pillar. Gurren landed on the ground and shouted Shimdan. Kurenak Sms H2, crystal style. Crimson crystal shard. She slammed her right palm into the ground, and 3 elongated crystal spikes shot up from the ground around her, before she pushed them out, slicing through the remaining 2 clones, while the last spike shot towards the real Naruto. Naruto watched the crystal coming before a wall of ice shot up between him, and both the ice and the crystal spikes shattered. But through the ice and crystal, Gurren appeared with her crystallized arm in the air, but with a swing of her arm, the blade collided and then slid off his armor, and in return, Naruto's fist instantly collided with her face. It didn't hit. Gurren thought as she immediately swung again, but the blade swiped against the mask slide forward, which allowed Naruto to step forward and deliver a brutal headbutt to her head. She staggered backwards and shouted Shimdan. But she was immediately interrupted by another fist colliding with her already wounded stomach, which sent her skidding backwards against the ground, before she fell to her knee with blood pooling down her lips. Gurren hissed out angrily, but a savage smirk appeared on her face and said, "You may have some tricks, but any moment now and you will be dead." "It has been 4 minutes," Naruto's dual voice calmly stated as he crossed his arms. and I am still standing. That can't be, you should have died by now. Gurren shouted in disbelief. A calm smile appeared on Naruto's face, but in his eyes, there was a subdued rage in them. I told you Gurren, I've already met the Shinigami and I don't intend on meeting him again. You however. Naruto began to advance slowly and Gurren's eyes hardened in fury before she stood up and shouted, I'm not going to give up. I refuse to let Orochimaru-sama down. Naruto paused mid-step before he continued. I made a vow to do anything and everything I could for him, and to protect him from all that wishes him harm, Gurren exclaimed as crystallized her other arm into a bladed weapon as well. And you mean him harm and I shall kill you. And with that shout, she launched herself towards Naruto and began to swing her weapon wildly, but each swipe scraped and slid off of Naruto's icy armor, and with each miss, Naruto returned with hard and brutal strikes which caused Gurren an increasing amount of pain, until a particularly hard punch to her jaw sent her stumbling to the side, only for a wall of ice to shoot up from the ground to block her. Another wall of ice shot up to her right, and a final one behind her, and in front of her stood the armored Naruto. She was trapped and they both knew it. Gurren shouted and lunged her right blade at Naruto's head, but he caught it and gripped it hard, causing it to crack and break beneath his hand. For what it is worth, I'm sorry I made you fail, Orochimaru, Naruto said with a serene tone. Naruto landed a hard punch to her left side, which caused her to bounce against the ice wall behind her, where he then landed another punch to her chest, which caused he to slam against it again. Naruto began to repeatedly land blow after blow to Gurren's body and face, each blow causing a crack to appear in the wall behind her, and with a shout, his fist slammed into her face, sending her through the wall, and flying backwards before she crashed and skidded against the ground. Gurren stood up and stabbed her remaining blade into the ground, and lifted herself to one knee, blood dripping from her forehead, cheeks and lips. She then turned her head to see Naruto standing in between the two walls of ice, which splintered apart when he lifted his hands into the air. The ice began to form into two spears made of ice, and launched them both at Gurren, who quickly yelled Shimdan. Bakusai Kurenai Yori. Using the remaining crystals that rested on her arms and launched them both at the oncoming ice spears, shattering them both upon collision. Gurren's arms slumped at her sides as she panted heavily. That was her last amount of chakra. She was tapped out of chakra. She pulled out a kunai and stood up and wiped the blood from her eyes, as Naruto began to walk forward. I won't fail Orochimaru-sama, Gurren whispered to herself. I will complete this mission no matter what it takes. Gurren dashed forward and lunged a kunai towards Naruto, but he moved to the side, which caused the metal to slide off the ice. Naruto then grabbed her neck and twisted his body before and launched her backwards, where an ice wall appeared, and she slammed against it where she slumped down against it. Naruto summoned an ice-made axe and threw it at Gurren, but instead of it striking her, it collided into the wall beside her head. Gurren looked at the blonde-haired shinobi in surprise. He could have killed her right then and there, but he didn't. But why? Naruto walked slowly until he stood above her and said, thank you for this battle. You're the first person I've fought in a life-or-death battle. However, this is where that battle ends. Why you dare make demands of me? Gurren shouted before Naruto summoned a blade of ice and swung it hard, slicing through the wall of ice and stopping just at her neck. That is twice I could have killed you, Naruto said with a serene look in his eyes. This battle is over. Naruto then turned, and it looks like it's over for them as well, Naruto noted before he turned to look at Gurren, and said, so either die here by my hand, or use my generosity to escape and live another day. But why? Gurren stammered out. You fought me on unfair grounds. I want to fight you on even grounds. Not to mention, you won our first fight. I won the second. I don't like draws all too well, Naruto replied. Neither do I'll kill you, you know this, right? Gurren asked. The next time we meet, only one of us will walk away, Naruto agreed before he turned and walked away towards only to see proud-looking Jiraiya standing with a katatana Koyuki in his arms on the boat. Beside him, a well-off Rock Lee and Guy landed beside him, while a slightly torn-clothed Nichi and Tenten landed behind him, and together, they ran up the boat's bridge, and the boat was soon breaking away from the island. That battle was very youthful, Lee said. Unfortunately, he did not stand a chance. We had a tougher battle, Tenten said. She's lucky she got away. She won't again, Nichi said as he stalked off. Naruto walked up to Jiraiya and immediately took Koyuki from him, and the minute he did, Koyuki looked to Naruto and said Shinobi boy, and wrapped her arms around his neck. I don't want to go back to Yuki no Kuni. Okay, what the hell was all of this about? Naruto asked with a hint of frustration. Well, it seems someone has been keeping secrets, Jiraiya said with amusement as he pointed to Koiku's assistant. Let's all sit around and talk about it. Real life in the world, princess? Naruto questioned as he stared at the Koiku's right-hand man with a raised eyebrow. Yes, Sandak said with a lowered head. It had been an hour since Naruto and his team had gotten on the boat, and Koyuki went to her room immediately, and despite her wanting Naruto to stay and watch over her, Naruto had to get answers. So there they all sat. Naruto, Jiraiya, Team Guy, the director and Koiku's right-hand man. I guess my nickname for her was App then, Naruto said softly. But THT makes me wonder, how did you know this Sandak? That is a good question, Tenten asked before she looked to Sandak and asked Sandak-san, who are you to her really? I was her aide, Sandak replied. I've known her ever since she was a little girl. She doesn't remember this fact of course, and I don't blame her one bit. It was so long ago. So you were from the Yuki no Kuni as well, Niji said as he crossed his arms, his eyes closed. That is correct. I served under Kazuhana Sumsetsu, the previous king, Sandak replied. Yuki no Kuni was not a large nation, but it served as a haven of peace, especially during the Second Shinobi War. Kazuhana-sama adored Koyuki Haim. Those were wonderful times. And here is the scene where things went bad, isn't it? Naruto asked. Sandak replied with a grim nod. 10 years ago, Kazuhana-dan, the younger brother of Kazuhana-sama, staged a coup d'etat on Kazuhana-sama and murdered him, then burned the magnificent Kazuhana castle to the ground. I feared the Koyuki Haim perished as well. But she didn't, Lee said. The day I realized our beloved princess was still alive, I was practically beside myself with joy. Sandak exclaimed as tears of happiness fell down his face. After all those years, she was alive. And that's how I became her manager. I bid my time waiting for the day when I could escort her back to claim her rightful seat as the Lord of Yuki no Kuni, Sandak finished. Boy. So you used the soul this time. The producer said. I apologize, but it was for the sake of the people of Yuki no Kuni, Sandak said. She must confront her traitorous uncle and assume her rightful place as ruler. How foolish, Jiraiya stated as he flipped a page in his notebook. Didn't any of you think about the risks of what might happen if she came back to Yuki no Kuni? I did, but it was the only way I could think to get the princess to come back to her home, Sandak replied sullenly. Naruto remained silent. He knew that it was the right call to do. Help this man reclaim the kingdom of Yuki no Kuni and avenge Koiku's father, but something in his gut questioned it. The fear in Koiku's eyes when she begged him not to return her to that country was something he knew her uncle had struck into her heart. That alone made him want to fight the bastard. It was then he remembered what she had told him earlier during the mission. It must be nice having the choice. I never wanted to be a movie star. I had other dreams and aspirations, but I was railroaded into it by my agent. From how she sounded, she seemed to be forced to do a lot of things she never wanted to do. If he was going to do this, he would need to make sure it was her decision. Why didn't you just ask her? Naruto questioned. Why go through all of this just to lead her to this guy? I truly wanted to, Sandak said sincerely. But I've truly grown to care for Koyuki and I lost the nerve to admit the truth to her. That's all well and good, but didn't you realize that she could die against him if she agrees to this? Naruto asked. It would have been fitting, seeing as I should have died back then, Koiku's voice said, prompting everyone to turn to the entranceway to Koyuki at the entranceway, her cold gaze observing the room. You mustn't say that, Sandak said with horror. You have no idea the pain and sorrow we all felt for you. We never stopped praying for your life. I'm alive but my heart is dead, Koyuki replied. After that day, any tears I had left all dried up. Surely you don't mean that, Sandak said. With every fiber of my soul, Koyuki replied coldly. If he is to kill me then let him. There's no way I shall, Sandak replied as he stood up and walked to her and knelt to the ground. For I shall give my life without hesitation in order to protect you. Oh boy, I sense something serious is about to happen, Jiraiya noted to Guy. Guy looked at him curiously, and he motioned to Naruto's. His eyes stared at Koyuki, his fists clenched. Guy nodded and the two rose from their chairs and took 2 steps back to watch. Seeing this, Nichi looked at Tenten and Lee, and motioned for them to go to the 2 older shinobi, and repeated their motions. I beg you to take up and lead your people. Sandak exclaimed. There was a tense silence in the air, and Naruto could see something flicker in Koiku's eyes. Was it remorse? Was it shame? He didn't know because before he could figure it out, it faded away to the cold abyss as Koyuki said, "You've got to be kidding. You guys feel that sudden chill?" The producer asked out loud. I feel it too all of a sudden, the director said. But what about your people? Sandak said. You sit here and manipulate me to go back to the place where my father died, and give me that rousing speech about my people. You have got to be out of your mind, Koyuki told him. I could care less about them, Koyuki said. But Koyuki Haim, Sandak said, aghast at her words. Stop being an idiot. Koyuki yelled. It doesn't matter what you do, you will never get rid of Dom. Stop saying those heartless words to him. Naruto shouted as he smacked both hands on the table and stood up. Here it comes, Jiraiya whispered to the shinobi around him. Heartless. Naruto, you see what has done to me, Koyuki shouted. I understand the Koyuki. I can understand him using you, and believe me, I don't like that either, but he took a risk to free the people your father cared for and refused to quit even when things got rough. It is his dream to see your people free. My people weren't there when my father was murdered. Koyuki shot back. The people my father loved revolted and led to his death by my uncle, the man my father trusted with his life, so don't you dare talk about them being my people. And what about those that didn't rise to hurt your father? They deserve to suffer as well, Naruto yelled back. All the men, women and children you think they are living easy lives beneath the man who would coldly murder his brother. What does it matter to me? Koyuki exclaimed. If I wasn't alive then none of this would matter. But you are and it does, Naruto replied as he moved away from the table and walked up to her. You have these people hunting you down to the point where we were hired to protect you. Even if you were to continue to run and be an actress, they won't stop hunting you until you are dead. You see, they fear you coming back to take what is yours. This is like the movies Naruto. Koyuki whispered. There isn't going to be this so inspiring speech. There wouldn't be the climactic duel where the heroes triumph. There wouldn't be a happy ending because there is no such thing in this world. And with that yell, Koyuki ran out of the room, leaving Naruto standing in his spot. Well, this is a very troublesome situation, as Shikaku would say, Guy muttered as he crossed his arms. Wanting to dethrone a ruling monarch is a big task that we may need help in. We have no idea how many men he truly has. I then looked at Jiraiya and asked Jiraiya-sama, what do you think of the situation? Considering the fact that we are far away from getting back up, we should continue on, Jiraiya said. Yeah. It is unfair what that man has done to Koyuki-sama and her father, Tenten said with a frown. Yosh. We shall fight to reclaim her kingdom. Lee said. I look forward to fighting that woman again, Nichi merely said. As long as there is hope, one may dream, and with those dreams, the future comes. I like it, the director said with a grin on his face. You are not really thinking of continuing the movie like this, are you, Makino-san? The producer asked. I told you before, the movie is evolving. And think about it, how often do we get the chance of making a movie with an actual princess? We're looking at the chance of a lifetime here, Makino added. The producer blinked and let out a gasp. You are right. Think about the buzz. The behind-the-scenes video would be amazing. We're sitting on a surefire blockbuster. We'll be legends in the movie industry. Then we're going ahead with this movie. The director said. And we will be going along with this mission, Guy said. Naruto didn't merely walk out of the room. And Jiraiya followed him. With a knock on the door, he said, Hey Koyuki. It's me. The door cracked open, and Naruto saw Koyuki's cold eyes gazing back at him. What do you want? She asked. Naruto felt his frown deepen. Can I come in? He asked. She stayed silent as she moved away and the door opened for him. Naruto walked inside and shut the door behind him as he watched Koyuki walk to her bed and sit on it. Naruto walked to the bed and sat beside her. I wouldn't go back, Koyuki whispered as she bent her legs up to rest against her chest and wrapped her arms around them. You made that painfully clear, Naruto said. Then why are you here? Koyuki asked. Naruto stayed quiet before he asked, what do you want to do? What? Koyuki asked. I remember you telling me once that you had other dreams and aspirations, and you never wanted to become a movie star. Tell me, what did you want to be? Naruto asked her. Why does it matter? Koyuki asked. Admittedly, I didn't think when I spoke in there. I was so angry at how you brushed aside Sandik's dreams that I reacted, but I forgot to take your own feelings into account, Naruto said. You were being railroaded into a decision that you truly didn't want, and I called to allow myself to do that to you. Koyuki stared at him long and hard before she let out a sad laugh and rested her head on his shoulder. You're so damn weird, she said softly. I know, Naruto replied. That is the second time I've been asked about what I wanted. They both came from you, Koyuki told him as the hold of her legs tightened around her. My father used to sit me in front of a mirror and tell me that if I looked close enough, I could see the future, but I could never understand what he meant. He used to laugh and tell me, of course you can. When the spring comes, you will. Koyuki let a faint smile appear on her face, recalling the memories as she said, he then used to have me close my eyes and imagine me surrounded in a field of flowers. He told that if I never give up and believe in the future, spring would come. I used to be confused, maybe even pout, but it didn't matter, because I was with him. Naruto then watched her lower her head and whispered, I never wanted any of this. I didn't want to be an actress or a princess or anything. I just wanted to be with my father, and that night, my uncle took that from me, then tried to kill me. There's no such thing as spring in Yuki no Kuni. It's a place where your tears freeze and your heart will turn to stone. Just like mine did. Naruto stayed silent. So all I did was run for years and years. I ran away, never wanting to come back to this place because I know that if I step foot into Yuki no Kuni, I will have to face my father's killer and do nothing as he kills me, Koyuki whispered. You won't die, Naruto told her. The others are dead set in continuing this mission though, so I don't think I'll be able to stop them, but regardless, I'll make sure to protect you. You won't have to because the first chance I get, I'll run away, Koyuki challenged. Is that what you truly want to do? Naruto asked. Do you really want to run away now? Koyuki faltered. If that is what you truly want, then I won't stop you, Naruto said. But why? Koyuki asked. Aren't you the one that wanted an easy mission in the beginning? You letting me go would ruin that. If you asked me that at the beginning, I would have said I would chase after you, Naruto admitted. But something changed. Koyuki turned to him, her cold eyes giving way to curious ones. Something changed. She repeated. Naruto looked back at her and nodded. Not just for me but for you as well. Koyuki looked confused as she asked, what do you mean? Naruto placed 2 fingers on her chest, right where her heart was, and said, despite your words that your heart is dead, I saw something in your eyes when Sandik made his plea, and even now, you hesitate to run even knowing I won't chase after you. Naruto then smiled and said, there is something in that so-called dead heart that does care about her home and those suffering from her traitorous uncle. Somewhere in there is the princess that wants to do her father proud, despite the pain they are in. You said I was heartless, Koyuki whispered. Your words were heartless to him, but I never said you didn't have one, Naruto replied with a faint smile. You were right about one thing though, this isn't the movies. But if you go through with this, I will create a happy ending for you and everyone in Yuki no Kuni. Believe it. Koyuki stared at him long and hard before she let out a small laugh. What? Naruto asked her. You sound like a hero. Earnest and heartfelt, Koyuki said. Well, what can I say? I'm a big believer in them, Naruto replied with a laugh of his own, before Koyuki placed her hand above his, slowly stopping his laughter. You make me want to believe you, Koyuki told him softly as she looked away and murmured, but I'm afraid to hope. I know I've been where you were before Iruka-sensei came into my life for good, distrustful of those around me. Scorn and bitter, I didn't even care about my own life, but he saved me from that, so let me do the same and save you from that, Naruto replied as he placed a hand on her cheek, which made her look his way again. Believe in me and I will succeed, I promise, Naruto added softly. Shinobi boy, please, Koyuki whispered as she began to lean her head down, her eyes slowly closing. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt his eyes slowly closing as he leaned his head up to meet hers, barely getting out the whisper of please, what actress Shan? Before their lips met in gentle kiss. Naruto hadn't understood what had happened. One moment, he and Koyuki were talking and the next, their lips were connected in a kiss. It was soft, gentle, and there was a little hesitation, but for a part of him, it felt right. Koyuki then slowly pulled away and rested her forehead against his and murmured what just happened. She seemed confused just like he was. I don't know, Naruto whispered back as he shut his eyes. But I liked it. I did too, Koyuki whispered. I have kissed before for my roles, but that was nothing like those. What was it like? Naruto asked her. Magical, Koyuki admitted. It felt pure and right. I don't know what this means, Shinobi boy, but I... Slowly, Naruto took her head and pulled it to his chest before he wrapped his arms around her in a soft hug, which caused her to let out a small gasp of surprise. Then don't think about it, Naruto whispered softly. Just go with the flow. Go with the flow, Koyuki whispered. She then chuckled and asked why couldn't I have met you before all of this? Maybe it's fate that we met here and now, Naruto replied. Who knows, but I don't regret us meeting now. I was so mean to you at the start, Koyuki said. I tried to manipulate you too, and yet you stayed and forced your way into my heart without even trying. I seem to have that ability, Naruto replied gently. They stared at each other before their heads inched closer and closer, readying themselves for another kiss, before the door suddenly swung open, and Jiraiya said, Naruto, we gotta talk. The two of them broke apart quickly and stared at Jiraiya, who said whoops, before he shut the door. The door then opened again, and Jiraiya exclaimed, wait, no, we gotta talk, so get your ass out here. Great, I guess I better go, eh? Naruto asked Koyuki with a red face. Oh, Shinobi boy, Koyuki whispered with a distant tone, her face as red as his. Naruto nodded and walked to the door, but then he heard Koyuki ask, will you come back? Naruto turned around and gave her a smile and replied, yeah. I did promise a long time ago I would protect you, right? Then please hurry back, Koyuki told him softly. Naruto nodded and shut the door behind him, only to see the wide smirking face of Jiraiya. Thanks for fueling the next chapter of my book, Jiraiya said with a smirk before he said, however, looks like I was right that we need to talk. Talk about what? Naruto asked. That, Jiraiya said. That? Naruto repeated. What do you mean? Walk with me, Jiraiya said as he began to walk, prompting Naruto to follow him. Naruto, I've noticed that you and Koyuki have been getting close, but what I saw in there, that's truly troubling. What do you mean? Naruto asked. We kissed, it was nothing. It's obvious that kiss was nothing, Jiraiya said. Kiddo, you don't live as long as me without making some mistakes, and it seems like Godfather, like Godson. Naruto remained silent for a moment. Just am famous one actress that the world adores. You are Genin. A gifted one that has been through a lot, but still a fresh Genin from the academy. And as much as I am glad to see her feelings for you growing and you returning them as a shinobi, it's too dangerous to allow yourself to have that connection with her, especially when she is the mission, Jiraiya said as he crossed his arms. I don't know how it happened, Naruto whispered. We were talking and then we were kissing, it felt right. Jiraiya smiled and replied, that's how it goes. You have the unfortunate gift of your parents. Those two were both like flames to millions of moths, attracting anything and everything. Really? Naruto asked. Oh yeah. Both of them could brighten a room with their smiles, but together, they radiated the village. Everyone was very much in love with them, and you share a lot of their traits, Jiraiya replied with a warm smile on his face. It's nice to know that I do share something with them, Naruto said with a soft tone. But with that natural gift, you need to be far more careful, Jiraiya admonished. Because of that unnatural charisma you have from both of your parents, you can potentially find yourself in these types of situations. I wasn't trying to get into this situation, Naruto said. I thought I was doing good. You are, Jiraiya said. But feelings between shinobi and their mission assignments never end well, because sooner or later, the mission will end, you will have to return to Konoha. Are you prepared for the hurt both of you will go through? Naruto paused. I don't want you to think that I'm saying this out of nowhere. I made this same mistake a long time ago, more than once, but each time, it ended in tragedy and bitterness. I just don't want you to make the same mistakes I did, kiddo, Jiraiya said. I understand and you're right, Naruto replied. As much as I care, I have to go back to Konoha. I have people I care about there, I can't leave them behind. That's my boy, Jiraiya said as he ruffled Naruto's hair. But with all of that said, Jiraiya paused to allow a goofy, perverted grin to appear on his face. How did it feel to kiss the greatest actress in the world? Ah, damn you pervert, Naruto exclaimed. Yuki no Kuni train, Kazuhana Koyuki. After getting off the boat, the group was instantly put on a train to go to her final destination. Unfortunately, her shinobi boy wasn't able to return due to his shinobi duties, leaving her in her cabin on the train. However, she couldn't stop thinking about what had occurred on the boat. She had kissed him. She never intended to do something like that. She had wanted to give him a hug, but instead their lips met in a forbidden kiss. He was a shinobi that was a few years her junior, and worse off, he was there to guard her to her death. And yet, she found that he slowly wiggled his way into her dead heart. She couldn't understand why. So many men had tried and failed, but he, a teenage shinobi, was able to do what many couldn't, without even trying. She knew it was wrong, but ever since she saw him, she thought he was cute, but somewhere along this crazy thing, he grew handsome to her. Was it when she saw him fight those few times? Was it due to how kind and understanding he was? Was it due to the fact he challenged her? Or maybe it was because he knew how she felt deep inside. It could be all of the above, but she cared for him. She cared for him. But then she felt that burst of fear. The last person she had cared about was killed by her uncle. The very same uncle they were going to meet. Koyuki felt hot tears prickling her eyes as fear began to grow. He was going to fight that man. Would he be taken from her as well? Koyuki began to hyperventilate. She had to get out of here. She couldn't let her shinobi boy put himself in danger because of her. She had to keep him away from her uncle. She had to keep him alive. And for that, she had to run. Yuki no Kuni Cave, Uzumaki Naruto. The hideout isn't far from here, Sandak said as he stood next to Jiraiya, Naruto and Guy. Once we go through this cave. Once we finished our shooting here, we'll pass through, and then our people will rest easier knowing our princess is back. Sandak, Naruto began. How do we even know Koyuki will go through with it? Have you even talked to her yet? I have not, Sandak admitted. I've been dreadfully busy since I have revealed the plan to all of you. I tend to talk to her while we are going through the cave. Do soon. She's already afraid of her uncle, Naruto said. And she's feeling a little hurt at being lied to for so long. Sandak nodded with a shameful look on his face. Without warning, the sound of a house neighing caught their attention, and Koyuki, on her trusted steed, flew past them and down the snowy hill. Catch me if you can, shinobi boy. Koyuki screamed as she raced down. Koyuki. The four shouted before Naruto said I got her. Before he dashed after her down the hill after her. Team Guy. Guy bellowed. Niji, Tenten and Lee leapt into view as Team Guy ran out after them. Yuki no Kuni's snowy force, Kazuhana Koyuki. Koyuki knew what she was doing was risky. Running away from trained shinobi on horseback, especially knowing one of them was the blonde-haired shinobi she had grew to care for, but she had to do this. She called allow Naruto to get hurt because of her. She called lose him like she did her father. Just then, the horse neighed as it tripped over a large mound of snow, and Koyuki was bucked off and sent soaring into the air. She screamed but without warning, Naruto caught her mid-air and turned his body towards the ground before landing. His body skidded against the snow, causing a mound of it to rise with his skidding body before he stopped. Koyuki looked up to see his amused blue eyes looking at her. Hey, Naruto said. You followed, Koyuki whispered. I mean, you did throw out the challenge, Naruto replied. Koyuki laughed a little and looked back at her horse, who was still on the ground, but still breathing thankfully. I wanted to run away, Koyuki told him. But I didn't want to leave without you. Why? Naruto whispered. Because I changed what I wanted, Koyuki said. I don't want my uncle to kill you like he did my father. I want you to stay alive. I don't want you to die because of me. Hey, Naruto whispered as she felt his hand slide to her cheek. I'm not going to die. I have to become Hokage before I met that fate, you know. Hokage, Koyuki whispered. Yeah, Naruto replied with a smile. It's what I've always dreamed, even thought recent events have been testing that. But why? Koyuki asked. Well hey, I see what you're doing, Naruto said with a mock-shocked tone. Trying to distract me. Well that won't work, actress-chan. Damn, you're smart as you are handsome, Koyuki muttered with a small smile. The two shared a gentle laugh before Koyuki pulled away from him lightly, and said I'm scared about this. I spent my whole life being afraid and running from everything and everyone that now I don't think I have the strength to run from you, but I don't want to lose you and Naruto. Then what do you want to do? Naruto asked her. Let's just run away, just the two of us, Koyuki said. We can go and never look back. I want us to explore the world without any distractions. I want to see it all with you, Naruto. That's what I want. Koyushi. Naruto exclaimed as suddenly pushed her aside and was swallowed up by an snow-made dragon seconds later. Naruto. Koyuki screamed in terror as the dragon flew high into the air. My beautiful niece, it is so good to see you again, a low voice said from behind her, but before she could react, her world went black. Yuki no Kuni, Uzumaki Naruto, Kaigen. Miyuki. Naruto screamed as he soared into the air, his eyes taking on the familiar side of his ninjutsu, before the snow dragon exploded around him. Through the remains of the dragon, Naruto noticed that Koyuki was over the shoulder of a rather tall and ugly man with long black hair and a grey cloak. Rage filled Naruto's being as the snow from the shredded dragon flowed to behind his feet. Release her now. Naruto dual voice screamed as an ice pillar created from the remains of the dragon shot him down towards the large man, as Naruto created an ice spear in his right hand. The man smirked and held out his hand as the ground around him turned black. Haimten. Kakuripunksetsu, ice style. Black Dragon Blizzard, the man set before a dragon made of black ice roared to life and charged towards the still soaring Naruto. Naruto shrunk the ice spear into a disc made of ice and shielded himself, allowing for the ice-made dragon to collide into him, sending him crashing through the pillar made of ice behind him, and then further into the air. Naruto gritted his teeth and with all of his energy, he pushed himself away from the dragon and began to dive down to the ground, only to see the man gliding through the air towards a large blimp. And in the man's arms was Koku's unconscious form. Naruto gritted his teeth and summoned a large amount of ice from the ground, and forced a pillar beneath his feet, which then shot him towards the blimp. Naruto summoned 5 clones that appeared behind him on the pillar, and hinged them into 5 ice kunai, and placed them in his right hand, before he kicked himself off the ice pillar, and created another one that shot him towards the blimp. He was so close to it that he could see the design of it. He just needed to get a little closer. After kicking himself off the second pillar and created the third and final one to land on, Naruto gripped the kunai tightly and with a yell, he launched them at the blimp, just as the man who held Koyuki landed on the platform. He watched as the kunai embedded themselves on the bottom of the platform, and let out a mental sigh of relief, before he attempted to kick himself off the pillar to get to the man. The man dropped Koiku's body down on the platform and shouted, "Nice try, kid." Haimten. Heimwork no Jutsu, ice style. Ice Dragon Jutsu. Another ice dragon slammed into Naruto from the left, sending him crashing to the ground, where he skidded against the ground and crashed through several trees, and that was when he lost consciousness. Yuki no Kuni train, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto let out a groan of pain as he slowly opened his eyes. Around him was Team Guy and Jiraiya, and they all had a look of relief on their faces. "You gave us a scare, Naruto-kun," Guy said. "Yeah. You are lucky we found you in time," Jiraiya said with a cross of his arms. "If we had been any later, you would have bled out." Naruto rose up but immediately felt the pain in his left shoulder and right side. He looked down to see his torso and left shoulder were bandaged up. "Damn it, that's not what I need right now," Naruto hissed out in anger. "What happened out there, Naruto?" Jiraiya asked. "I followed her into the forest and we talked," Naruto said. "Talked?" Jiraiya asked curiously. "The honest old man. We just talked. She was telling me that she wanted to run away, but before I could convince her to return, this ugly-ass man with a big-ass forehead assaulted us and kidnapped her," Naruto explained. "It couldn't be done, could it?" Guy asked Jiraiya, who narrowed his eyes and thought. "It could be. But with Sandak unconscious, we won't know for sure," Jiraiya replied. "Yeah, now that I'm looking at you guys, all of you look a little banged up." "What happened?" Naruto asked. Well, you went chasing after our mission. There was an attack on the train," Nichi explained. "A lot of samurai died and Sandak was seriously wounded. Alive but wounded. Fuck, well, lucky for us. I found a way to track them," Naruto said. "How?" Tenten asked. "My cage bushin'," Naruto said. "So I found out during battle that any information they get before they pop, I received, so while I was chasing after that 5-headed bastard, I threw the 5 kunai that I disguised my bushin in, and had them stick to the bottom of their blimp." "Smart move," Tenten noted. "Yosh. That was totally smart thinking, Naruto-kun," Lee said excitedly. "Good. Now we can go after her," Naruto said as he swung out of bed, only to groan in pain as he looked down to his bandaged right thigh. "They are not going anywhere, shinobi boy," Jiraiya said as he placed a hand on Naruto's non-injured shoulder. "I have to," Naruto replied. "It's my fault that Koyuki-chan was taken. I made a promise that I would protect her and I failed. I need to rectify this by saving her. Besides, those are my clones and once they pop, only I will get the full location of where they are." "But at the same time," Jiraiya began, "I did the exact same thing just with a better method." Naruto frowned at this. Jiraiya tilted his head before he grinned and said, "In fact, the blimp has stopped at a fortress. I have the location of Koyuki. So sit back and let yourself heal, Naruto. Team Guy and I can handle it from here." "I can't," Naruto said as he stood up. "I need to go save her." "Naruto, I get that you two are close," Jiraiya said. "But you only have one life. You need to rest to heal properly. You can't push yourself." "I know that, but I can't," Naruto said as he continued to walk to the exit. "I've let one person down in my life and it cost them everything. I can't do it again. I can't allow myself to do it again. Not to her. Not to anyone else, and you're going to have to put me down to keep me from going." "Guys, it's gotten real tense in here," Niji noted to Tenten and Lee, who both nodded in unison. Naruto paused at the doorway and panted lightly as Jiraiya let out a small sigh. "Naruto, I understand that you care about Koyuki. I understand that you are feeling guilt for what occurred in the past, and I understand that drive that you have to keep pushing forward, but you are going to wind up killing yourself by pushing your body like this," Jiraiya told him. "That's right, Naruto," Miyuki said within his head. I understand your heart is in turmoil at the thought of her becoming another Iruka, but your body took some heavy blows, and while it's healing at a slow rate. Naruto remained silent as Miyuki added, and with the use of the Kaigen, I've grown weaker as well. Especially after using the majority of my power to keep you from dying if we were to go, there's no telling what could happen. Fine, Naruto said softly. Go save her, I'll stay here. Glad to see you finding reason, Jiraiya said before he motioned for the group to go ahead, but he stayed behind as Naruto leaned against the doorway. You really think I'm going to trust leaving you by yourself? Naruto smirked as sweat fell down his head. Smart man, Naruto growled with narrowed eyes. You know I'm not letting you go anywhere, Jiraiya said with an amused tone in his voice. Naruto looked up at the Sennin with a calculating gaze. He had to figure out how to get out of here. He knew that he was wounded, and he knew that Miyuki herself was weakened from extensive use, but he had to do something. Koyuki was trapped in the place that she longed to never go, and with every second that passed, the weight of his failure to protect her was growing heavier. What could he do? It was then he noticed that Jiraiya had his notebook open, and it read each ideas on it. Boy, what's that you're writing? Naruto asked. Jiraiya replied before he looked at his book. Oh, nothing much. Just the latest edition of my book. Oh? You write? Naruto asked, feigning his curiosity. Of course I do, Jiraiya boasted. The book I write is for romance lovers everywhere. Jiraiya then pulled out a book, and Naruto's thoughts were confirmed. It's a paradise. Jiraiya yelled with sparkles around his infamous orange-covered book. The greatest novel of the shinobi nations. Ah. You write those perverted things, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide and pupilless. Why, you no good pervert. Pervert? Jiraiya repeated with an offended tone, his eyes wide with and pupilless. I'm a super pervert, thank you very much. Naruto's eyes returned as a smirk played on his face. Gotcha, Iro-sennin. H-Rimyu no Jutsu. With an explosion of smoke, 20 naked twin-tailed blonde girls with 3 whiskers marks on each cheek appeared with smoke around them. Iro-sennin. The girls cooed in unison as they clung onto his arms, legs and hips, with 2 of them clinging to his long hair. Jiraiya's eyes bugged out from his eyes at the sight before an explosion of blood flew from his nose, propelling him into the air where he crashed against the ceiling, before he fell back to the ground, unconscious. The girls giggled as the blonde girl with medical wrap around her shoulder, torso and thigh leaned down and kissed the swirly-eyed Sennin on the cheek. Sweet dreams, she cooed before another explosion of smoke appeared and the room was empty. Naruto ran outside, his jacket wide open to reveal his bandaged-up torso, and looked to the west, and saw the faint silhouette of the fortress through the falling snow. Naruto took a small breath and said, I know you are exhausted, Miyuki, but I have to do this, Kaigen. Miyuki. With a burst of chakra, his Kaigen activated and Naruto slammed his palm against the ground, causing an ice pillar to expand beneath his feet and take him into the air. Hang on, Koyuki, I'm on my way, Naruto thought. Yuki no Kuni Fortress, Kazuhana Koyuki. Koyuki sat in her cell with her knees pressed against her chest and her arms wrapped around them, an empty look in her eyes. It was all her fault. She had thought that she did the right thing. By trying to run away to stay far away from her uncle and hope that Naruto would come with her. Instead, she played right into her uncle's hands, and now she was held captured by her murderous uncle while Naruto. I will create a happy ending for you, and everyone in Yuki no Kuni, believe it. Suddenly, she found herself staring at the glowing blue eyes of her shinobi boy, his mouth formed with a confident grin. Believe in me and I will succeed, I promise. She had believed in him for a little while. The words he had told her filled her heart and gave her hope, but now he was gone. Uncle took him away from me just like Father, Koyuki thought tearfully. And now he's going to kill me as I always knew he would. She could feel herself slip further and further into despair, until she heard the sounds of combat coming down the hall, which caused Koyuki's head to lift up. The sounds of footsteps echoed down the hall until a familiar face caused her to gasp. Hey Actors-chan, Naruto said with a smile on his face. And Naruto? Koyuki gasped in happiness. Boy. I'm not the boss, Naruto said. I'm the clone of the boss. The clone? Koyuki asked. Yeah. He made me after you were taken to track you down. I didn't expect to find you so soon, truthfully, the clone said. So has alive. Koyuki said, trying to keep the hope from her voice. Yeah, if you wasn't then I wouldn't be here, the clone said with a smile. Koyuki let out a sound of happiness. He hadn't died because of her after all. He was still alive and well. I'll be here soon, but for now the clone pulled out a ring of keys and said time to get you out of here. He slipped the key into the keyhole, and after a few misses, he finally unlocked the cell door, and without warning, Koyuki ran over and hugged him tight. Thank you for saving me, clone boy, Koyuki said. Hey, we promised that you would get a happy ending, we never go back on our word. That's our shinobi way, the clone responded as he hugged her back. Now come on, let's get out of here. Koyuki nodded and the two ran down the halls, with the clone taking down any shinobi that came his way until he reached a bridge. Just then, 3 shinobi leapt onto the bridge. Shit, stay behind me, the clone said to Koyuki. Relax, it's us, a happy-sounding shinobi said before all 3 of them whipped off their clothes to reveal the other shinobi that were supposed to guard her. Oh, hey guys, the clone said with a relieved smile. Oi, Naruto Chibi. "You are supposed to be resting," the bun-haired girl said with a threatening tone. "I'm his clone," the clone replied. "Ah, his cage bushin'," the pale-eyed boy said with a nod. "Good, we should get out of here before the place blows up." "Blows up?" Both Koyuki and the clone repeated in unison. "Yeah," the spandex-wearing boy exclaimed. "Kai-sensei had us plant them to bring this place down. It was pretty fun." "This whole mission has been fun," the pale-eyed boy said. Just then, the sounds of two guards fell behind the group, and the spandex-wearing man stepped out and said, "We must move. There are far too many guards and—" "Hey, Naruto-kun." "Clone," both the clone and Koyuki said in unison. "Okay," the man said with a grin. "But we must hurry to the exit. This place will blow up any minute." "I know where the exit is," the man said before he motioned for the group to follow. The group nodded and ran after the spandex-wearing man until they reached a large chamber. "What?" the Koyuki said. "This is the exit." A spotlight was then shined on top of the ground as another spotlight shined on the landing above them to reveal Nto sitting on a large throne. "Ah, he knew you would be set free," the leader of Yuki no Kuni said as he chuckled, his low voice echoing round the large chamber. "Nto," Koyuki gasped as fear flew up her spine. "Thank you for bringing her to me," Nto said as he snapped his fingers. Yuki no Kuni Fortress, Uzumaki Naruto's clone. Seconds later, the large spandex man exploded into smoke, and Ramgas stood in his place, while the three genin exploded into smoke as well to reveal Fubuki and two other shinobi. "Let her go," the clone screamed as he leapt up and attempted a kick to Ramgas's face, but Ramgas caught his leg and blinked in surprise. "I see cage bushin' interesting," Ramgas said before he twisted his body and launched the clone backwards towards a wall. "Naruto," Koyuki yelled as Ramgas pulled her along towards Nto. The clone managed to recover and skidded to a stop as he heard Ramgas growl out, "Please do not struggle. You are only making it harder for yourself." The clone then watched as Ramgas smacked so hard Koyuki to the ground with a hard landing. "Damn you," the clone growled out as he pushed himself to his feet, only to have a large group of shinobi appeared in front of him. He had to watch as Ramgas handed the struggling Koyuki to Nto. He nodded and said, "Come now, blonde one. I know you are a mere cage bushin', but let's see how strong you are. Pass not fighting alone." A voice called out, and with an explosion before him, both Guy and Rock Lee flew through the wall, and landed a solid roundhouse kick with a dual shout of Konoha Senk. This sent two shinobi sailing into the air before crashing on the wall behind the confident-looking Nto. Tenten landed to the right of the clone, while Niji walked up to the left side of the clone. "Even as a cage bushin', you get into a lot of trouble," Niji noted as he rubbed his right wrist. "You hate me anyway," the clone said with a wink, which caused Niji to snort. Tenten pulled out two katana and twirled them in her hands and said, "Man, these guys are no damn joke. Sorry it took us so long, chibi clone." The clone's right eye twitched as Rock Lee and Guy landed in front of them. "My marvelous students. It is time for us to finish this mission," Guy shouted. "Asu." Niji, Tenten and Lee said in unison. "Let's kick ass." The clone shouted before the five dashed forward through the group of shinobi, but then the clone heard a voice shout, "You clone. You hear me, boss?" "About time," the clone thought happily. "You slacker, where the hell have you been?" "There was traffic," the real Naruto replied darkly. "Anyways, I have an idea, get close to him and I will do the rest. Just let me know when you do." "It'll be there soon," the real Naruto replied. With a leap in the air, the clone and Iji delivered a flying kick to two shinobi in front of them, before the clone landed a solid right hook to the shinobi to his left, before ducking a roundhouse kick from a third shinobi, and retaliating with an uppercut. The clone then looked at Nto, who was pulling a knife from his chest with a smirk, and smacked Koyuki to the ground hard, enraging the clone further. "Go get you woman, idiot," Niji shouted as he landed two palm strikes to a shinobi before he twisted around and delivered two back-to-back roundhouse kicks to a pair of kunoichi. "We can take care of things here," he added before using his palm to block a right hook, and placed a well-placed palm strike against the shinobi's side, sending him to the ground. "You sure?" the clone asked. Niji nodded before the familiar pink hair of Fubuki caught his eyes. "Besides, I have my own battle to finish." The clone snorted and said, "Geez, with how many times you two fought, you might as well marry her." "I should say the same about you and that Mton user," Niji retorted before he said, "Now get going and good luck." The clone nodded and ran forward before he leapt up and delivered a flying knee to a shinobi trying to sneak up on Tenten, who had stabbed a shinobi in kunoichi in the chest with a pair of katana. "Thanks for having my back," Tenten said as she unsealed a bow staff and thrust it forward to land a strike to a shinobi's chest, sending him to the ground before she tossed a kunai his way. The clone caught the kunai as he delivered a roundhouse kick to a shinobi's face, and then stabbed them in the neck, before he launched a kunai over Tenten's shoulder, while she launched one behind his hip, each kunai meeting their mark. The clone then looked up at Nto, who removed his cloak and shot a grappling hook into the ceiling, and narrowed his eyes as he asked Tenten, "Mind mowing the lawn for me?" Mowing the Tenten drifted off before she let a wicked smirk appear on her face. "You are certainly crazy, chibi clone. It'll clear a path for you. You can repay me with an autograph from her," Tenten exclaimed before she slammed two scrolls against the ground and performed a few hand seals, then shouted, "Smshrik, twin rising dragons." Smoke exploded from the scrolls and rose into the air, as the smoke took the shape of dragon. Once the smoke faded away, Tenten leapt in between the spiraling scrolls and began to unseal and throw various weapons at her opponent in quick succession, making a clear path for the clone. The clone grinned and dashed through the path, picking up 2 kunai from a pair of deceased kunoichi, before he launched 2 of them at 2 oncoming shinobi, nailing one in the eye and the second one in the chest, sending both to the ground. The clone then jumped into the air and delivered a drop kick to a shinobi's chest, and landed on his back, before he flipped to his feet and leaned back to avoid 2 quick jabs from a kunoichi, and responded with 2 jabs of his own, each one hitting her face, before he hopped up and landed a solid Superman punch to her right jaw, sending her to the ground. Dynamic entry. Lee shouted and nailed the shinobi in the jaw with a flying kick, prompting the clone to turn around in surprise. Lee skidded to a stop before he gave a brief salute and asked Naruto-kun, "Are you in need of my help?" The clone grinned and replied, "Fastball special." Rock Lee looked confused for a second before he laughed boisterously and replied, "You are Hoot Naruto-kun, but I like that about you. Let's do it." Rock Lee grabbed the back of the clone's jacket and began to spin around rapidly. Through the twirling, the clone noticed shinobi coming their way and stuck out arms to keep them from swarming Lee, before he felt Lee let go of him at the right moment, sending the clone skyrocketing towards Mto, who was now in the air with the struggling Koyuki tucked under his right arm. "Hey, asshole!" The clone shouted before he collided with Mto with his right shoulder, causing the 3 of them to crash through the wall behind them and out into the open air. "You damn clone!" Mto yelled. "It's done, boss," the clone thought with a smirk. "Good work and hey, I'm proud of you," the real Naruto replied as the clone felt the chakra in his body begin to rise and heat up to a dangerous level, his body beginning to expand quickly. He could see both fear and grudging respect in his opponent's eyes at what was about to occur. "Anytime. Just take this asshole out for me," the clone thought before he closed his eyes. Yuki no Kuni Fortress. Izumaki Naruto vs Kazuhana Mto. At the sound of the large explosion shaking the area, Naruto stomped his right off against the ground, causing a large pillar of ice to shoot him up into the air at top speed. Despite the amount of smoking coming from the burning fortress, he could see a black smoke flowing from the side of the fortress. He could see Mto still holding Koyuki flying from the smoke, and he smirked before pushing the pillar farther into the air, and making it arch above Mto, and leapt off the pillar and slammed into him, causing Mto to release Koyuki, while the 2 of them twirled in the air. "I'm back, you bitch," Naruto shouted as he landed 3 solid punches to Mto's face before Mto kicked Naruto away from him. Naruto soared backwards and summoned a ramp of ice beneath his feet and slid down the ramp, then caught Koyuki in his arms. "About time," Koyuki said with a grateful smile. "What can I say?" "Traffic," Naruto replied before he heard a familiar shout from the older man. "Haimton. Kakura Mksetsu, ice style. Black Dragon Blizzard." A dragon made of black ice roared as it charged towards Naruto. "Shit, hang on," Naruto exclaimed before he kicked himself off of the ice-made ramp and down towards the forest below. Without warning, Mto flew towards him and landed a brutal flying punch to Naruto's face, sending him whipping down to the left, while also grabbing Koyuki back into his grasp. "Naruto!" Koyuki shouted as Naruto crashed through several tree branches before hitting the ground. Naruto groaned, punched the ground angrily and rose to his feet, only grasped the left side of his body in pain. "Fuck. Fuck. Fuck." Naruto swore repeatedly as he looked at his side. There was tree branch sticking through his body. Naruto growled and pulled the stick from his body as slowly as he could, causing him to clench his eyes shut at the pain, and when the crimson-colored stick was removed, he tossed it to the side, and attempted to stand up again. "Damn it, you idiot, you need to be more careful," Miyuki shouted angrily. This was the first time he had heard her so enraged, but it didn't matter. Once again, he had failed in saving her from this guy. Naruto punched the ground again and rose to his feet slowly and said, "I need to save her. I don't care what the cost." "That's it," Miyuki growled out before Naruto felt himself being forcibly pulled from the real world into his mindscape where she stood. Before he could ask why, Miyuki delivered a slap to the left side of his face, sending Naruto to the ground. "Enough. I've entertained this foolish thought for too long," Miyuki said as Naruto rose to his feet slowly, his face looking shocked. "I understand. You lost Haruka. I understand that it has reshaped your life and outlook on things, but enough is enough," Miyuki said as Naruto held his face. "You can't let his death define you this way. Do you think he would like this? Do you think this is the impact that he wanted to leave behind?" Naruto began. "No," Miyuki replied. "I will not watch another member of my clan foolishly rush to his own death." Naruto flinched. "Haruka would be devastated if you perished. As would Hinata, Anko, Ino and Koyuki. You need to think. You are wounded and to the point where you can hardly stand, despite your wounds healing at a slow rate. My own power is dwindling because of the constant strain that you had me under. Especially in closing the distance and getting to this point. You need to be smarter than this." "You're right," Naruto admittedly gently. "I just don't want to let another person down. I don't want another person's death on my hands. Especially after we." "I understand," Miyuki replied softly. "Believe me, I do. It's hard to not have tunnel vision when it's someone you care about, but do not destroy yourself for something you were forgiven for." Naruto remained silent, but he nodded. Now, let's go finish this, Miyuki said before Naruto found himself back in the real world. Hey, shinobi boy. A voice shouted from behind him. Naruto turned around to see the director and the producer riding a small cart with a camera attached to it. Need a ride to the princess? The director asked. Naruto grinned and walked towards the cart, stepped onto it and said, onward please. To the princess. The two shouted in unison before they drove down the snowy hill. Because my energy is nearly depleted, we will have 5 minutes to take him down, Miyuki began. So the minute we see him, you go into Himega no Ken, because you will need it for some jutsu that I have planned. I hate that we will need to rush this, but at least it will be our domain. That's so it'll make it easier to learn because we're here. I love that about you, Miyuki-bot-chan, Naruto replied before Miyuki made a flustered noise, and suddenly, a brief but intense headache made him wince. Sorry, not sorry, Naruto replied with a grin. The heat generator that is the secret treasure of the Kazuhana clan. An angered Naruto shouted, which prompted Naruto to look ahead with a scowl. He sounds really mad. That's exactly how I want him, Naruto thought with a smirk. Most idiots can't focus when super pissed. He may be one of the rare few that become focused when angered, Miyuki countered, which made Naruto snort. I haven't met one yet that's like that, Naruto replied. That guy sounds hella pissed. The young producer exclaimed. That's about to go nuclear in a moment, Naruto said darkly as the cart skidded from left to right to avoid the various trees, before Naruto could see a large area where he saw one figure walking towards another, who was on the ground. And that's my cue, thanks guys. Naruto said. Go save her, shinobi boy. The director shouted before Naruto leapt off the cart and skidded beside the cart before he shouted Kaigen. Miyuki. With that shout, a pillar of ice shot out from beneath Naruto's feet, and he shot out from the forest, and just as Naruto reached Koyuki, Naruto's fist slammed into his face, sending the man tumbling a few feet against the ground, before he flipped up and skidded onto his feet. Naruto landed on the ground and panted heavily, the Kaigen flickering before attaining its form. Heh. Bastard. Naruto whispered as he leaned up off the ground. Naruto. Koyuki's voice shouted, prompting Naruto turn his head slightly to see Koyuki running towards him, before she skidded to her knees and collided into him with tight hug, sending them both to the ground. You stupid blonde idiot. Koyuki yelled with relief as Naruto looked up at her. Look at you. You're a mess. Naruto let out a small chuckle and said sorry had to take that risk. It's my ass, Koyuki whispered as tears began to fall from her eyes. Why you scared me, I thought you had died not once, but twice. Naruto's eyes widened slightly at the sight, and tenderly, he placed a bloody hand on her cheek. I'm sorry, Naruto whispered with a sincere tone as a faint smile appeared on his face. No more crying. Not for me. Idiot, Koyuki replied before she lifted him up and hugged him tightly. I never want to see a risk like that again, she whispered. I can't promise that considering who I'm about to fight, Naruto whispered back. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard behind them. Oh fuck off, the two said in unison before Naruto turned around to see Naruto marching towards them with a noticeable scowl on his face. Koyuki, Naruto began. No, Koyuki instantly replied. I will not leave you here alone. I can't let him kill you, Naruto replied as Naruto marched closer. You can hardly stand, Koyuki argued. I refuse to watch him kill you, Naruto. I need you to go. Naruto shouted. I won't leave the person I care for to die again. Koyuki screamed. Naruto froze. Koyuki froze as well. Naruto pulled himself away from Koyuki and stood upright beside her and gave a confident grin. Now I have to walk out of this alive after hearing you say that, Naruto said. Go, it'll be okay, Naruto whispered. Believe in me and I won't let you down. Koyuki stared up at him with a mixture of emotions before she finally answered with, if you die, I'll never forgive you. I won't, Naruto responded. Now go. Koyuki nodded and ran off just as Naruto stood across from him, his eyes radiating hatred. Every time I look, there you are, you blonde peasant. Naruto shouted. You thought I was done just because I needed a little break? Naruto asked with a grin. Because guess what? We weren't done yet. Himega no Ken. Phase 1. A pale blue chakra began to form around his body, before a large amount of ice began to build up around his body, and lower half of his face, before it broke away to reveal an armor made of smooth ice. Now it's time for phase 2, Miyuki told him. With a burst of chakra, 2 ice rows of ice medium-sized cylinders popped out from his back, while 3 ice cylinders exploded out from the sides of the armor's calves and the forearms. Remember, we only have 5 minutes before my power runs out, Miyuki told him. Naruto let a faint smirk appear on his hidden face and replied, it won't take that long. A serene-looking Naruto turned his head to look at Naruto, who sneered at him. I'm going to crush you like the cockroach you are. Naruto exclaimed. Naruto narrowed his glowing eyes and replied calmly, forgive me for not insulting you, but I do not speak ill of the dead. Naruto then slammed his right foot against the ground, causing a burst of icy wind to flowing from the cylinders, causing a wave of sparkling ice to explode from the ground, as he dashed towards Naruto. Naruto smirked and shouted Himten. Kakura Nkusetsu. From his open hands that familiar black ice dragon came to life and headed straight towards Naruto, but kicked himself off the ground and rolled forward to deliver a front foot kick, shattering the dragon where the remains then began to gather into his left hand. Naruto slammed back on the ground and continued his pace towards Naruto, and with a mighty yell, he grinded his left hand against the ground to gather more ice, before he whipped it off the ground, causing a large wave of ice spikes to head towards the ruler. Naruto scowled and dashed backwards to avoid the spikes before jumping into the air, but Naruto kicked himself off the ground and rocketed towards the airborne Naruto, and aimed right hooked at Naruto's face, but Naruto blocked it with his right arm, and it was then Naruto felt the right arm of his arm begin to thin out. "What?" Naruto said as he looked at the arm in alarm. Naruto smirked and said, "This armor isn't just for show, boy. It drains chakra and amplifies Myo." The crack was then heard, and Naruto sneered as he glanced down at his right gauntlet, which was now cracked. Naruto gave a serene smile before he delivered a brutal headbutt to Naruto, who was sent sailing to the ground, while Naruto followed him with a burst of icy wind. Naruto landed on the ground as blood fell from the middle of his forehead down to his right eye, and leapt backwards to avoid the falling knee that was aimed at him. Naruto rose up and wiped his right arm with his left hand, thickening the ice around it, as he let another serene smile appear. "Unlike you, Naruto-san, I can replenish the ice on my armor. Can you say the same about yours?" Naruto questioned. Naruto smirked and said, "I've had many try to kill me, boy. You think I'm going to let an upstart succeed when they failed?" Naruto cocked his head to the left, his glowing eyes seemingly piercing through the ruler's bravado. "That's an interesting question." Naruto then clapped his hands together, then pulled them apart to reveal an ice trident. "Come and I will answer it," Naruto finished as he spun it around before he summoned 4 clones. 3 minutes, Miyuki warned. "Acknowledge," Naruto replied before he motioned for the clones to charge. The 4 clones let out a shout of acknowledgement before they dashed towards Naruto, who smacked his armor and smirked before he charged towards the group of blondes. The first 2 clones lunged their tridents at Naruto, but the ruler allowed the tridents to collide against his armor, causing the ice to thin and shatter against his chest. Without slowing down his speed, he clotheslined the 2 clones hard enough to thin the armor around their necks before taking off the heads, causing them to explode into a shimmering smoke. Naruto then twisted his body and delivered an uppercut to the 3rd clone to send him into the air, then leapt up and grabbed the head and leg of the clone, and slammed the clone across his shoulders, causing the clone to explode into shimmer smoke. Through the smoke, the 4th clone's trident pierced through it, and managed to slice his left cheek, which caused Naruto to jump back, and on the second lunge of the trident, Naruto stepped to the side, and chopped the 4th clone's trident, and then delivered a solid right jab through the ice armor, and through the clone's torso. But despite the hole in the clone's body, the clone grabbed Naruto's arm with both hands and smirked before exploding into spikes of ice, piercing through the armor and torso of Naruto, while freezing his extended arm solid. Blood dripped through the armor as Naruto chopped through the ice spikes that had impaled his left side, his left shoulder and right hip, before he punched through icy remains of the clone's torso to free his froze arm, and just as he did, Naruto had thrown his ice trident, and it was coming straight towards Naruto. Naruto barely managed to duck from the trident before Naruto rocketed forward and performed a 180 spin, before his front leg exploded through the remains of his frozen clone, and collided against Naruto's face, sending Naruto skidding backwards against the ground before skidding to a stop. Naruto skidded to a stop as well as Miyuki said, "1 minute before my power wears out." "Damn it," Naruto swore. "I need to end this quickly," he said before leapt into the air and stomped down on the ground with his right foot, causing a strand of ice spikes to explode from the ground and headed towards Naruto, who gritted his teeth and jumped to the left to avoid the spikes. But while he was in the air, Naruto rocketed forward as ice began to form around his body, giving him the shape of an ice-made bullet, where it slammed against Naruto's chest, cracking the armor further, while sending Naruto soaring backwards before crashing into the ground and uprooting the icy snow around his body. Naruto rose up to his feet and lifted his left hand, and with a shout, the ice exploded from his arm, revealing the bare, but usable limb, and said, "I've had enough." Naruto then formed 6 hand seals before he shouted, "Now die you upstart." Haimten. Smirk Muksetsu, Ice Style. Twin Dragon Blizzard. Naruto extended both arms as a black snow dragon exploded from both of his palms, and flew straight towards Naruto, where they then combined into a swirling tornado filled with ice and snow. Seeing the tornado coming towards him, Naruto's eyes widened in terror at the sight, and quickly slammed both fists against the ground, causing a wall of ice to appear before him, where the dragon tornado collided, sending shards of black ice against the sides of the shield. Then Naruto, Miyuki stammered out before the armor on Naruto's body suddenly crumbled into snow, leaving his wounded body out in the open. Naruto's eyes widened as the ice mask crumbled away to reveal his stunned face. Time was up. And no, Naruto breathed out as his eyes flickered into the dull gray of an inactivated Kaigen. Just then, the shield began to crack against the unyielding pressure of the jutsu it shielded Naruto from before it exploding, causing Naruto to feel the full brunt of the jutsu. Naruto let out a scream as he felt the sharp edges of the black ice slice and pierce his body as he was taken high into the air. Higher and higher, Naruto felt his body being taken, the pain he felt growing with each strike from the ice, until he began to grow numb to the numbing cold and piercing ice. The sounds of the rushing wind began to grow distant, and his vision began to darken. And then, it all went dark with the last thing he heard was Karka's faint cry of Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto, where am I?" Those were the first words Naruto thought as he opened his eyes. The last thing he remembered was fighting against Naruto before that attack enveloped him. But now, Naruto found himself sitting in an endless plain of green grass, filled with flowers and white petals floating around him from a tree that towered above him, and seemed to touch the orange-pink colored sky itself. Instead of the tattered remains of his orange jumpsuit, he was wearing a white shirt, as well as white pants and white fingerless gloves that had a gold spiral etched into it. That's bizarre, Naruto breathed out. He knew he wasn't Tamashi Nahara, as he was sure Saishin would have met him here, so where was he? Naruto felt the wind blow gently round him as he heard female voice singing through the gentle breeze. Listen to it. Listen to it. Naruto's head whipped up to glance to the north, where he was sure the singing was coming from. That song, Naruto whispered softly. The melody that gently shakes you awake. Somewhere in the deep recesses of Naruto's mind, he had heard this song before, but from where? Listen to me. Listen to me. Naruto looked around to determine where the song was coming from until he saw it. In the distance, there was a woman with flowing red hair as bright as the sun that was beating down on his head, and she was wearing a white sundress, but she had her back towards him. They'll sing it for you. Naruto didn't know why, but he began to walk towards this woman in the distance before he began to jog, and then finally, he was running as fast as possible towards her, her song getting louder the closer he got. Even if my words are to lose meaning, even if my heart is to lose its place to belong. Naruto continued to advance towards the north where the woman stood, but without warning, Naruto was forced to skid to a stop due to the large chasm that separated him from the woman. Even if I am to lose my voice, you know, I will always be here singing. Slowly, the woman turned around to face him, but just as she did, the light above them began to shine enough to cover the upper half of her face, as wisps of red hair flowed against her face. Our song will echo on from here to the far and beyond. Wait. Naruto shouted as he reached out to the figure, which caused a gentle smile appeared on her face, as the light grew brighter. For you and the you that you really want to be. Yuki no Kuni, Kazuhana Koyuki. Koyuki fell to her knees as she watched the tornado made of black snow and ice swirling around in the air. Naruto had done it again. He had taken someone she loved from her. Her father, the country her father loved, and now Naruto, the one that brought the light of hope into her dark cold world, was now gone. She punched the ground as bitter tears began to spill from her eyes. Damn you, Naruto. She wailed against the rushing wind, and as if to mock her further, from the tornado, Naruto's tattered orange jacket floated down before her. She grabbed the jacket and dragged it to her chest, and despite the wind, she could hear the lumbering steps of Naruto coming her way. She knew what was coming. She knew that this was her end, but she didn't care. She would soon see the father she had left behind, and the shinobi she had grown to love once more. She was suddenly taken off the ground by her neck and found her eyes locked on her murderous uncle's. Looks like the boy failed again, Naruto told her. But don't cry, my niece, for your father's foolish version of a treasure. You will see him and that blonde brat shortly. But just as he began to squeeze, there was a flicker of light coming from the dark tornado. Naruto, who now stood before her, paused and looked towards the tornado as well with confusion on his face. Then, a beam of light exploded from the tornado, then another and another. Soon, dozens of lights were now coming out from the tornado, and it was then she heard it. As the rushing wind began to fade, she heard a yell coming from within it, and then with a burst of light, the tornado exploded, leaving her blinded. When the light faded, in the air, she saw an orb of white light, that seemed to have a tint of rainbow chakra within it. Naruto growled as he dropped her to the ground, causing her to wheeze and cough. No, he growled out as he took 3 steps back. I can't believe this shit. The orb suddenly shot towards Naruto and slammed into his chest, sending him sailing to the left, while Koyuki shielded her eyes from the bright orb in front of her. It was then the orb faded, and when the light seemed to dim, she opened her eyes to gasp softly. There he stood with his back to her. She could see the intricate white rainbow-tinted lines of light flowing from the front of his shoulders down to the middle of his back, where she saw the kanji for champion of god of death glowing bright. She also noticed that the strands of light spiraled down Naruto's legs and arms, where they met the brilliant light that formed around his hips. But the main thing, she noticed that there were wings made of light that hovered above Naruto's back. And there she breathed out. Naruto then turned around to face her fully, and she could see that the strands of white rainbow energy trailing down from his eyes, which also glowing in that white rainbow-tinted light, to a glowing line on his collarbones. Naruto, she breathed. She didn't get a chance to continue because Naruto slowly knelt down so he was eye level, and placed a gentle hand on her face. Do not worry, I won't let him hurt you, Naruto told her with a gentle smile. No more crying, smile, Naruto whispered. Before she could respond, he gently whispered, I'll be back. She grabbed his hand and prompted him to turn around. I believe in you, now go bring us our happy ending. Naruto gave her a wide smile before he stood up and turned his back to her once again, and began to walk away, but instead of looking on in fear, she found herself looking on with determination. You can do it, shinobi boy. She whispered. Princess, want a ride so we can catch the end? A voice asked. Koyuki turned to see the director and the producer in a car beside her. Koyuki nodded and quickly got onto the cart, and the producer sped off as fast as he could. Yuki no Kuni, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto walked forward with a serene expression as he watched Mito sneer in absolute fury. Damn you cockroach. Mito screamed in fury, his hands blurring with the quickness. Just I. Haimton. Smurt Mkusetsu. Naruto watched as Mito placed his palms together and launched the familiar sight of the two black ice dragons that began to twirl. Mito, you have caused enough pain and misery, Naruto murmured to himself as he began to jog, his right hand open. Not only to the people of Yuki no Kuni, but to someone that I care, for Naruto continued as chakra began to flow into his right hand, causing a rainbow tint in it as he picked up speed. And for all that You've put me and everyone through during this mission. Naruto's feet began to leave the ground as the wings made of light began to spread. I will end this and send you into the warm embrace of the Shinigami. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he cocked his right arm back and shouted, now prepare yourself Kazuhana Mito. Naruto collided with the two dragon heads, and with a shout, he pierced through the dragons, shredding the ice apart as wisps of rainbow chakra flowed from the front of his head to all around him, as if he was a bullet, until he pierced through the starting point of the attack. Naruto could see the horror in the ruler's eyes the moment he appeared through the dragon, and gave a wide smile, before he skidded to a stop right in front of Mito, with his right hand cocked back. I won't let it end like this. Mito screamed as he launched a punch at Naruto's face, but Naruto caught the fist. Naruto pushed the fist to the side as he simultaneously twisted his body and punched Mito's armor, right where the orb laid, where it broke upon impact, and slammed against Mito's chest. The rainbow chakra exploded from impact, and the screaming Mito was sent sailing backwards towards the left glowing heat generator, and upon impact, the glass shattered against his back. Mito fell forward along with some of pieces of the glass, and without warning, the snow in the area melted, revealing beautiful green grass with various pockets of flowers, and a large pond where Naruto and Koyuki had just stood previously. A gentle breeze caused Naruto's hair to sway to the left as he shut his eyes. The rainbow light on his body faded away, and he was left with an exhausted smile on his face. Naruto. Koyuki's voice shouted from behind him. Naruto turned around to see Koyuki running towards him, and smiled as she leapt forward and tackled him off his feet and onto the ground. Ow. Easy on the body, it's been through a lot, Naruto said with a grin on his face. Believe in the future. If you do, a spring will surely come, a male voice said. Koyuki's head snapped up, and it was then a hologram of a young girl appeared in front of the generator. Oh, she looks like, Naruto whispered. That's me, she whispered. What will you do when it comes, Koyuki? The man asked. The young girl tilted her head to the side and said, I want to be a princess, with a bright smile on her face. Oh yeah? What sort of princess? The male voice asked. Let's see, strong and kind, and most of all, one that fights for justice. The young Koyuki said happily, which caused the man to laugh. Koyuki's breath hitched at this and murmured, I really said that. Looks like you did, Naruto whispered softly. That's some dream, the man replied off camera. Well, so long as you believe in your dream and never give up, one day you'll be that princess. Naruto saw a man appear and walk behind the young Koyuki, and placed his hands on her shoulder and said, I can see it now. Can you? There is a beautiful princess standing right there in front of you. Naruto looked up and saw Koyuki had tears falling down her face, but she had a wide smile on her face. Thank you, father, she whispered. Hey, Naruto began as he wiped her ears, prompting her to look down at him. Didn't I say no more tears? He teased. But tears sort of a problem. Tears something else I want to be. The young Koyuki said. What's that? Her father asked. An actress. The small girl exclaimed happily, prompting her father, as well as Naruto and Koyuki, to laugh as well before the image flickered off. Once Koyuki finished laughing, Naruto leaned up off the ground to meet her eye level. Looks like Mito was wrong, there really was a treasure here, Naruto told her with a grin on his face. Isak, Koyuki whispered. This was all thanks to you, you did exactly what you promised to do to give me a happy ending. I always keep my promises, princess, Naruto responded with a tender smile. That's my shinobi way. Well, let me thank you properly then, Uzumaki, Naruto Koyuki whispered before she leaned forward, prompting him to do the same before their lips met in a tender kiss while in the distance, the director and producer yelled excitedly. Yuki no Kuni, Damasen and Jiraiya. Well, what do you know? He actually pulled it off, Jiraiya said with a proud tone as he stood on a mountain with Team Guy behind him. It was touch and go, but he did it, Niji said, holding an unconscious Ibuki over his shoulder. And did it well. Yosh. Naruto-kun's youthfulness was shining so bright, Guy-sensei. Lee yelled with a waterfall of tears falling down his face. In celebration of his youthfulness, we shall jog around this new land of spring 30 times. Guy said before he and Rock Lee dashed away. Tenten let out an exhausted sigh and said, man, I am pooped. I hope our next mission will be easy. All I know is this, I now have dirt that Uzumaki Naruto has made a princess fall for him. This is going to be fun, Niji said with a chuckle. Jiraiya shook his head at the comment, but looked into his binoculars at Naruto and the returning princess in the middle of a kiss, and thought, well now, this is a happy ending. Kushina Minato, you two would be proud. Hair no Kuni 2 days later. Princess Kazuhana Koyuki, you sure you can't stay? Koyuki asked as she stared at Naruto. Behind him, there was a large boat where Team Guy and Jiraiya stood on the deck, watching them curiously. I wish I could, but so many are depending on me back home, Naruto said with a sad smile. But no worries, okay. The minute I get back, it'll write to you. Although, you might be busy with your new role as Princess of Harry no Kuni. But I will always make time for you, my shinobi boy, Koyuki said with a warm smile. Now go be the best shinobi that I've ever known and show the world what you can do. Yes, actor's time, Naruto said with a smile. Koyuki then leaned down and gave Naruto a tight hug, which he returned, and it was then she whispered, just remember you didn't just bring spring to this country, you brought spring into my cold heart, and for that, I will never forget you. Likewise, Princess, Naruto responded with a smile. Besides, our story isn't over yet. Her eyes widened and she pulled away to look at him. He grinned before he leaned forward to take her lips in a gentle kiss, which she returned gratefully, his promise ringing loud and clear to her happy heart. The two separated again, but she rested her forehead against his, which made him smile. Until we meet again, Koyuki whispered. Until we meet again, Naruto whispered before he walked onto the boat. 5 minutes later, it began to go off and Koyuki waved with a bright smile. Despite all that happened, Koyuki wasn't sad that Naruto was returning home. She was going to miss him terribly and miss the light he brought, but she knew that things weren't over between them. They were going to be separated for a while, but they would be reunited one day. Our story is just beginning, Uzumaki Naruto, and you still owe me my happy ending, Koyuki said with a smile. Thanks for watching.